Chapter 351, There is no chance for you to take action. Boss Wu and others quickly determined the location of the gunman. Damn! How dare you sneak attack me? He was obviously the one who went to sneak attack others, but ended up suffering such a big loss. How could Boss Wu not be angry? He wanted to find the gunman immediately, and then slowly torture him to death. After locking the small building where the gunman was located, Boss Wu made a gesture to his men behind him, and the group carefully approached a window on the first floor against the wall. Boss Wu twisted his neck, and a low roar came from his throat. At the same time, his eyeballs turned a little yellow, and layers of hard hair grew on the skin on his face and hands. Then, Boss Wu sniffed gently and showed a cold smile. I have smelled it, and found out who shot it. Ha ha. There is also the scent of women. There are 4 women in total. 2 male. Boss Wu's mutant ability is that of a dog, and dogs have a very sensitive sense of smell. The dogs with the most sensitive sense of smell have a sense of smell that is more than 1 million times higher than that of humans. As for Boss Wu, who has this ability, he can accurately find out how many people are inside such a building and their locations. Someone who had offended Boss Wu once tried to escape. Boss Wu led his men to chase them for a day and a night, and then relied on his own powers to catch up with the group. When the group was caught up, they were all extremely desperate. Relying on this ability, Boss Wu also secretly eliminated 2 of his competitors. The few people in this building were already dead in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't let them die that easily. Boss Wu and his 3 younger brothers jumped in through the window and entered the building. They entered the building, Ran Shiyu said. Tie his hands. Ling, you watch him here. Shiyu, keep in touch at any time, Jiang Lushur said, and walked out with Jiang Zhuing. Luo Junjiang glanced at Ling beside him. Although this girl had a very cute baby face, her eyes looked at him very coldly, and she was still playing with a pure black dagger in her hand. She walked around behind Luo Junjiang and began to tie his hands. Luo Junjiang didn't know what to do at this time. If Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing never came back, the 4 people in the room, including him, would soon be dead. You'd better be honest, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Luo Junjiang's heart suddenly thumped. He had already seen that this woman was a psychic. It seems that there is only 0 person in this room who has the ability to deal with him. But in fact, this person with mental powers is probably not easy to mess with. Luo Junjiang, who was anxious in his heart, did not dare to make any move, and honestly let Ling tie him up. Lao Hei and I are really not the same group. Let you speak? Zero glanced at him. Brother Jiang, Shuing and the others have already gone upstairs. The person with the largest spiritual light group among them walked around to the left, as if preparing to climb directly from the window to the 2nd floor. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing walked outside, and Ran Shiyu's voice rang in their minds. Then I'll go to the window and wait for him. Zhuing, you go deal with the others, Jiang Lushur said. Be careful, Jiang Lushur added. Don't worry. Jiang Zhuing smiled, picked up the knife and left. Jiang Lushur looked at her back. In fact, he was still not very worried about Jiang Zhuing fighting alone. But with Ran Shiyu's cooperation, there would be no problem. After watching Jiang Zhuing leave, Jiang Lushur approached the window with a gun. With his shooting speed and brain power, Jiang Lushur could blow the opponent's head off the moment the opponent appeared in the window. At this time, Boss Wu was already climbing on the wall. He only needed to jump to reach the windowsill above and climb in instantly. However, at this moment, Boss Wu sniffed. His hands grew sharp claws, jumped on the wall, and suddenly jumped to another window. Entering through this window, Boss Wu appeared in the room behind Jiang Lushur. Ran Shiyu was startled and said quickly, Be careful. He is behind you. Jiang Lushur jumped forward without even thinking about it. Brush. Where Jiang Lushur had just stood, there were 5 deep marks on the wall, directly exposing the red bricks below. If this scratched someone's body, at least the person's internal organs would be scratched. At the same time as he landed, Jiang Lushur turned around and raised the muzzle of his gun. He fired several shots without even aiming. Boss Wu was already hiding against the wall, with a bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. He stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. You are the gunman! However, the gunman's reaction speed was very fast. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down just now. Brother Jiang, he should be able to sense our location, Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushur also guessed that the sudden change of position of the other party could not be just a coincidence. At that moment, Jiang Lushur also sensed a strong life and death crisis. What are you going to do now? Run away? Or come out and fight with me. Boss Wu whispered outside the door. Escape? If you are escaping, you can use the Wulao conference to track this point, and in turn find yourself a favorable terrain to plan a counterattack. After all, Boss Wu didn't know that Jiang Lusher actually knew his position. But Jiang Lusher stood up from the ground, holding guns in both hands, and slowly walked towards the door. Shiyu. Spiritual piercing. Okay. Ren Shiyu's spiritual puncture has a very powerful effect on ordinary people, but it varies from person to person on people with superpowers. But Ren Shiyu knows that as long as his attack can freeze Boss Wu's movements for a moment, then that's it. You actually came out? Boss Wu was a little surprised. Going out to fight is the stupidest thing to do. Boss Wu doesn't think his opponent will be so stupid. He guessed that Jiang Lusher had some trump cards. He didn't know what trump cards made Jiang Lusher so confident. How could his trump card be weak? Roar! There was a dull sound from Boss Wu's body. At the same time, under the jacket that Boss Wu was wearing, muscles bulged one by one, and every muscle seemed to be made of steel. At the same time, his palms also became longer. The fingers were curved, and sharp nails grew on the tops. The soles of his feet also opened his shoes, revealing claws that could firmly grasp the ground. His mouth was split open. Pointed canine teeth protruded from the inside, and his eyes changed from yellow to red. In his current state, Boss Wu has torn apart living people, and even zombies with his hands. In addition to his strong sense of smell, this kind of ferocious combat power, like a humanoid monster, is the trump card that allows Boss Wu to truly secure his position in the top 5 teams. It's enough for him to hunt this gunman alone. The gunman's power fluctuations were pitifully weak. In his current state, he had no fear even if he faced the opponent's gun directly, because he would never give the other party a chance to shoot. After confirming Jiang Lusher's position, Boss Wu decided to strike first. He roared loudly and rushed into the room with lightning speed. Right now! Ran Shiyu's pupil shrank, and countless brilliant lights seemed to flash through her gray eyes instantly, like reflected neon lights. At the same time, Boss Wu, who had already rushed into the room, suddenly had a blur in his eyes. He felt as if his body had suddenly lost strength. Less than 1 meter in front of him stood Jiang Lusher holding up 2 guns. Jiang Lusher didn't need to react or aim at all. His brain power had already locked onto every cell movement of Boss Wu. At this time, Boss Wu was just a target in front of him. Bang bang. Several shots were fired in succession, all of which hit Boss Wu's limbs. Boom! The next second, Boss Wu fell heavily to the ground. Boss Wu, who had not yet realized what happened, fell from the air to the ground in the blink of an eye. The indifferent young man in front of him disappeared, and instead, a pair of clean sneakers walked in front of him. You have no chance to take action. Jiang Lusher looked at Boss Wu, who was twitching at his feet and bleeding from all his limbs, and said calmly, Hack! Boss Wu almost squeezed out such a word through his teeth. He was in severe pain, and at the same time full of fear in his heart. He actually fell into trouble like this. At this time, there was also a scream from Jiang Juing's side. Those 3 superpowers didn't have Boss Wu's superpowers. They just followed the direction given to them by Boss Wu. Jiang Juing, on the other hand, went around them and flew out the long knife. The terrifying power grid instantly enveloped the 3 people, and the battle was quickly resolved. In this semi-closed environment, Jiang Juing's ability actually has a great advantage. These 3 superpowers had no chance to resist under Jiang Juing's sneak attack. The terrifying current released by Jiang Juing was enough to turn these 3 people into charcoal. Hearing those screams, Boss Wu had no reaction. His limbs were all maimed, and he was destined to die. Okay, it's solved. Ren Shiyu turned to Liu Yusin and Ling and said. Luo Junjiang was stunned. He didn't react at the first moment. When he realized what it meant, he was completely stunned. Didn't he guess that Jiang Lusher and Jiang Juing might win, but kill everyone in less than a minute? This was completely beyond his imagination. Luo Junjiang is just an ordinary superpower user. His knowledge of powerful superpower users is people like Boss Wu. But he now feels that Jiang Lusher and others may be the superpower team he heard about. In northern Jiangsu, there is only one such team. Others, such as Xiang Suihai's team and some teams in the camp, can only be said to be first-class superpower teams. In the parking lot, the survivors continued to have a stalemate with the minibus. Lao He had secretly crawled behind a car. He saw Boss Wu and others reaching out with weapons. He also saw one of Boss Wu's men quickly approaching the minibus. He knew that man, whose nickname was Monkey. He was very agile, and could climb up walls several stories high. What the monkey was holding was a grenade. As long as this grenade is thrown into the fuel tank, the minibus can be sent directly to the sky. Lao He only planned to take advantage of the chaos to take away the Hummer, and the rest had nothing to do with him. He also suffered heavy losses in this sneak attack, and several of his men who followed him were all killed. After Boss Wu passed by, the damn gunshot stopped ringing, and Lao He became bolder. The two guns on the minibus alone are not very threatening. The survivors of Boss Wu also found out, and they all knew what their boss was doing. For a moment, their fear disappeared, and they all started shooting at the minibus again. Even if it's an iron SHL, it can be destroyed with a few more hits. At this time, the monkey also approached the minibus silently. After a roll, it was already close to the fuel tank of the minibus. Boom! The monkey's arm holding the grenade was suddenly interrupted at this moment. Blood burst out, and the broken parts of his arms turned into minced flesh. Ah! Ah! The monkey screamed loudly, startling Lao He, who was about to rush to the Hummer. Boom! Another survivor, who was shooting, was shot directly in the head. These people who had just gotten rid of their fear suddenly felt cold all over again. Bang! A figure was thrown to the entrance of the parking lot. This man was covered in blood, but the survivors recognized him at a glance. Boss Wu. Lao He also took a look, and then his scalp exploded. Such arrogant Boss Wu has become like this? This is too fast. Now that the boss has become like this, who among the survivors has the intention to continue fighting? As the first person slipped along the wall, the survivors soon began to run. They can follow any team. Boss Wu has become a lost dog. How can they continue to work for Boss Wu regardless of life and death? When Lao He saw this, he naturally wanted to run away. If he doesn't run, he will be the first to die. However, at this moment, a gunshot was heard, and severe pain suddenly appeared in his thigh, and he fell directly to the ground. Jian Lucier had already locked onto him. Come here, you! Lao He, who looked desperate, was dragged out by Zhang Hai and thrown beside Boss Wu. He saw Luo Junjiang at a glance, and Luo Junjiang was furious when he saw him. You trash! You've lost all my team! Captain Jiang, listen to me! Boom! Jian Lucier raised his pistol and pulled the trigger directly. A blood hole suddenly appeared on Lao He's forehead. His eyes widened. His mouth remained open. And then he fell down. Jian Lucier didn't want to hear any more nonsense from this kind of person. Zhang Hai, go and search out everything in their car, Jian Lucier said. He then turned his gun towards Boss Wu and asked, Do you have any last words? Go to H.L. Boss Wu roared. Jian Lucier smiled slightly, but did not fire. All you think about in your mind is how to kill us. Right. In that case, Jian Lucier called Sun Quan over. Sun Quan, you can handle it. Sun Quan's arm was still bleeding, and he had almost died tragically just now. He would naturally be happy to have the opportunity to deal with Boss Wu. Seeing Sun Quan dragging him up, Boss Wu suddenly started to panic. He just thought that he was going to die anyway, and his heart was full of resentment. But he never thought about how he was going to die. Didn't you say you wanted to feed us to zombies? Sun Quan said coldly. No, no. Luo Junjiang's face twitched as he listened to Boss Wu's screams as he walked away. Boss Wu. He usually tries to please him whenever he sees him, but he didn't expect to be dealt with like this. Captain Jiang, I really don't know about this, Luo Junjiang said quickly. In fact, Ren Shiyu had already judged this point. Otherwise Luo Junjiang would have been killed by the angry Jian Lucier. How could he still be here today? Are you looking for someone in northern Jiangsu? I'm willing to help you. I can tell you the current situation in northern Jiangsu. If you kill Boss Wu, you will definitely be in the eyes of many people. Luo Junjiang wiped his sweat. Said. Jian Lucier touched his chin. This man had nothing to do with the whole thing. He originally planned to just let him go. However, Boss Wu's sneak attack also sounded a warning to Jian Lucier. This Jiangsu province is much more chaotic than the normal Bay's city safety zone. If he was tricked this time, he would not be able to do it again. Chapter 352 Bloodstained Picture Scroll. Killing Boss Wu is not that simple, Luo Junjiang continued. The power of this Jiangsu province depends on how many people are under its control. Without a team like Boss Wu, Xiangshuai will suffer a huge loss. At this time, several cars drove to the entrance of the parking lot, and dozens of people appeared at the same time, almost all of them holding guns. It's Xiangshuai's car, Luo Junjiang said. I don't know how Xiangshuai will handle this matter, and Luo Junjiang is not sure about this. At his level, He has no access to Xiang Zuhai, and he doesn't understand Xiang Zuhai's behavior. He only knows that she is not a simple woman. There was a bloody conflict in the parking lot. As the boss of this county camp, Xiang Shuai naturally wanted to come. But when Xiang Shuai got out of the car, she glanced at the situation in the parking lot and found that she was already late and the conflict was over. After receiving the report, Xiang Shuai rushed over immediately. But she didn't expect everything to end so quickly. Among the corpses on the ground, Xiang Shuai saw Boss Wu's cronies at a glance. But Boss Wu was not there. Xiang Shuai looked at the minibus parked next to the corpses, as well as a few people next to the minibus. Is it you? Xiang Shuai was stunned. A few minutes ago she was making a deal with this man. And in the blink of an eye he was here? Where is Boss Wu and the others? Xiang Shuai asked. Dead. Jiang Lushi replied calmly. Although Xiang Shuai brought so many people here, Jiang Lushi was not worried. The minibus was right behind him, and he was completely confident about rushing out. Xiang Shuai nodded and narrowed his charming eyes slightly. You killed Boss Wu and wiped out a team under me, which caused me a lot of losses. There are many ordinary survivors in this county. Once the zombies attack, it will be up to my team to protect them. Regarding these teams of superpowers, Xiang Shuai did not completely restrain them. In fact, these superpowers cannot be restrained. If they are not happy here, they will move to other forces. What does Boss Xiang mean now? Jiang Lushi asked calmly. Xiang Shuai stared at him twice and shook his head. I don't want to fight with you. Boss Wu is dead, and fighting with you won't reduce the loss. I want to ask you, do you have any plans to cooperate with me? This time it was Jiang Liushi's turn to be a little stunned. Cooperation? That's right. Cooperation. You were also in the restaurant today. Did you hear what Duan Daolong said? Duan Daolong is the largest force in northern Jiangsu. Yang Feng's #1 general, and his loyal younger brother, Xiang Shuai said. Xiang Shuai's proposal to cooperate with Jiang Lushi was certainly not without purpose. What she said about Boss Wu being dead was partly because of the strength of Jiang Liushi's team. This kind of tyrannical strength is much stronger than Boss Wu's team. And when it comes to dealing with Yang Feng, Boss Wu's team may not be more reliable than Jiang Lushi and others. Even compared to Boss Wu, Xiang Shuai was more willing to cooperate with a team of outsiders like Jiang Lushi. So this is what happened. Of course Jiang Lushi remembered that Yang Feng proposed to cooperate with Xiang Shuai. But Xiang Shuai rejected it. Daolong's cruel words before leaving made it clear that he would cause trouble for Xiang Shuai in the future. Sorry. I have no interest in helping others solve these problems. Jiang Lushi would not stay here to protect Xiang Shuai. Aren't you looking for someone? Do you know who Yang Feng is? He was originally an officer in an army in northern Jiangsu. After the end of the world, he gathered some people together and established this force. Before the disaster broke out, he also came to pick me up, but got separated when the outbreak broke out, Xiang Shuai said. At that time, the whole city was alerted, and all the survivors were desperately trying to escape towards his army. He might have some clues. Before Xiang Shuai finished speaking, Jiang Lushi turned to look at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu tried her best to remain calm on her face, but the white fingers that she squeezed tightly showed her inner shock. When Xiang Shuai saw Ran Shiyu's reaction, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Although Jiang Lushi and others only gave photos and did not mention the identity of Ran Yusha, Xiang Shuai was so discerning. Before the end of her life, not only did she have a strong family background, she was also a well-known star, and she had contact with many businessmen and dignitaries, including many rich people and entrepreneurs. Whether it was Ran Yunsha or the Ran Shiyu in front of her, both had outstanding appearance and temperament. Xiang Shuai immediately thought of the Ran group, and she had heard of the name Ran Shiyu before the end of the world. When she looked at Ran Shiyu again, she was even more certain that she was the princess of the Ran group. Ran Shiyu's sister must have been on the evacuation list at that time. Yang Feng was once one of the officers responsible for the evacuation. This fact was enough to impress Jiang Lushi and his team. Jiang Lushi knew that Ran Shiyu was in a serious mood at this time. He looked at Xiang Shuai and said, Thank you for the news. But this does not mean that I have to cooperate with you. If I want to find out the news, I can just ask him directly. Xiang Shuai smiled slightly. Yang Feng is not as fair as me. Although he is an officer, what he does has nothing to do with soldiers. When a strange team like you goes to do business with him, he will be the first to show up. The idea is that I might swallow you. Even if I don't swallow you, the lion will still open his mouth. I just concealed some details. In fact, I didn't get separated from him, but I took advantage of the chaos to escape. When Yang Feng realized that the end of the world was coming, he was going to take me away. And I noticed his real intention, Xiang Shuihai said. As for Yang Feng's intention, Jiang Lushi and others also understood without Xiang Shuihaiming's explanation. When the end of the world breaks out, too many things in human nature are exposed. Jiang Lushi has seen people sacrifice themselves to protect survivors. And he has also seen people betray their trust in times of disaster. Yang Feng fell into the latter category. And with a big star around him at the time, it was not difficult to guess what he wanted to do. I'm afraid he never expected that Xiang Shuihai not only escaped, but also had the ability to survive, and even established a force. I have changed my name to my current name. But he still found out that Duan Daolong came to me to talk about cooperation. He was simply unkind, Xiang Shuihai said. So you want us to help you resist them? Jiang Zhuing asked. Xiang Shuihai shook his head, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared in his beautiful eyes. I want you to cooperate with me and sneak attack him. What other information is easier to get than to capture a person alive and pry it out from his mouth? Her tone was calm and her voice was sweet and elegant. But every word she spoke was full of murderous intent. Luo Junjian on the side suddenly felt cold all over. This woman is indeed not simple. Duan Daolong came to the door, which immediately made Xiang Shuihai murderous. Instead of worrying about when Yang Feng would cause trouble for her, it was better to strike first. This kind of courage is really not something ordinary people can have, especially when the opponent is still the strongest force in the entire northern Jiangsu. I'm not sure about a head-on battle, but it would be different if it was a sneak attack, Xiang Shuihai continued. Her power was so different from that of Yang Feng that even if Xiang Shuihai's brain was burned out, she would not think of confronting Yang Feng head-on. Jiang Lushi thought for a while and asked, What benefits do I have? The spoils will be divided equally. After asking for the information, I will help you find Ren Yusha. Of course, there will be no reward. You can treat it as a gift from the Alliance, Xiang Shuihai said. Jiang Lushi shook his head. I want to give priority to the trophies. Don't worry. You won't suffer in terms of value. Xiang Shuihai showed a smile, stretched out her hand and said, Deal? Then it will be a happy cooperation. Her fingers were very slender, like a pianist's hands. When Jiang Lushi held her hand, it felt a little different than he expected. This woman's hands are so soft. It even feels unreal when she holds them in her hands. However, Xiang Shuihai quickly pulled her hand back. She smiled slightly and said, Since we have formed an alliance, let's have dinner together tonight. I have already ordered all the teams to pay attention to Yang Feng and the others. There should be news in the next few days. There's no need to eat. Just let us know when there is news, Jiang Lushi said. After Xiang Shuihai left, Jiang Zhuing immediately said, Brother, this female star's eyes are as if she can talk. She is as tender as water, but she may be acting. So don't let her fool you. Of course I know this. But where did you see the tenderness like water? Jiang Lushi glanced at Jiang Zhuing speechlessly. Li Yusen and Ran Shi were both there, and she was still looking at them while she was talking. As expected, both Li Yusen and Ran Shi looked away, probably feeling very embarrassed. You really are. Jiang Lushi glared at Jiang Zhuing. Every time like this, he reminded Jiang Lushi how worried his sister was. Oh, I was wrong. Brother, don't be angry. Jiang Zhuing was not afraid of Jiang Lushi at all. She hugged Jiang Liushi's arm with both hands, and put her face in front of Jiang Lushi with a flattering look, which made Jiang Lushi feel funny and helpless. Ran Shi on the side looked at this scene with a smile on her face. And at the same time, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. As Xiang Shuihai said, when the disaster broke out, Yang Feng fled directly. The remaining army probably didn't last long and fell apart soon. Right? When the whole city, including many people in the team, suddenly mutated into zombies. It was completely normal for them to become separated or die on the spot. Captain Jiang, so you are going to cooperate with Boss Xiang? Then this matter will be fine. It's just that I can't help you with this matter. I can only hinder you, Luo Zhejiang said cautiously. He had just offered to help Jiang Lushi and the others. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushi was about to cooperate with Xiang Shuihai and attack Yang Feng. With Luo Zhejiang's strength, he would not dare to get involved in such a thing. Aren't you a local snake eater? Help us find a place to live. In addition, you have been squatting in the restaurant in Xiangshuai for the past few days. If there is any news, you can come and inform us. Your reward will not be reduced. Jiang Lushi said, Okay, I understand. Luo Zhejiang nodded quickly. Jiang Lushi had no intention of killing him, which already made Luo Zhejiang breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Lushi was not worried that Luo Zhejiang would do anything detrimental to the sneak attack plan. With Ran Shi watching, he didn't even dare to have this idea. Luo Zhejiang quickly gathered his remaining brothers, and then found a relatively clean residence for Jiang Lushi and others. He also specially cleaned it, and had an independent courtyard. The Shuying team parked the minibus, and the Hummer parked at the door. Jiang Lushi stood at the wooden railing on the second floor, and looked into the distance. There were small blue tile buildings, stone roads, and small streams running through them. It felt like a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. If it weren't for the survivors who looked sallow and weak, as well as the bloody barbed wire fences and deep ditches surrounding the county, this place would really look like a peaceful place. At this time, Jiang Lushi turned his attention to a lake in the distance. Northern Jiangsu is originally a water town. In addition to large and small rivers and streams, there is also a huge lake system. This lake system has a total of more than 180 lakes, large and small, with a water surface area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. And Jiang Lushi didn't have a good impression of this large body of water. He looked at the wide water surface. The water surface seemed calm, but no one knew what was hidden under the water surface. But as long as it's not close to the water, it's okay, Jiang Lushi thought to himself. Although the monster in the water is unknown and terrifying, at least it cannot reach the shore. On the shore, humans are still struggling to survive surrounded by zombies and mutant beasts. Also for resources and greater strength, these human survivors are constantly fighting for life and death. It is possible to kill people just for a packet of instant noodles, let alone annex each other's power. As for Jiang Lushi, as a survivor, he will inevitably become one of them. But in the future, when my base vehicle becomes a large mobile base, I will become a huge resource, Jiang Lushi thought to himself. Many survivors are living day to day in this apocalypse, with no prospects or future. And this is the most terrifying part of the apocalypse. And Jiang Lushi has a star seed and a base car, so he has a bright future. At this time, as a cool breeze blew by, then raindrops fell from the sky. The small town in the south of the Yangtze River with green bricks and green tiles was shrouded in a hazy rain. This scene was like an ink painting, which made Jiang Lushi look at it for a long time. Huh? Is it raining? I just happened to be washing the car. There's a lot of blood, and there were a lot of holes in it from those idiots' guns. Brother Jiang feels depressed after seeing it, but he can just use his ability to repair it casually. By the way, Brother Jiang, I also found a mutated crystal core from that boss Wu. Can I bring it to you? There are also several tons of mutated beast meat, cans, and ammunition. If those brats hadn't run away, maybe we could still get some things. The conversation between Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan came from downstairs, which immediately brought Jiang Lushi back to his senses. Jiang Lushi, there are no ink paintings, and even if there were, the ink would be blood red. Chapter 353 Subei in the Heavy Rain. Northern Jiangsu. Before the end of the world, Northern Jiangsu was a tourist destination with intertwined cities, rivers and ports, and dense lakes. But now, Northern Jiangsu, like other cities in the apocalypse, is filled with a strong smell of blood in the dead silence. A military barracks in Northern Jiangsu. This military barracks was built against a mountain. Barbed wire, bunkers, towers, and sections of 10-meter-high concrete walls formed a strict defense system. Before the end of the world, this was a barracks for troops stationed in the Soviet Union. These defense facilities were all built after the end of the world. A large number of plants are planted inside and outside the barracks, and many barracks are covered with green vines. At first glance, the barracks and the mountain covered with green plants are connected together, and this is also the characteristic of this military barracks. The rain fell like a waterfall. Thick rain poured down from the sky, drenching the entire mountain peak over and over again. Many mutilated corpses mixed with blood washed out bloody ravines at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the roar of car engines, several military green-modified off-road vehicles with steel plates on 3 sides rushed into the military base along the cement road. In a tall military building standing halfway up the mountain, a solar lamp flickered faintly in the center of the hall. A tall, middle-aged man in military uniform was surrounding an iron cage and studying it carefully. This iron cage is very luxurious. The floor inside the cage is covered with smooth and shiny fox fur rugs, and glittering pearls and gems are hung around it. On the lock on the iron cage, which is as thick as a bowl, there are 3 small bloody characters branded on it Xiangsuahai. There are 3 more iron cages like this, side by side, with a beautiful woman tied with an iron chain inside. The three beauties were all wearing crotchless pants, lying on all fours, with an animal tail hanging behind their buttocks. They were staring at the man in military uniform, whining in flattery, their eyes glistening with desire. On the locks of their iron cages, each has a name. The owners of these names were all famous stars and ladies in northern Jiangsu before the end of the world. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, affecting the hormones of countless men in northern Jiangsu. The once arrogant beauty was completely tamed by the whip of a man in military uniform and became a beauty. "Commander!" Boss Duan and several big men rushed in with great enthusiasm. "The matter has not been negotiated. That bitch of Xiang Suihai refused to give up the toast and was punished with a fine drink. She did not give the commander face at all and rejected the commander's proposal. I suggest you bring someone to kill her now." "What a bastard. Just with how many people and guns she has. We can bulldoze her with a reinforced platoon." Boss Duan looked angry and pulled down his leather jacket, exposing the bare flesh of his upper body. "Second brother, don't worry." A smile escaped from the corner of the military uniform man's mouth, and he waved his hand. "He is Yang Feng, the commander of the military base in northern Jiangsu." There was a scar on the tip of his eyebrow that extended to the corner of his eye. His left eye was already blind, and his pupil was gray-white. This gave his one eye a very crazy and gloomy feeling when he lowered his head. "I didn't expect Xiang Suihai to agree. I just tested the attitude of the little vixen. Unfortunately, some people in this world only recognize whips." Yang Feng licked his lips and felt his mouth dry for a while. Although he looked calm on the surface, Xiang Suihai's attitude made him very angry inside. "This bitch. How many times has this already rejected me?" In the beginning, Xiang Suihai escaped from his hands, and the fact he got flew away. Yang Feng's pupil shrank, and a long black whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The tip of the whip was like a poisonous snake, and it whipped hard at a beautiful woman in the iron cage. The sharp whip marks left a blood mark on the fair skin, and also brought out a scream. "Second brother, go get ready. We'll do it when the rain is over." While beating the beauty in the iron cage, a sickly blush appeared on Yang Feng's face. Everyone has quirks. Yang Feng's hobby is to collect beauties. The more, the better, and the spicier the better. He was looking forward to the touching sight of Xiang Suihai being imprisoned in a cage and slowly wagging her tail and begging for mercy under his whip. "Commander, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Why are we testing that bitch Xiang Suihai? With our strength, we can put that bitch in a cage long ago." Boss Duan smiled happily at the side. This was what he was waiting for, and recalling Xiang Suihai's arrogant attitude along the way, he felt very angry. Staring at Boss Duan's smiling face, a trace of disdain flashed under Yang Feng's eyelids. Those who only know how to fight and kill are what fools do. Yang Feng's development to this day seems to have been fought all the way. But in which fight did he not take advantage? If Xiang Suihai could be made to surrender obediently without war, he would not lose any troops at all. He now wants to attack Xiang Suihai's territory because his patience has been exhausted. The Xiang Suihai area is the only way to several big cities. It is a strategic location with many resources coming in and out. He must have it in his hand. Boss Duan just turned around and almost bumped into an old man who came in a hurry before taking 2 steps. The old man was covered in water, unkempt, wearing an old-fashioned jacket, and looked malnourished. "Old man's son, what are you doing here?" Boss Duan glanced at him. "Hey, I'm looking for the commander." Old man's son smiled, a little afraid to look at Boss Duan's fierce eyes. "What's the matter?" The black whip in Yang Feng's hand clattered on the ground, and he turned his head to look at Old man's son coldly. "Commander." Old man's son hesitated. His palms were sweating, and he murmured for a long time before saying, "Commander, the rain is a bit heavy today. You know I used to work in water conservancy. Now it's the rainy season. Buyong River, I've seen the section of the dike, and it's not stable. Do you want to send more people to guard it?" Yang Feng smiled, showing 8 white teeth. The black whip in his hand suddenly sprang up again and struck Old man's son's face sharply in the air. The heavy whip marks left a string of blood marks on Old man's son's face and shoulders, and blood spattered. Old man's son screamed and fell to the ground. "Old man's son, why should I leave you alive? Don't you understand? If I give you a mouthful of food, you must be worthy of eating it. Why do you come to me for such a trivial matter?" Yang Feng's eyes were sharp. Yang Feng was ambitious, and he was not willing to stay in a small place like northern Jiangsu. Before the end of the world, he was the battalion commander of a local military camp in northern Jiangsu. He was temporarily tasked to pick up those social elites and upper-class people and send them to a designated military area barracks, and then rush to Zhonghai. No one knew what was going to happen, and Yang Feng thought it was a good job. He had heard of many of the people on the list, but had only seen them on TV and in the news. Among them is Xiang Zuhai. Xiang Zuhai is not only a star, but also has a huge family behind her. There are people in business and politics. It can be said that she has a prominent background. But not long after Yang Feng took these people back, the disaster broke out. Not only those who were taken back, but also a large number of officers and soldiers mutated into monsters. The army was in chaos. But Yang Feng's powers awakened. In this case, he did not help stabilize the situation. Instead, he entangled a group of people and quickly occupied the military camp area. Using this as a foundation, he gradually eroded the forces around northern Jiangsu. He shot all the surviving elites and business tycoons at that time, leaving only a few intellectuals. As for those famous ladies, they all became his playthings. Now he is the well-deserved emperor of northern Jiangsu. He has dozens of mutants under his command, tens of thousands of troops, and plenty of light and heavy weapons and ammunition. He also imitated the previous emperor's way of conquering the country and wanted to establish a leadership team. He also hired people from the Water Conservancy Department and the Education Department. The person in front of me was Sun Chongqing, who used to be an expert professor in the Water Conservancy Department. But the Water Conservancy Department is not a scientist who studies zombies and plants, so it has no substantial benefit to the development of his power. Yang Feng usually didn't bother to care. After being whipped, Sun Chongqing left in despair, his old face completely losing its look. No one cares. The world is in trouble. It doesn't matter if the water comes. It's better than being eaten by zombies. Standing outside the gate of the military base, a heavy downpour poured down on him. The old man was standing on his back, looking blankly at the foot of the mountain. Several zombies maimed by bullets were hung in front of the barbed wire fence. Those zombies made roaring sounds in their mouths. Their hands spread their teeth and claws in vain in the void, and their scarlet eyes showed hunger. Some of them had no arms and legs, and some had a big hole in their belly, but they were still alive. It has been raining heavily for 3 days. In suburban counties in the evening, visibility is very low in heavy rain. At the gate of the suburban county, on a remote road leading into the distance, several headless corpses were hanging in random directions. The blood of the corpse was washed everywhere. The roars of zombies can be faintly heard in some distances. This is the closest road to the military camp area where Yang Feng is located. Now that the last spy has been eliminated, we can set off, Xiang Shuai said to Jiang Lushur seriously. In order to attack Yang Feng this time, Xiang Shuai made Jiang Lushur wait for the past few days while she conducted a large-scale purge in the suburban county. There was originally a mixed bag of fish and dragons here, and some of the people naturally included Yang Feng's spies. Normally, she could turn a blind eye to some things, but now she has to go on a long trip. Subeijio County is her rear area in Xiangshuahai, and she doesn't want any turmoil. Extraordinary moments call for extraordinary measures. Good. Jiang Lushur glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, nodded, turned around, and walked towards the minibus. Mr. Jiang, this road is mostly short and mountainous. Are you sure you don't want us to arrange a modified off-road vehicle for you? Our boss got a mnemonic off-road vehicle not long ago. The girl who spoke reminded. She is the girl who follows Xiang Shuai all the time. She is Xiang Shuai's assistant. Her name is Jinling. A mnemonic off-road vehicle? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's eyes lit up. Hey, this thing is more powerful than Xiaolong. Before the end of the world, the most famous off-road vehicle in the world was known as the king of off-road vehicles. But no matter how powerful it is, can it compete with Brother Zhang's monster car? These people still don't understand Brother Jiang too well. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looked at each other and curled their lips. No need. My car is no worse than mnemonic. Jiang Lushur paused and said. Sun Kuan shook his head. Brother Jiang is still modest when he speaks. In front of Brother Zhang's car. That mnemonic is just a piece of scrap metal. No matter how awesome mnemonic is, how long can he last among the zombies? But the minibus can not only hold on, but can also make several round trips. Then, Mr. Zhang's car should follow us. Jieling frowned slightly, with a trace of imperceptible disdain flashing in her eyes. She made a well-intentioned suggestion, but these people ended up bragging. Jianling took another look at the minibus with luxurious interior, and could vaguely see 2 beauties inside. In her mind, Jiang Lushur probably didn't want to give up his luxurious life. But this time, they were going to fight and narrowly escape death. Even if they have strong fighting ability, how can they face Yang Feng with such an attitude of underestimating the enemy? I don't know if the boss made the right decision by choosing Shuring team to cooperate, Jianling thought depressedly. Chapter 354 Military Base. Half an hour after setting off from the suburban county, through the crazy wipers in front of the car, Jianling could see not far ahead a seemingly dilapidated minibus speeding down the steep mountain road. The minibus in front was able to climb up the smooth rock wall that was nearly sloping at an angle of 50 degrees. The astonishing horsepower of the minibus and the terrifying grip of the tires left Jianling speechless. In fact, in the beginning, in the script in Jianling's mind, the off-road vehicle should clear the way ahead. Under some complicated terrain, several vehicles used tow ropes to pull the minibus forward. And by the way, they could also see Jiang Liusher's embarrassment. Therefore, Jianling believed that Jiang Liusher insisted on driving this minibus just to cause trouble. But they didn't expect that not long after setting off, they encountered difficulties. Due to heavy rains for several days, some roads collapsed, and the roads were muddy and slippery. The convoy almost encountered danger several times. One of the off-road vehicles was still stuck in the mud, with its tires completely sunk in and unable to move at all. Seeing that the trip was delayed and even affected this operation, at the critical moment, Jiang Liusher's humble-looking minibus showed its power. A mechanical arm extended from the car to lift the trapped off-road vehicle out. Now, it has completely become a minibus driving the road in front, and their 4 off-road vehicles are hanging behind. Along the way, whether it was a fallen tree or a washed-out gully, they were violently flattened by the minibus in front. Looking at this scene, Jianling's mood was a little complicated. Xiang Shuihai, who had been keeping his eyes closed and concentrating next to him, suddenly opened his eyes. We've arrived at Wanshou village. So cheer up. A dilapidated village appeared in front of him, with a gnawed-out corpse lying on the ground at the entrance of the village. The minibus leading the way is stopped. In the heavy rain, several zombies, attracted by the sound of car engines, rushed out of a dilapidated brick house at the entrance of the village. Zhang Hai jumped out of the off-road vehicle in a hurry, holding a sharp sword in his hand, and slashed with a few wild swords. Sun Kun also got out of the car, jumped up with a long iron rod, and smashed it down from the air. Dang! 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 Amidst the burst of chopping sounds, all the zombies that rushed over fell down. They didn't want to waste bullets at all when dealing with a small group of zombies. After Jiang Liusher and the others got off the car, they saw Xiang Shuihai and a group of big men standing in the rain, spreading a special waterproof map on the front cover of the off-road vehicle. Mr. Jiang, this village is called Wanshou Village. It is the closest place on the map to the military base where Yang Feng is located. After Jiang Liusher came over, Xiang Shuihai clicked on a place on the map with the red pen in his hand, signaling to Jiang Liusher. This is a specially made 3D map of the northern Jiangsu region. It was obviously taken from satellites, and was rarely seen even before the end of the world. The mountain peaks, water flows, and nearby urban terrain are clearly marked on it. On the map, a peak near Wanshou village is marked with a striking red circle. The peak marked by the red circle is Long Live Mountain, where Yang Feng military base is located. Here, there is a route that can be climbed from the back mountain to the top of the mountain. As long as we climb to the top of the mountain, we can follow this trail. The red pen in Xiang Shuihai's hand spread along a hidden winding path on the map, all the way to the core area of the military base where Yang Feng was located. Sneak into the military base and kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop, Xiang Shuihai said firmly. Every word seemed to come out of her heart. She raised the red pen, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Feng wanted to take advantage of her, and even wanted to use force, which made Xiang Shuihai hate him. I'm afraid Yang Feng would never have thought that Xiang Shuihai was not just a crying little girl waiting to be killed. After she witnessed the strength of Shi Ying's team, she immediately made a decisive decision and came to attack and kill him. The smooth progress along the way also made Xiang Shuihai more confident in his decision. Such a 3D satellite map is hard to find, and such a hidden sneak passage is even harder to find. Boss Xiang wants to deal with Yang Feng for more than a day. Right. Jiang Liusher glanced at Xiang Shuihai and said calmly, a woman from Xiangshuihai is indeed remarkable for being able to firmly control the incoming and outgoing forces in a suburban county. The corners of the map she took out were curled up, showing that she had touched it countless times. Presumably her murderous thoughts towards Yang Feng also rolled over in her heart countless times. In the apocalypse, human life is like a piece of grass. I just want to live, Xiang Shuai said calmly, facing Jiang Liusher's gaze. Jiang Liusher's eyes flashed, and he didn't say much. He didn't care too much about Xiang Shuai's personal grudges. He just praised Xiang Shuai because of his thoughtfulness. The tighter Xiang Shuai's layout is, the lower the risk factor of this sneak attack will be, which is a good thing for his Shering team. Boss Xiang, let's continue talking about your battle plan. In the heavy rain, a handsome figure walked over and placed an umbrella on Jiang Liusher's head. With this familiar scent, Jiang Liusher knew that it was his precious sister who came without looking back. Ran Shi, Ingenling, who was playing with a dagger in his hand and had a lowly temperament. All gathered around Jiang Liusher. These women were clean. Some were as cold as snow, and some were as gentle as orchids. They were quite eye-catching, and even Jianling couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Following Xiang Shuai on this trip, in addition to Jiang Liusher's Shering team and the 5 people brought by Xiang Shuai, there were 2 other teams. These 2 teams are usually active near the northern suburbs of Jiangsu. They have cooperated with Xiangshuai many times, and many interests are closely tied to Xiangshuai. Boss Qi, what are you doing? A sneak attack on Yangfeng is a matter of life and death. But you are bringing so many useless women out. Think of it as an outing. One of the young men in black clothes with a Chinese character face said to the serious middle-aged man next to him. There was envy and jealousy in his eyes when he glanced at Jiang Liusher at such a critical moment when it was windy and rainy. There was a beautiful woman holding an umbrella for Jiang Liusher. People like them can only stand in the rain and become drowned. How can Jiang Liusher enjoy it so much? His voice was deliberately neither loud nor quiet, so that even though it was in the storm, the people nearby could hear it. Hearing the words of the young man with a Chinese character face, Jiang Liusher's mouth curved, and his eyes swept over the faces of Jiang Zhuing and the others. As soon as the young man with a Chinese character face finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. What do you mean by a useless woman? A soft voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The voice was as clear and gentle as ever, but the sharpness contained in it was heart-stopping. The young man with the Chinese character face saw the delicate and beautiful woman beside Jiang Liusher, staring at him without blinking with those special gray eyes. A person with mental powers? The young man with a Chinese-shaped face turned pale, and felt a sense of horror in his heart. People with mental powers are very rare. They can control people's minds and directly attack the mind, making them impossible to defend against. He had heard that people with mental powers were extremely difficult to deal with. At that moment, he felt as if an electric drill had been drilled into his brain, which was very uncomfortable. Crackling, lightning flashed in Jiang Zhuing's hand, and the electric light looked very dazzling. Sharp claws were drilled out of Ling's nails, and his green eyes stared at the young man with a Chinese character face maliciously. The young man with the Chinese character's face suddenly felt something in his heart and shut up instantly. Damn. A group of women with superpowers. We are all in the same boat now, and have something to say. The stoic middle-aged man Cheating Fa standing next to him quickly stood up and spoke, intentionally or unintentionally blocking the way between the young man with the Chinese character face and the Shering team. When the captain of another team saw this scene, he laughed inwardly and looked at Jiang Liusher and others with some fear. There are not many teams of superpowers that can make Qi Ding, the captain of Poison Wolf team, the most famous in Subei suburban county, show his weakness. Xiang Shuai raised her eyebrows, feeling not only slightly surprised, but also a little surprised. In the battle where Boss Wu was killed, Luo Junjiang explained everything to her in detail. She already knew that Jiang Liusher had extraordinary sniping ability and superior strength. Now the women around Jiang Liusher also have such strength, which will undoubtedly make the success of their sneak attack plan more secure. In the last days, strength is everything. Jiang Zhuing and other beauties showed their strength a little, and all the noise about Shering's team disappeared completely. It's going to get dark soon. Let's continue to talk about our plan. I have 20 complete sets of military climbing equipment here. We will cross the stream from here, and then climb over the mountains here. In about 2 hours, we will be able to walking to the foot of the back mountain of Long Lib Mountain. There are 3 secret sentinels of Yangfeng. Of course, you have to be wary of mutant beasts on the way. But this is Yangfeng's territory. It is estimated that mutant beasts have been hunted long ago. But you still have to be careful. Xiang Shuai moved her fingers on the map and explained to everyone. Boss Xiang, my minibus is not included in your plan. This bus must drive to the military base, so I have to leave a few people behind. Jiang Liusher's voice sounded suddenly. As soon as Jiang Liusher's words came out, some people around him suddenly became furious. What does this person mean? Are minibuses going to hit the military base? If this minibus was a Transformers, they might applaud. But no matter how strong this vehicle's off-road capabilities are, it's just a minibus. For a sneak attack, they would enter the village quietly without firing a gun. They didn't want to disturb Yang Feng's troops. Are you afraid that driving a minibus into a military base is not ostentatious enough? Don't worry. My minibus will be stationary in a hidden area outside the military camp for the time being. But if our sneak attack is in danger, or if we try to escape after a successful sneak attack, it will rush up quickly. Jiang Lushur didn't know the doubts in everyone's heart. So he explained it. If there is no minibus in the plan, I will withdraw from this sneak attack. Seeing the hesitation in Xiang Shuhai's eyes, Jiang Lushur added. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan gave Jiang Lushur a thumbs up secretly. Their brother Jiang is not just saying angry words. Having been with Jiang Lushur for a while, they were already familiar with Jiang Lushur's temper. Jiang Lushur is the kind of person who only places his hopes on himself. His biggest reliance is the base vehicle in front of him. This is a terrifying mass murderer. If there were unpredictable risks in a sneak attack on Yangfeng, Jiang Lushur believed that the presence of the base vehicle would be able to ensure their safety to the greatest extent. Not only in Jiang Lushur's heart, but also in the hearts of other Shering team members. This minibus is the guarantee of life. Xiang Shuhai was silent for a while. Jiang Lushur's words undoubtedly challenged her authority as the temporary leader. They looked up at the sky. The wind was howling. The rain was pouring. And night was about to come. They were already here. If something went wrong at this time. Okay. I promise you. You can handle the matter of the minibus yourself. Just make sure you don't disturb the army when the minibus breaks in. Xiang Shuhai wiped the rain off her face and said, this is already her biggest concession. She took a fancy to Jiang Lushur's fighting ability. And the beautiful girls with powers around him were also very good. And they had already come this far. She couldn't give up this power. As long as Yangfeng can be killed in a sneak attack, everything else is trivial. For example, face, such as some benefits. What are they compared to the ultimate goal? As long as she can kill Yangfeng, her biggest threat will be eliminated. And she will definitely be able to work with other forces to eat up Yangfeng's chassis and resources. When the time comes, the benefits will be endless. Of course, the most important thing to her was to kill Yangfeng. The thought of having such a person thinking about her behind her back made Xiang Shuhai restless at night. Xiang Shuhai also vaguely heard how Yangfeng caught those women and treated them. In this apocalyptic world, it is very difficult for a woman to protect herself. You must have strength. As for Cheating Fa and others from the Poison Wolf team, they saw that Xiang Shuhai had already agreed. So they didn't say anything. Moreover, Cheating Fa didn't know what others were thinking. Anyway, in his opinion, it was nothing even if the minibus disturbed the army. Perhaps, it could also help attract attention and allow his plan to attack Yangfeng to proceed smoothly. In Cheating Fa's heart, he already regarded the minibus and the Shering team as cannon fodder. He was even happy to see this result. If you want to die, no one can stop you. Right. And when there is one less team, they will share more benefits. In short, only fools will object if there are advantages and no disadvantages. Okay. I'll arrange my team members, and I'll follow you later. Seeing Xiang Shuhai agreeing, Jiang Lushur nodded and took a deep look at Xiang Shuhai. This woman is thoughtful, decisive, and knows how to compromise and balance. No wonder she can survive in troubled times and take charge. Xiang Shuhai's answer satisfied everyone in the Shering team. But their smiles looked weird to others. Is a dilapidated minibus really that important to the Shering team? This group of outsiders seemed very strange to them. Cheating Fa sneered at the corner of his mouth. There were really just as many team members as there were captains. This group of people didn't know what they were thinking. It's just a pity that these beautiful people with superpowers actually followed Jiang Lushur and made stupid mistakes. Chapter 355 I will carry you away. Poof. Poof. The lurking personnel in the hidden sentry in the ravine were killed from the waist. And the red and white intestines rolled out of the abdominal wound on the corpse. Blood mixed with rain. Qiao San, a young man with Chinese character face, whose dark green complexion returned to normal, stood up from the body of the soldier who was secretly sent out. Qiao San, the top thug of the Poison Wolf squad, has a chameleon-like ability and can change his skin color according to the environment. He is best at assassination and investigation. He had just eliminated the 3 secret sentries hidden under Long Live Mountain in one breath. He proudly made an, okay, gesture to Cheating Fa. Cheating Fa's expression showed nothing. and there was a trace of unconcealable pride in his eyes. After all, it was the members of his Poison Wolf squad who contributed. Xiao San intentionally glanced at Jiang Lushi, but found that Jiang Lushi was talking to the beautiful woman next to him without even looking here. He couldn't help but feel depressed. These guys ignored him. This journey is very hard. You have to conserve your strength. I will carry you. Jiang Lushi looked at Ran Shiyu beside him. As a mental mutant, Ran Shiyu has strong mental power in her brain. But her physical fitness is much worse than Jiang Zhuing's. They had just walked for 3 hours in heavy rain, torrents, rushing streams, and muddy mountains, walking all the way under strong wind and heavy rain. Even Jiang Lushi felt tired after strengthening his body, let alone Ran Shiyu. She was soaked by the heavy rain at this moment. Her face was pale, and her body was shaking when she walked. For this operation, Jiang Liushi's plan was to divide the Shering team into 2 teams. The first team was composed of him, Jiang Zhuing, Zhang Hai, and Sun Kun for combat effectiveness. The other team stayed in the base car, with Ying, Ling, Ran Shiyu and Team Dr. Li Yusen. Needless to say, although the base vehicle can drive automatically, Jiang Lushi did not want some secrets to be exposed. Moreover, with the base car steward here, Jiang Lushi has a spiritual connection with her, and can quickly notify her of any situation. Zero is a mutant superpower. If you want to enter the military base without anyone noticing, you need to rely on her to sneak attack the guards at the city gate. As a team doctor, Li Yusen is not good at fighting, so it is better to stay in the car. It's just that Ran Shiyu is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She knows that the sneak attack of Shering team was caused by looking for her sister. Ran Shiyu wanted to make her own contribution to the team and insisted on joining Jiang Liushi's team. Jiang Lushi couldn't resist, so he refused again. Ran Shiyu's mental investigation is indeed beneficial to the survival of the entire team. Even if the enemy is lurking, the enemy's location can be detected in advance. Just now, Xiao San successfully cleared the hidden sentinels at the foot of Long Live Mountain. And it was Ran Shiyu's credit that she sensed the specific locations of the lurking personnel at the 3 hidden sentinels in advance. No! I can do it! Ran Shiyu pursed her lips, shook her head, and rejected Jiang Liushi's kindness. She was originally here to help. How could she turn into a slut? Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded in the dark rainstorm. A rotten old tree collapsed in the ravages of heavy rain. The big tree roared along the mountain towards where Jiang Lushi and others were. Zhang Hai and several other superpowers, who were clearing the way ahead, gathered their strength and pushed the rolling tree away. Ran Shiyu was frightened. Her feet missed the wet rocks, and she screamed and fell backwards. This mountain road is full of hard rocks, and a hit to the back of the head would have serious consequences. At this time, a strong hand hugged her just as she was about to hit the rock. Then he grabbed the waist and flicked it hard. Ran Shiyu was in the clouds for a while, but when she came back to her senses, she found that she had run on Jiang Liushi's back. Don't move around! You are the only spiritual mutant in our team. This dark night and heavy rain are just suitable for you to use your talents. Don't worry about anything. Just conserve your strength. Jiang Liushi's voice was as steady as his back. Calm. Ran Shiyu's heart was beating rapidly. Although she knew that not many people would notice her in the dark night, she was still so low that she was almost pressed against Jiang Liushi's back. Her face flushed. Since childhood, this was the first time she had crawled on the back of another man besides her father. Although the wind and rain were still hitting her, the burst of heat coming from the back of the man in front of her made her feel much warmer. A different kind of emotion grew and spread in Ran Shiyu's heart. Brother, you've earned it. My sister Shiyu has a very good figure. Jiang Zhuing whispered from the side with a smile, looking at Ran Shiyu with naughty eyes. Under the influence of wind and rain, Ran Shiyu's clothes clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful figure. Spring has even leaked out in some places, but fortunately it's dark enough. Otherwise Ran Shiyu would be really embarrassed to death. Jiang Liushi's originally calm expression suddenly became stiff. Zhuing is a dead girl. Is he usually too loose with her? Before the end of the world, Jiang Liushi was an out-and-out otaku, and had little contact with girls. He is not a very interesting person. Behind Ran Shiyu's back, he tried his best to look businesslike. Being teased by Jiang Zhuing was like a hole being opened, and his psychology suddenly changed subtly. Ran Shiyu was now clinging to his back, and her body functions had greatly improved, making every part of his body very sensitive. He could feel a layer of fine goosebumps on Ran Shiyu's body, as well as her soft body. His hands also tightened around Ran Shiyu's smooth and tight thighs. Jiang Lushi, What are you thinking about? Realizing that he was distracted, Jiang Lucier quickly drove some thoughts out of his heart. Now is the time to think about this. Everyone, be careful. Let's continue climbing now. Boss Qi, if you have stepped on this mountain before, you can lead the way. Xiang Shuai's voice came from the front. She was also so tired that her rain-wet hair stuck to her cheeks. But compared to the determination to kill Yang Feng, these are nothing. We're going to climb a mountain, so hurry up later, Jiang Lucier whispered. There was a sound of, from behind, and his breath tickled Jiang Lucier's ear. Half an hour later, a group of black figures appeared on the top of the mountain behind Long Live Mountain. Covered by night and wind and rain, Jiang Lucier threw the tool ring, safety rope, etc. to the ground, and broke out in a thin layer of sweat. Next to him, even Zhang Hai was out of breath. They couldn't stand climbing a 1,000-meter-high mountain in the face of the storm. Jiang Lucier felt that his body was fine. The blood power and rapid blood circulation stimulated by the genetically modified liquid gave his body endless waves of power, and he was fully able to adapt to high-intensity, sustained power sports. Ran Shiyu silently climbed down from behind Jiang Lucier and ate some dried mutated beast meat next to him. Zero has good cooking skills, and specially made part of the mutated beast meat into marching rations. In this way, when the base vehicle is not around, the people of Shurang team can eat meat at any time to replenish energy. Everyone began to quietly recover their strength and prepare for the upcoming battle. Standing next to the cliff, they could already see with their naked eyes the military building halfway up the mountain, hidden among the dense trees. In the light coming from the gaps in some leaves, the brightly lit military buildings could be vaguely seen. That's the goal tonight. There are 3 people inside the military building. They should be superpowers. There are also 2 people outside, one at each of the 2 sentries. Ran Shiyu felt it for a while, and said with certainty. Heavy rain poured down. Thunder rolled through the dark clouds. And from time to time, electric snakes tore through the thick darkness. In the moment of light, you can vaguely see the outline of the mountainside a few hundred meters away, among the buildings halfway up the mountain. In addition to the eye-catching military building, there are 2 sentry towers standing outside. Leave the sentry to me. Xiao San clenched the sharp blade in his hand and volunteered. Don't bother me. I'll take care of it with 2 shots. Jiang Lucier said suddenly from the side. Xiang Shuai was slightly startled. Such a storm. Such a dark night. And such a height were not conducive to sniping. If he can't kill him with 1 blow, if those sentries shout, things will be very serious. But facing Jiang Lucier's natural self-confidence, Xiang Shuai pondered for a moment. Be sure to kill with 1 blow. Obviously, between Xiao San and Jiang Lucier, she chose to believe in Jiang Lucier. If you can snipe the soldiers on the sentry tower from a long distance, the risk is indeed less than hiding in the past. Immediately, her deep eyes, with some expectation, focused on the young man. Xiao San's face turned cold, and he glanced at Qi Dingfa next to him unhappily. Qi Dingfa's face was equally gloomy. Does Xiang Shuai trust an outsider so much? If Jiang Lucier failed, the mission would also fail. Xiang Shuai actually agreed to such an important matter directly. The members of the Poison Wolf team all looked a little ugly. Jiang Lucier kneeled down in a crevice behind the cliff, took out his dark AMR-2 sniper rifle, and pointed it in the direction of the sentry tower. Boom! There was a muffled thunder. Lightning flashed across, and there was a moment of light between heaven and earth. Xiang Shuai's calm heart suddenly lifted, and she stared at Jiang Lucier crawling in the gap of the cliff. At that moment, Jiang Lucier opened his brain neurological vision. In the moment of light torn apart by lightning, the movement of everything around him slowed down. He saw the falling trajectory of the raindrops, and the soldiers standing guard in the sentry tower 100 meters away also appeared in his eyes. Locked in his vision, the sound of a gunshot was muffled by the sound of the stormy wind. The recoil of AMR-2 hit Jiang Lucier's arm. He calmly and quickly unloaded and loaded the gun. With another click, Jiang Lucier picked up the AMR-2 sniper rifle in his hand and evacuated from the gap in the cliff. Done? Xiang Shuai looked at Jiang Lucier questioningly. She was a little shocked inside. How confident she was. Snipers usually confirm the death of their prey. After Jiang Lucier fired, he put away the gun without taking a second look, undoubtedly confirming that the prey was dead. Yes. Jiang Lucier nodded as an answer. Then, let's set off. Xiang Shuai greeted the people behind him. It's better to wait, Boss Xiang. Qi Dingfa walked to the edge of the cliff and stared at the direction of the 2 sentry towers. We have to make sure that the person is dead before we can go down. What if something goes wrong? Our lives are comparable. Other people's face is important. Jiang Lushi frowned slightly. Qi Dingfa's words were full of thorns. As soon as Qi Dingfa finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck again. The sky and the earth suddenly shone like daylight. Now everyone could see clearly that there was a corpse lying under the base of one of the 2 sentry towers, next to the guardrail of another sentry tower. A sentry was hanging on the guardrail with his hands spread out. Most of his body was hanging down and allowed to be washed away by the wind and rain. He was obviously dead. The muscles on Qi Dingfa's face twitched, and he shut up. Everyone in the other team secretly took a breath. Whether it's the impact of the storm on the sniper's trajectory or the darkness interference on the sniper's vision, 2 sentries can be blown away with 2 shots from a few hundred meters away. This is simply a miraculous sniper technique. No wonder Boss Wu and his gang fell into the hands of these outsiders so easily. Let's go. Follow me. Xiang Shuihai greeted everyone. Then she looked back at Jiang Lushi. Captain Jiang, you and Ran Shi will stay on the hilltop and support us with firepower. If anyone escapes or tries to enter the military building, let him die. Jiang Liushi's sniping ability is terrible. And this ability is even more effective at a distance. Ran Shiyu is a spiritual power user, and her spiritual field can cover up to 2 kilometers. So it is naturally not necessary to sneak into it. Don't worry. Jiang Liushi's words were as short as ever. A group of people followed Xiang Shuihai down the cliff path, with Jiang Zhuing and the other 3 from Shuring's team following at the end. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, evacuate immediately, Jiang Lushi said suddenly when Jiang Zhuing passed by. His voice was not loud enough for the 3 members of the Stone Shadow team to hear. In his heart, whether it is his precious sister or the 2 team members Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, they are much more important than any other mission. Don't worry, brother. No one else knows what your sister is capable of. You don't know yet? Hee hee. I can always outrun you if you can't beat her. Jiang Zhuing smiled easily. She knew that Jiang Lushi had always been concerned about her. But before Jiang Lushi found her, she had fought her way out alone. Jiang Zhuing had long wanted to reassure her brother. Sister Shiyu, wait for me to help you find out the news, Jiang Zhuing said to Ran Shiyu. Hey, I can't die as long as the boss is here. Zhang Hai greeted Sun Kuan and quickly followed Xiang Shuihai and the others. Ran Shiyu opened her spiritual realm and followed Jiang Zhuing and the others closely, while Jiang Lushi also lay on the rock, observing the situation attentively through the sniper's scope. The secret passage discovered by Xiang Shuihai is a winding stream washed down by mountain torrents. Although there are a lot of gravels, it is indeed a shortcut to the military building halfway up the mountain. And the water channel is deep, making it difficult to find people lurking in it. A quarter of an hour later, after cutting off a section of the barbed wire guardrail, everyone crawled in a tunnel next to the roadbed. It was only 30 meters away from the densely wooded military building. The iron door of the military building suddenly opened, and a somewhat drunk man in military uniform walked out. Whoosh! A man emerged from the tunnel and quickly rushed towards the drunken man. Xiao-san? Xiang Shuihai's expression changed immediately when he saw the scene. Chapter 356 Mutation. Xiang Shuihai immediately turned her head and glanced coldly at Qi Dingfa beside her. Old Qi, is this the person you brought? Xiang Shuihai had already promised everyone in advance that any actions would be subject to her command. Even some of the requests made by Shurring team were based on Xiang Shuihai's wishes. How could someone like Xiao-san act alone regardless of discipline? Xiang Shuihai was naturally very angry. In the tunnel, Qi Dingfa dug his ears with his index finger indifferently. Boss Xiang, you should trust your people more occasionally. Xiao-san can do it. His nonchalant tone made Xiang Shuihai's face turn cold. She usually gave Qi Dingfa a lot of benefits, but this guy was clearly a wolf that he didn't know how to raise. Xiang Shuihai snorted and said nothing more. It must be said that Xiao-san's skills were very good, and he was already close to the drunken man in a few breaths. He can change his skin color to blend into the surrounding environment, and given the darkness, Xiao-san's figure is difficult to judge with the naked eye. He walked around behind the drunken man, took out a sharp dagger, and covered the drunken man's mouth, cut his throat with a knife. The drunken man was originally a good psychic, but under Xiao-san's sneak attack, he became a ghost for no apparent reason. Xiao-san carefully lowered the big man's body to the ground. The big man was twitching, and the blood in his throat soaked into the soil and flowed on the vines wrapped around the iron gate next to the ground. The thin seedlings of the vine, invisible to the naked eye, snuck into the top of the iron door. In the hall of the military building, All solar lights have been turned on. It's just that this building is full of various vines and plants. And many branches, leaves, and vines filter the light into a somewhat dark atmosphere. Commander, this is a good time in the last days. We were not as happy and comfortable as we are now. Boss Duan slapped the butt of the naked woman in front of him with great interest. In this apocalyptic world, you can still drink wine, play with beautiful women, and kill whoever you want. What could be more enjoyable than this? Yang Feng smiled lightly. Boss Duan is drinking, but he doesn't drink at all. Although he likes to collect beautiful women, he is very self-controlled when it comes to alcohol and drugs, which will weaken his nerves. This is something that an ambitious person needs to stay away from. Alcohol is just a tool he uses to win over and control people. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body shook, and he frowned slightly. His action was immediately noticed by Boss Duan. Commander, what happened? Boss Duan knew that Yang Feng had special powers, and could detect many things in advance. A rat sneaked in and killed the black cow. Huh? Boss Duan was furious. Hein Yo was his right-hand man. He just drank too much and went out to pee. And he died like this? It's funny. There's more than one mouse. Yang Feng supported his forehead with his index finger, and added after a moment of silent thought. I'll call someone. Boss Duan stood up immediately. No. This is my territory. Let's have fun with him. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Feng's lips, and the beauty in his hand suddenly tightened his slender neck. There was a soft snapping sound, and without even a wailing sound, the beauty's body gradually became cold. Okay, Commander, let's play with them together. Boss Duan became interested, and tightly covered the mouth of the beautiful woman in front of him with his big hand. The beauty's legs kicked hard on the ground a few times before they became limp. Hey, what did I say? Cheating Fa laughed when he saw Xiao San opening the iron door and sneaking in after killing someone. He is usually a stern person, but today, after being repeatedly suppressed by the Shering team, he felt unhappy and talked extraordinarily. If you disobey discipline and act without authorization, if something happens, you, the poisonous wolf squad, will bear the consequences, Xiang Shuai said coldly. She had spent an unknown amount of time preparing for this sneak attack and had secretly rehearsed it countless times. Unexpectedly, the selected team did not obey the command. According to her original plan, it would not develop like this if Xiao San's sneak is discovered. Thinking of this consequence, Xiang Shuai stood up. Rush! In this case, she can only use the most direct and violent means to achieve a quick victory. They have so many superpowers. Yang Feng will die no matter what. Xiao San sneaked into the iron gate, feeling extremely proud. After entering the iron gate, what surprised him was that there were so many plants here. Inside a military building, there were vines hanging above the hall, dimming the light a lot. There are also potted plants around, with various flowers and plants planted on them. Some flowers and plants are very beautiful and fragrant. Although the ground was covered with carpet, Xiao San clearly felt that there was dirt under the carpet, which had an earthy smell and was soft and damp when he stepped on it. Xiao San walked cautiously. He didn't know why, but he was always feeling fuzzy. In the dark, he always felt like something was staring at him. Relying on the protective color of his body, Xiao San, walking in the shadows, was both careful and bold, and kept moving forward. After walking for more than 10 meters and passing through a corridor, a clear view suddenly opened up. On the general's chair in the hall, he was attracted by a one-eyed man in military uniform reclining. Yang Feng? Seeing the man in military uniform, he felt excited. A beautiful woman was paralyzed at Yang Feng's feet. It looked like she was tired from playing. Next to Yang Feng sat a burly man with a heavy back and a strong back, Boss Duan. Both of them were drinking, and the atmosphere was intense. It seemed that Xiao San's infiltration was not noticed at all. I'm sorry. I'm going to come out on top from the Shering team. Xiao San was excited for a while, and imagined in his mind how majestic he would look in front of Jiang Lushi after cutting off the heads of Yang Feng and Boss Duan. After making such a great contribution, the benefits he can get will naturally be huge. After he killed Yang Feng, he was not afraid even if Boss Duan discovered him. Xiang Shuai, Cheating Fa, and the others should have rushed in by then. 10 meters. 6 meters. Waiting for Xiao San to sneak up behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng still didn't notice Xiao San's existence. Xiao San suddenly took action, drew an arc with the dagger, and cut Yang Feng's throat with great precision. His movements from exposing his body to taking action were so smooth that he had practiced them countless times. Even with his eyes closed, Xiao Sen could find the location of the enemy's throat. Just as the dagger was about to cut Yang Feng's throat, the familiar scene of blood splattering was about to reappear. Xiao Sen suddenly realized that his dagger was grabbed when it was still 3 inches away from Yang Feng's throat. It was Yang Feng's hand that grabbed his dagger. The hand was cold, dry, and felt like a piece of wood. Xiao Sen shuddered. Found. Before he even uttered his begging words, a huge fist shadow appeared in his pupils. With a bang, Xiao Sen's head was blown off by a powerful and heavy punch. You want to trick our Commander Yang and seek death? Boss Duan spat disdainfully. His right hand was dripping with blood, covered in Xiao Sen's blood. At this time, Boss Duan had thick, hard hair growing all over his body, standing on end like steel needles. The muscles swelled, and the already tall body rose again. The hard and swollen muscles burst the leather jacket on his body. Muscles full of explosive power, like stacks of rocks. He looked like a violent ape at the moment. As soon as Xiang Shuai and others rushed into the iron door, the iron door behind them suddenly slammed shut. The sound of a huge door closing echoed in the deep corridor. Who is so careless? Xiang Shuai's heart sank. Yang Feng must have been alerted now. It's not us who imprisoned him. Jiang Zhuing, who was at the back of the palace, spread his hands and was speechless. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by a rustling sound. I don't know when vines sprouted out of the closed door. The green vines were squirming, like moving earthworms, completely sealing the door bit by bit. Finally the gate disappeared, leaving only a green carpet of vines. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but shudder. How evil. Call. Suddenly something flew towards Xiang Shuai and others. It landed at Xiang Shuai's feet with a thud. Xiao San? Chi Dingfa was shocked and angry. After seeing the appearance of the corpse clearly, he couldn't help roaring. It turns out that the visiting guest is the beautiful boss Yang. Mr. Yang, am really brilliant. Yang Feng's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. The tall figure of Boss Duan followed him, holding a bottle of liquor in his hand. He took a vicious sip of wine and slammed the bottle down. Don't leave once you're here. No. They were discovered. On the edge of the cliff, Ran Shiyu's mental power has been chasing Jiang Zhuing and the others. In her mental perception, the 2 small red dots that were originally motionless in the military building suddenly rushed towards Jiang Zhuing and the others. This illustrates a problem. Jiang Zhuing and the others' infiltration was discovered in advance. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed across. In the moment of light, Jiang Lushur could see clearly that Jiang Zhuing and the others disappeared behind the iron gate. Thick tree roots surged out of the soil outside the door, wrapping around the iron door and closing it. This strange scene shocked him. He had never seen this kind of scene before. Jiang Lushur thought of a possibility in his heart, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the speculation is true, then Jiang Zhuing may have faced a formidable opponent. Something's not right. I'll go down to provide support. You stay here to monitor, and let me know if anything happens. Jiang Lushur ordered Ran Shiyu with a solemn expression. The latter was slightly startled and nodded. She also saw the iron door closed by vines, which looked really weird. Don't worry. I will take care of myself. Although Jiang Liushur's tone remained calm, Ran Shiyu could still see the trace of anxiety in his eyes. After spending such a period of time with Jiang Lushur, Ran Shiyu also knew the brother-sister relationship between Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing. Now that Jiang Zhuing is in danger, how can Jiang Lushur not be anxious? Jiang Lushur nodded, opened the military backpack behind him, took a Type 95 submachine gun in his hand, stuck 2 .54 pistols in his waist, and jumped into the ravine of the raging stream in the wind and rain. Ing! The base vehicle is rushing up. I'm afraid Jiang Zhuing is in danger. When he jumped into the ravine, Jiang Lushur had an idea in his heart. In the front mountain of Long Live Mountain, in the wild forest 1 kilometer away from the military base, a minibus was hidden by thick leaves in a storm. Ing sat calmly in the passenger seat, paying serious attention to the military base in the distance. As the steward of the base vehicle, although Ing has a beautiful face, he is actually more boring than Jiang Lushur, and is mostly stern. Li Yusen held a medical book next to her, and read through it repeatedly. She was a little uneasy, and wanted to talk to Ing several times, but she hesitated because of Ying's cold temperament. In her impression, Ing usually didn't talk much. Suddenly, Ying's body shook. Jiang Zhuing and the others are in trouble. We need to provide support immediately. Please fasten your seat belts, Ing said. The base car started too fast, and had too much power. Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu had their noses and faces swollen several times. So after Jiang Lusher specifically told Ying, she would now remind him. Jiang Zhuing is in trouble? Li Yusen was stunned. How did Ying know? There are no mobile phone calls in the last days. Well, by the way, it was probably Ran Shiyu who informed her. Li Yusen knew that Ran Shiyu's mental power was very strong. But she did not expect that Ran Shiyu's mental power could only cover 2 kilometers at full strength. Their location was beyond the coverage of Ran Shiyu's mental power. Well, where is Zero? Li Yusen had just leaned on the seat and fastened her seat belt when a question suddenly occurred to her. Ying didn't say anything, and the base vehicle started quickly, rushing towards the gate of the military base like a furious beast. Before he even got close, the closed door suddenly opened. At the same time, the door of the minibus also opened, and a cat-like girl nimbly jumped in from the door. Is Zero. Seeing the cold dagger in Ling's hand and the blood on her face that had not been washed away by the rain, Li Yusen already understood why Ling was not in the base car just now. In the storm, the sound of the speeding minibus was well covered up by the wind and rain. Coupled with the miraculous driving skills, the minibus in the middle of the night was like a ghost and did not attract the attention of any military personnel. In a military building halfway up the mountain, on the long corridor, after Boss Duan smashed the liquor bottle, he stepped heavily on the ground and jumped up. Where he stepped on the red carpet, the red carpet tore, leaving a 3-inch deep mark. Under the powerful impact, his huge body jumped 7 or 8 meters high, approaching the top of the ceiling. When he came down, his furry body looked like a giant ape, diving boldly towards the fragrant snow sea. Damn bitch. Our commander is in need of your beauty. Boss Duan crossed his arms and grinned. He actually wanted to capture Xiang Shuihai alive. A cold light flashed in Xiang Shuihai's eyes. At this time, a roar came from beside her. A pair of extremely thick hands held Duan's arms that were wrapped around him. The muscles in these hands are 5 or 6 times thicker than those of ordinary people, and they are as swollen as buckets. The muscles of both sides collided, and there was a thunderous sound. Boss Yang, kill Yang Feng and make a quick decision. I will deal with this monkey. It was Qi Dingfa who spoke. Xiaosen died tragically. Qi Dingfa was angered and took action with all his strength without mercy. As a superpower, Xiaosen's superpower is muscle mutation. All his muscles can be fully activated and enhanced, making him a humanoid killing machine. 2 equally powerful forces collided, and each could hear the other's bones creaking under the tremendous pressure. Qi Dingfa soon revealed a cruel smile. The muscles in his arms were obviously stronger, and he began to suppress Boss Duan bit by bit. Compared with my strength, I can carry a Hummer H2 with my bare hands. Boss Duan, I'm going to tear you apart today. Qi Dingfa roared. Just you? A strange smile appeared on Duan's lips. Suddenly he raised his head and knocked Qi Ding's hair hard. Think we don't exist? Right. You idiot! Next to Qi Dingfa was a big man in black, holding a machete in his hand and slashing at Boss Duan's neck. Unexpectedly, Boss Duan didn't even dodge. There was a clanging sound of metal, and the machete in the hand of the big man in black shattered. On the other hand, Boss Duan only had a white mark left on his neck, and his head still hit Qi Dingfa fiercely. It was like being hit hard by a hammer, with a few crunching sounds, and the sound of Qi Dingfa's facial bones breaking could be heard endlessly. He didn't even scream. His face collapsed. His facial features were squeezed into a ball, and blood and brains splattered. Hee hee. A competition of strength? Not only am I strong, but my body and bones are also invulnerable. Who in this world can kill me? Boss! The members of the Poison Wolf team exclaimed in unison. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a bright red flower pod at the base of the wall burst and quickly expanded to more than 2 meters high. The stamen opened like a giant beast's mouth, swallowing a big man who was caught off guard. Then a thick tree root emerged from the soil, like a poisonous snake, and stabbed a man in black through the middle. The potted plants in the entire corridor, as well as the tree roots drilling out of the ground, have become murder weapons. Chapter 357. Something happened. American Piranha? Jiang Zhuing was at the back of the team, and was stunned after seeing clearly the appearance of the flower that swallowed up the big man in black. Before the end of the world, she read a wide range of books. She once read about a kind of piranha in a book introducing the Amazon basin, which was exactly the same as the murderous piranha in front of her. It's just that the piranha in the book is far from as big and flexible as the one in front of me. This piranha is more than 3 meters tall, and it grows so tall in just a few breaths. This is a monster. Boss, be careful. There are weird tree roots in the ground. There are also these vines. They seem to be alive. Evil. Zhang Hai reminded loudly from the side. Watch both sides. Sun Quan stood upside down on the wall with his hands and feet like flippers. He held an iron rod in his hand and severely broke the two thick vines that were thrust towards him. The green juice of the vine splashed, and after a section was broken, the remaining vine quickly retracted as if it was frightened. The Viper team's superpower under him was not so lucky. The superhuman was frightened out of his wits by the strange scene in front of him. Just as he screamed and turned to run away, a sharp tree root sprang out in front of him. The tree root suddenly penetrated his open mouth and passed through the back of his head. Two more tree roots came out, and with two puffs, they penetrated through his body. He seemed to be nailed in the air by 3 spears. His hands were lowered, his legs were dangling, and blood was flowing gurglingly along the roots of the tree. The blood soaked into the soil and was absorbed by the plants. In just a few breaths, 5 people from the sneak attack team died. This is a situation that no one has ever imagined. Everyone was in confusion. Boss Duan's brute strength and golden steel bones are shocking, and the murderous plants popping up all around are heart-stopping. Call. Got windy. The wind blows weirdly and is extremely sharp. Whoosh. The sharp sound of the wind was like the heart-rending blowing of a flute, as were the tree roots sprouting from the ground and the vines that spread their teeth and claws on both sides of the corridor. In an instant, after the wind blew, it broke to the ground with a pop. The vines, roots, and piranha that were arrogant just now were swept away in one fell swoop. Only then did everyone realize that Xiang Shuai in front had her long hair flying and was surrounded by a layer of violent wind. The sharp whistling wind came from beside her, even under the light. If you look carefully, the wind around Xiangshuesi looks like layers of waves with fine lines. The soil on the surrounding walls was flying, and countless fine cracks were cut. Some of the cut vine leaves were swept around Xiang Shuai by the strong wind, and were instantly cut into pieces. It turns out that Boss Yang's power is to control the air, create wind, and form wind blades. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zhuing understood that the vines and tree roots just now were cut off by the wind blade controlled by Xiang Shuai. No wonder Xiang Shuai dared to attack and kill Yang Feng. He was indeed a very talented person. Such an ability is capable of killing on a large scale. To control each wind blade to cut off a vine or tree root, the control of the wind must reach a very high level. Bop bang bang. Yang Feng, who was deep in the corridor, clapped his hands. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his remaining one eye narrowed slightly. No wonder you dared to break in here. Controlling the wind. Your powers are indeed very strong. How about this? I cherish talents. Boss Yang, as long as you join me now, you will be given the second position in our camp. How about it? Yang Feng said hee. Xiang Shuai snorted coldly. How could she believe Yang Feng's lies? I heard that you have an iron cage here, specially prepared for me. Xiang Shuai said coldly. TSK. Boss Yang, who are you listening to? But I do still have a cage left here. If you want to live in it, of course I welcome it. When Yang Feng said this, he licked his lips and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. An excited look. His expression immediately made Xiang Shuai very excited. You really deserve to die. Even Xiang Shuai, who was usually very well educated, couldn't help showing anger at this time. 10,000 blades of salt. The countless wind blades surrounding Xiang Shuai whistled sharply and swirled chaotically in the air, as if countless circling darts were shot at Yang Feng. Boss Yang is really like a violent little wild cat. But I like it. Yang Feng's pupils flashed with strange light. But you want to kill me? You have to be more violent. Want to touch me like this? It's a joke. Facing Xiang Shuai's angry blow, Yang Feng stood still, completely motionless. At this time, vines and roots sprouted from the walls and underground, intertwining in front of him. Seeing that there are more and more vines, they are about to form a wall. At this time, Jiang Zhuing appeared behind Xiang Shuai. After Jiang Zhuing's last days, he went through countless fights, even though she has never fought side by side with Xiang Shuai before. Her amazing fighting sense can still accurately grasp the opportunity for combat. In her hand, she was holding a thick tree root. What about me? In an instant, a dazzling electric light shone in everyone's eyes, and an electric current as thick as a python suddenly burst out from Jiang Zhuing's hand and penetrated into the root. Jiang Zhuing ate mutated beast meat every day, plus the accumulation of battles. The mutated cells in her body have actually been subtly strengthening. The strongest current they emit has gone from being thousands of strands to being as thick as a python when gathered together. The power is also far more powerful than before. In this corridor, Yang Feng deliberately increased the humidity inside in order to cultivate potted plants and moisten the roots of large trees under the soil. At this moment, the moist earth, vines, and roots have become natural conductors of electricity. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were shocked to the point where their hair stood on end. Everyone else didn't feel well, and their bodies tingled for a moment. You must know that this piece of land has become a conductor, and they have naturally been affected. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuing's control, they would not only be slightly affected. Of course, Jiang Zhuing's control of the current is still not as precise as Xiang Xuehai's control of the wind. If she had been more precise in controlling the current and controlled the power release within a certain range, Zhang Hai and the others would not have been electrocuted just now. However, Yang Feng, the main target of the current attack, was covered in vines, which was equivalent to being entangled with countless wires. When Jiang Zhuing released the electric current, his heart sank. Oops. Ah! Yang Feng let out an angry roar, and a large number of vines instantly blocked his front. Immediately, electric current blasted under these vines, and even the vines were instantly penetrated. Bang! Wisps of electric sparks flashed all over Yang Feng's body, and his whole body was thrown several meters away by the electricity. And he hit the wall heavily. His whole body was stiff. His skin was smoking, and his limbs were twitching uncontrollably. The boss of that section was also in the main direction of the huge electric current. He screamed when he was shocked. His internal organs felt like they were burned by fire. There was a sharp pain in the muscles all over his body, and he sat down on the ground. Xiang Xuehai's eyes lit up. Puff puff puff. Yang Feng, who was unable to move, was instantly enveloped by countless wind blades. Countless wind blades penetrated into his body, and countless fine wounds suddenly appeared on Yang Feng's body. Some wounds even penetrated internal organs and necks. It's done! Zhang Hai and others couldn't help but clench their fists, and joy flashed across their faces. Even the mutated beast couldn't sustain such a serious injury. Xiang Xuehai was very cautious, looking at the direction where Yang Feng's body was lying. And a sharp wind blade emerged from her hand again. She wanted to confirm whether Yang Feng was really dead. Suddenly, Xiang Xuehai was taken aback. There is movement in the soil beneath your feet. Her body was usually well trained. At this time, her slender waist twisted hard to the side, causing her entire body to flip sideways. Puff puff. Several sharp and thick tree roots suddenly emerged from the place where she was standing just now. Even though he moved some distance, Xiang Xuehai's thigh was still severely pierced by one of the tree roots, and was sent flying out. She screamed and rolled heavily to the ground. At the base of the thigh, blood gurgled and gurgled. A shocking wound penetrated the originally fair and smooth thigh. She raised her head with difficulty and looked in the direction of Yang Feng. Yang Feng had stood up. He looked extremely embarrassed. His military uniform had been broken into countless pieces of cloth, and there were burnt black spots everywhere on his body. There were many penetrating wounds on his body, and the skin and flesh were actually moving at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It's just that the texture of his flesh and blood doesn't look like ordinary people's flesh and blood, but like wood, and the blood flows in the gaps between the muscles. There are always many people who want to kill me. Since I became Commander Yang, I have been assassinated 37 times, but none of them have succeeded. You will not succeed either. Yang Feng gritted his teeth. He could no longer maintain the scornful attitude just now. He looked very embarrassed at this time, and his heart was full of hatred. If it weren't for his mutant ability that changed his body functions, I'm afraid the cooperation between the electric girl and Xiang Xuehai just now would have caused him to burp. The cells in your body have turned into plants? Xiang Xuehai saw clearly the way Yang Feng's wounds were healing, and instantly understood that Yang Feng's superpowers were so terrifying. Not only can Yang Feng control those plants, he has also become integrated with the plants. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, with pride on his face. I'm different from you lowly superpowers. I control the evolution of my mutant superpowers. I can control every plant here, and they are all covered with some of my active cells. It can be said that I can accurately control every plant here. This is my world. My domain. Here. No one can kill me. Every word Yang Feng seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiang Xuehai, please despair. I will capture you alive, put you in a cage, and love you every day. This Xiang Xuehai actually made him smell the smell of death. This feeling made Yang Feng crazy and angry, and at the same time, The desire for control in his heart boiled to the extreme. The realm of plants? Everyone was shocked, including Jiang Juing. If this is the case, how can we fight? She has woken up. Yang Feng is a pervert and cannot be killed with her abilities. The gap in strength between him and Yang Feng is too big. The sneak attack failed. An idea rose in Jiang Juing's mind. She made a decisive decision, and it was important to save her life. But just as she was about to run away, Yang Feng's pupils turned cold, and he stared at Jiang Juing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Two vines, one on the left and one on the right, emerged from the wall and wrapped around Jiang Juing's neck. If caught, Jiang Juing's neck would definitely be broken by the two huge tearing forces. When Xiang Shuai was injured, Jiang Juing had already been alert. She didn't dodge, and grabbed the vine with both hands. Two streams of electricity shot out from the palm of his hand. Boom! Under the baptism of huge electric current, the two vines were quickly withered and browned in the air. You little bitches dare to shock me? I'm going to capture you alive! Boss Tuan had woken up at this time, and his figure was like a towering mountain, flying toward Jiang Juing. At this time, it was only a second before Jiang Juing was discharged. Every time Jiang Juing discharges, it is not a continuous discharge, which would place too high a demand on the body. Every time the cells in her body accumulate electricity, there is always a gap. Although the interval is getting shorter and shorter as her strength increases, it still requires at least 2 seconds of reaction time. When Boss Tuan rushed over, Jiang Juing had just finished discharging the electricity. A fierce flash appeared in her eyes. At the critical moment of life and death, her potential exploded, and she forced out an electric current again. Boom! Boss Tuan's arms hit the current and let out a scream. But his arms also hit Jiang Juing's arm. Jiang Juing suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a huge boulder. There was a snapping sound in his arms, and severe pain suddenly hit him. Jiang Juing knew very well that her arm might be broken. The pain and the exhaustion from the continuous discharge made Jiang Juing take several steps back. His whole body felt weak, and he was unable to move for a while. As for Boss Tuan, he was hit by electric current continuously, with black wounds everywhere on his body. His red eyes stared at Jiang Juing, wishing to eat Jiang Juing alive. She was obviously a weak little girl, but he failed to kill her, and was injured again. Boss Tuan is not willing to kill her. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan immediately rushed over to rescue Jiang Juing, while a member of the Poison Wolf squad sneaked close to Boss Tuan, take advantage of his illness and kill him. However, as soon as this superhuman approached Boss Tuan suddenly let out a low roar, reached out from under his armpit with one hand, and grabbed the man's face. Huge force surged out, and the man's face bones were crushed while he screamed, and he collapsed to the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Boss Tuan's eyeballs were almost exploded by electricity, but his body mutation was caused by cell mutations throughout his body. This force is very powerful, and can make people's bones and muscles strong, and their muscles are stronger than those of a diamond ape. This kind of mutated power makes his ability to resist attacks become particularly fierce, with traces of blood dripping from his eyes. Boss Tuan still had the strength to rush towards Jiang Juing. He vowed to kill Jiang Juing. There has never been a woman who could make him suffer such a big loss. But Jiang Juing, she can no longer raise her hands. How can she attack? Boss! At the critical moment, Zhang Hai rushed over and threw Jiang Juing towards Sun Quan. Run! Zhang Hai shouted. The enemy this time can be said to be the most terrifying they have ever seen. It was originally a sneak attack, but unexpectedly it ended up sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth and falling into someone else's territory. Boom! Zhang Hai turned around suddenly and grabbed Boss Tuan's fist with both hands. The joints of his 5 fingers were unusually thick, and each one was like a steel pipe, blocking Boss Tuan's way. Zhang Hai is also a muscle power mutant, but his mutation range is very small. Only 10 fingers of his hands. Therefore, he is very good at mechanical maintenance and various modifications. But his role in combat has never been great. But at this moment, his fingers showed amazing strength and could actually compete with Boss Tuan. Roar! Boss Tuan felt crazy. His eyes were bulging. His huge body and stone-like fists made Zhang Hai unable to breathe, facing a terrifying enemy like Boss Tuan at close range. Zhang Hai also felt fear in his heart. But, I can fight too! Zhang Hai shouted. Both he and Sun Quan are training hard just to avoid being a drag. Originally, he was just an ordinary person. And after the end of the world, he was just an ordinary person with powers. But in life, no matter how mediocre it is, you can still find your shining moments. This is such a moment for Zhang Hai. At this time, he must not retreat. In the apocalypse, survivors often stick together for warmth and use each other in order to survive. But at this moment, Zhang Hai did not analyze the pros and cons, but only had one thought: he would rather die than retreat. Old Zhang! Jiang Juing looked at Zhang Hai, but Sun Kun had already dragged her towards the door. Sun Kun's eyes were red, but he knew what Zhang Hai meant. Zhang Hai has entrusted the boss's life to him. Boss! Leave quickly. If something happens to you, you can't explain it to Brother Jiang. Sun Kunqiang dragged Jiang Juing to prepare to retreat. But at this moment, gunfire suddenly rang outside the door. Sun Kun's face suddenly turned pale. Yang Feng's people had arrived so quickly. While his heart was beating wildly, he silently tightened his grip on the iron rod. Jiang Juing was shocked and looked at the door. Are you really going to die here? Boss! Can you leave by yourself? Sun Kun's voice rang in Jiang Juing's ears. His chest was heaving violently. He was lying if he said he wasn't afraid. But Zhang Hai tried his best. How could he be a coward? After a series of gunshots, the door covered with vines was swept into a hole and kicked down several times. Boss! Let's go! Sun Kun was about to rush forward with an iron rod in hand. However, a familiar figure slipped in from the door in an instant and nimbly dodged aside. Brother Jiang? Sun Kun recognized the person at a glance. As soon as he rushed in, Jiang Lushur saw Jiang Juing with his arms hanging down and his face pale. 2 balls of fire instantly burned in his pupils. Sure enough, something happened. Brother! Seeing Jiang Lushur's figure, Jiang Juing couldn't hold back his tears anymore and started to flow down. Brother! I have nothing to do. Hurry! Go and save Zhang Hai! Jiang Juing shouted. Zhang Hai is still behind, blocking Boss Duan. I know, Jiang Lushur said. As he rushed over, Ran Shi was constantly providing him with the latest information. When Jiang Lushur saw Jiang Juing's appearance, he felt a strong murderous intention in his heart. Sun Kun, take Juing aside, Jiang Lushur said coldly, looking at the building full of plants, which looked like a primitive jungle. Chapter 358 I Surrender. Another person who wants to die? Xiang Xuehai, I didn't expect that your appeal is quite good. In this kind of apocalypse, there are people working for you. Yang Feng had already sensed Jiang Lushur's intrusion through the plants, but he didn't take it to heart. He did not feel strong energy fluctuations from Jiang Lushur. Yang Feng's eyes were fixed on Xiang Xuehai on the ground, and his hungry eyes seemed to have peeled Xiang Xuehai into a naked little white sheep. Xiang Xuehai's heart sank when she saw Jiang Lushur coming in. Jiang Lushur could be said to be her last hope just now, because Yang Feng captured them. If they went out, they might be sniped by Jiang Lushur, who was guarding the top of the mountain. From such a long distance, it was impossible for Yang Feng to sense the presence of Jiang Lushur and the others, and he would not be prepared. With the super penetrating and lethality of the AMR-2 sniper rifle on Jiang Lushur, if Yang Feng was shot in the head, it would be impossible for Yang Feng to survive even if his body was completely lignified. But now, Jiang Lushur came in. Commander Yang, I surrender. All of our spotted leopard team surrenders. We have 2 superpowers in our team. Those who can help you. Please spare us. We came here because of the temptation of this bitch Xiang Xuehai. We are willing to give Commander Yang. You are a bull and a horse. Don't kill us. Among the people brought by Xiang Xuehai, a thin middle-aged man suddenly knelt down in front of Yang Feng. He was holding his abdomen. He had been seriously injured by a tree root that came out of the ground just now. Captain? The other members of the spotted leopard team were shocked when they saw the kneeling middle-aged man. They were stunned because they refused to surrender. In troubled times, it is too common to surrender to the strong in order to survive. They were just surprised that their captain surrendered at an alarming speed, without any shame. You all kneeled down. 2. Haven't you seen how powerful Commander Yang is? We can't defeat him, the thin middle-aged man said plausibly. Besides, these are troubled times. Whoever you give your life to is not selling your life. Living is the most important thing. He was in complete despair now. Even Xiang Xuehai, who was so strong, couldn't beat Yang Feng, let alone Duan Boss. On the other hand, the people on their side were dead and disabled. And the people in the Poison Wolf team, including Cheating Fa, were almost dead. Since you can't beat them, it's time to surrender. Ha! Those who know the current situation are heroes. Team Leopard. Right? Okay. I won't kill you. You will be mine from now on. Yang Feng waved his hand proudly and resumed his usual leadership attitude. A trace of anger flashed in Xiang Zuhai's eyes. Captain Leopard dared to be a traitor. She usually treats these people very well. Xiang Zuhai, what else do you have to say? You're in over your head. It's best to be good. He glanced at Xiang Zuhai in front of him, the frail beauty lying on the ground, which made him so excited that a sickly blush appeared on his face. Thank you, Commander Yang, for not killing me. The captain of the Spotted Leopard team was overjoyed and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng repeatedly. Bang bang! 2 gunshots were fired. At the same time, a wall made of vines suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. Green smoke was rising from one of the points, and a large hole was torn open. The face of the leader of the Spotted Leopard team was on the ground. His expression of surprise solidified, revealing a look of disbelief. A hole opened in the back of his head, and red and white brains splattered all over the floor. Everyone was surprised. They looked around and saw Jiang Lushur walking over, holding up a .54 pistol in each hand, with green smoke coming out of the muzzle. If you surrender, you will become the enemy. I will never show mercy to the enemy, Jiang Lushur said calmly. Nipping any risks in the bud is one of Jiang Lushur's survival tenets in the last days. If the leader of the Leopard team betrays him, there may be an attack on him soon. Jiang Lushur naturally killed him immediately. The remaining members of the Spotted Leopard team were instantly shocked by Jiang Lushur's ruthless style. They thought of the horror of Jiang Lushur's marksmanship and stood there without daring to move. Behind the vines, a trace of blood flowed from Yang Feng's cheek. Jiang Lushur had just shot him twice, and he was hit with 1 shot. If he hadn't been guarding everyone, he might have been hit. Yang Feng's face instantly turned livid. Jiang Lushur's behavior was undoubtedly a slap in the face. He really despised this kid who broke in. He didn't even know if he was a superpower with such a weak energy fluctuation. But he was so arrogant. At this time, Jiang Lushur also saw Boss Duan and Zhang Hai. Boss Duan's palms began to gain the upper hand in the competition with Zhang Hai, suppressing Zhang Hai little by little. One of Jiang Lushur's guns suddenly pointed at Boss Duan. Boss Duan had already heard the gunshot, but his palm was grabbed by Zhang Hai on the opposite side. Unable to move. You die first. Boss Duan ignored Jiang Lushur, drank deeply, and mustered up the last bit of strength in his body to burst out again. He wants to kill the brat in front of him in one go. Zhang Hai was instantly in crisis, and his finger joints crackled. Facing the brute strength of Boss Duan, they became more and more bent, and were about to be broken in front of him. Ah! Zhang Hai roared. All the strength in his body was aroused. He must catch Boss Duan. Brother Jiang, kill him! Suddenly, a rhizome emerged from the ground under Jiang Lushur's feet like a ghost, stabbing fiercely towards his abdomen. At this time, Boss Duan also showed a ferocious smile. He took advantage of the moment to kill Zhang Hai and then Jiang Lushur. Brother, be careful! Jiang Zhuing's heart was in his throat when he saw the pierced tree roots. But the moment before she spoke, Jiang Lushur had already flipped upside down and jumped up. His body functions have been strengthened, coupled with the acquired blood strength and enhanced agility. His reaction to changes in things is even far better than that of ordinary superpowers. When he stepped on the wet carpet, he could feel the slight tremor caused by the roots of the trees plowing through the soil beneath the carpet. Yang Feng controlled the tree roots and wanted to sneak attack him. But Jiang Lushur noticed something strange underground a second ago and jumped up in time to avoid it. Before the person landed in the air, Jiang Lushur's pupils flashed coldly, and he had already pulled the trigger. Boom! The penetrating bullet of the .54 pistol instantly hit the chest of Mr. Duan, who was entangled by Zhang Hai, and penetrated into the chest muscles near the heart. Boss Duan's body muscles were like steel wire, but he couldn't stop the bullets after all. A stream of blood shot out from the back of Boss Duan's heart. It was as if he had been hit by an iron hammer. His body shook backwards several times, and all his strength quickly disappeared. He opened his mouth in disbelief, and his pupils dilated. Until his death, he could not accept the fact that he was shot through the heart by Jiang Lushur with a pistol. Moreover, after being attacked, the opponent was dodging without any aiming process, and was killed with 1 shot. Zhang Hai's pressure suddenly disappeared. He roared, and the fingers of Duan Boss's hands suddenly exerted force. With 2 clicks, Boss Duan's hands were torn apart by Zhang Hai, and blood flowed wildly. Boss Duan fell to the ground suddenly. Everyone was shocked. That terrifying killing machine, Boss Duan, was just killed by Jiang Lushur? This is such an amazing spear skill. He accurately hit Duan Boss while he was still in the air, directly killing Duan Boss, who had a strong body and amazing endurance. From the time Jiang Lucier shot and killed the rebellious leopard squad leader to the time he killed Boss Duan, it only took 2 or 3 blinks of an eye. The change was so fast that Yang Feng was caught off guard. Boom! Yang Feng was angry. His anger was not due to sadness over the death of Boss Duan, but because Boss Duan was his loyal and vicious dog. Boss Duan's superpower is very powerful. The gunman who rushed and actually killed his dog, and he would lose the power to dominate from now on. How can Yang Feng not be angry? Yang Feng put his hands on the ground. His hands were actually covered with something that looked like green moss, and began to turn into plants quickly. In an instant, the vegetative cells in his body rushed crazily towards the roots of the underground tree. Brother, be careful. Yang Feng's cells have mutated into plants, and he can control plants. Jiang Zhuing reminded loudly from the side. Be careful. I have observed a large number of small red dots rushing underground, heading towards you. Ren Shiyu's voice also appeared in Jiang Liushir's mind. Jiang Liushir's heart froze. And combined with what Jiang Zhuing and Ren Shiyu said, he turned around and ran away without looking back. When it comes to close combat, Jiang Liushir has no confidence. Jiang Liushir's nerves and brain were strengthened, and his reaction speed was more than 10 times faster. Later, his bloodline power was enhanced. When he exploded with all his strength, his explosive power was terrifying. He was like a cheetah, turning, accelerating, and jumping. It fell 10 meters away, where he was standing just now. The ground was cracked, and countless roots were stabbing out like a group of poisonous pythons. Boom! Some roots remained unabated, poking large holes into the top of the rock wall above the corridor. If Jiang Lucier was still standing in that place just now, he would have been stabbed into a hornet's nest. Yang Feng was stunned. This was the second time Jiang Lucier had avoided his attack. How is it possible? Could this kid be able to predict the future? That was an attack from underground. He gave Jiang Lucier a sinister look. Even now, the boy's face was still extremely calm, without any trace of panic. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened to death by his terrifying ability to control plants. Thinking of the scene where this kid killed Boss Duan, Yang Feng felt very bad. He had a very dangerous intuition and couldn't let this kid live. Yang Feng groaned, and the plant cells on his body gushed out again. As these plant cells poured out, every inch of the entire space was vividly displayed in his mind. Yang Feng's face immediately turned pale. Plant cells carry his power, and the more he uses it, the greater the drain on him. But if these people don't die, he will. Brother Jiang, evacuate quickly. The entire military building is filled with dense energy red dots. You will be surrounded. Ren Shiyu's anxious voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Liushir's mind. Everyone else in the military base is rushing here. Jiang Liushir's heart moved, and his eyes met Yang Feng's murderous eyes. Yang Feng's hands were now on the ground. His hands were like pieces of wood, covered with greenery, blending into the entire earth. In front of him were pieces of vines, blocking him. In this case, Jiang Liushir's shooting would also be difficult to work. This Yang Feng is indeed very difficult. Zhang Hai, withdraw! Jiang Liushir's heart skipped a beat. It would definitely be dangerous to stay here. He quickly greeted Zhang Hai beside him, and ran wildly outside. Sun Kuan, give me the bamboo shadow. I will carry her. When he reached Sun Kuan's side, Jiang Lucier took Jiang Zhuing, who was being supported by Sun Kuan, and carried him on his back. Elder brother! Before Jiang Zhuing could speak, she found herself lying on Jiang Liushir's broad shoulders. We can't stay here any longer, Jiang Lucier shouted. The people in Shuying's team followed his footsteps and ran as fast as they could toward the door. Although he was in a trap, Jiang Zhuing was lying on Jiang Lucier, but he didn't panic. Behind them, several shrill screams sounded. Several members of the spotted leopard team were dug into holes by tree roots densely drilled out of the earth. Fortunately, Jiang Lucier and the others reacted quickly, as the ground beneath their feet was changing rapidly. Every time they took a step, the place they just passed began to squirm, as if it came to life. Behind them, a large number of tree roots seemed to come to life, squirming like giant earthworms, following closely behind their buttocks, stabbing madly. Several times, tree roots tried to hit members of Shuying's team, but Jiang Liushir's 54 pistol raised his hand and blasted them away. His shooting ability was frighteningly accurate, and his reflexes were astonishing. He was able to carve a way through these tree roots. The Shuying team was about to approach the broken door when suddenly, A large number of vines hung down. Swish. A large number of vines quickly intertwined in the air, forming a thick green wall, blocking their way. I'll clear the way. Zhang Hai's thick fingers thrust into the wall made of vines. Damn! These vines are evil! Zhang Hai immediately cursed. He didn't expect this thrust, and it didn't bottom out at all. Instead, the squirming vines entangled up and tightly wrapped around his 10 fingers. At this time, the ground beneath his feet began to surge, and Yang Feng's plant cells spread to the feet of Jiang Lushi and the others. Ran Shi, suppress Yang Feng's spirit. Can you do it? Jiang Lushi shouted in his mind. He wants to buy time. He had just received the video from the shadow. The base vehicle was only 100 meters away from this military building. However, Jiang Lushi didn't know whether Ran Shi could do it. From the top of a distant mountain, mentally suppressing Yang Feng in a military building was undoubtedly a very difficult challenge for Ran Shi. This distance is already the limit of Ran Shi. And after persisting in the storm for so long, she was already at the end of her strength. I can do it! Ran Shi gritted her teeth, her weak body swaying in the storm. Suddenly, a mental wave spread forward. Half a kilometer. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. At this moment, Ran Shi's mind locked onto the spiritual light group representing Jiang Lushi and the others, as well as Yang Feng. She only had one idea. She must do it. At this important juncture, she must play her role. Ran Shi's mental fluctuations were directed at Yang Feng, inside a military building. I caught you! Sensing that the plant cells had spread to the feet of Jiang Lushi and his group, Yang Feng revealed a cruel sneer on his lips. These people ruined his good deeds and removed his right-hand man. He wanted these people to become nutrients for his plants. Boom! He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and instantly lost control of the plant cells. There is a psychic who knows psychic powers nearby. Yang Feng immediately understood the reason for the severe pain in his brain. But it was useless to understand. At this moment, his attack failed. Chapter 359 set him on fire. In an instant, all the rotting plants around him froze. The tree roots that burst out of the ground and bared their teeth and claws were frozen in midair. Several of the tree roots stained with soil had rubbed against Sun Quan's buttocks and stopped abruptly. Sun Quan's vest was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat. The vine wall that had just been intertwined stopped squirming, and Zhang Hai's thick fingers ripped open a hole as high as a person's height. The Shering team followed the opening and rushed outward. They had just taken 2 or 3 steps when they heard a strange roar. That was the sound of tires rubbing sharply on the smooth road. Boom! The iron door that was entangled with vines was suddenly knocked open by the giant object, and turned into a ball of broken iron and with chips under the powerful impact. The base vehicle rushed in like a ferocious beast. Its ferocious horn flashed with cold metallic light, and a stream of steam swept over it, appearing in front of everyone. Zhang Hai's eyes lit up when he saw the minibus in front of him. In fact, everyone in the Shering team's eyes lit up, and they exhaled a long breath in unison. It's safe now. Get in the car quickly! The beautiful figure in a black leather coat sat in the driver's seat and immediately opened the door. Zhang Hai and others quickly jumped into the car. Before getting into the car door, Jiang Lushi paused and looked back towards the depths of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, Xiang Suihai's delicate body was wrapped by green vines. Some vines strangled her beautiful figure and nailed her to the wall. Xiang Suihai could no longer move. The wound on her thigh damaged several blood vessels. She lost too much blood and made her dizzy and pale. When Jiang Lushi looked back, Xiang Suihai was looking at the minibus at the gate. She was not willing to die like this. She longed to live. But she also knew that the minibus that rushed in was not here to save her. Although I don't know why Yang Feng is suddenly unable to move. There is no doubt that now is the best time for Shering team to escape. In such a cruel end of the world. She didn't expect Jiang Lushi to be kind enough to be a woman and show mercy to save him. That would miss the best chance of escape. What's more, compared to the betrayal of the leader of the Spotted Leopard team, the Stone Shadow team has already done what an ally should do. Sure enough, Jiang Liushi's gaze only paused for a few seconds before he rushed towards the minibus and disappeared. Xiang Suihai pursed her lips and closed her eyes in despair. Yang Feng stood there, motionless in a half-hunched posture, watching Jiang Lushi and the others rush into the minibus. His lungs bursting with anger. Move! He roared, trying his best to resist the mental force that suppressed his brain activity. Finally, under his intense concentration and resistance, he finally moved. The moment he could move, he was on the top of Long-Lived Mountain. Ran Shi, who was in the violent storm, suddenly groaned in pain. and she had a headache that was about to explode. Mental power suppresses the enemy. If the enemy's will and mental resistance are stronger, it will be a great burden for her, especially for a person with superpowers like Yang Feng who can control plants. His fine control over plants originally made him mentally stronger than ordinary superpowers. The resistance just now caused Ran Shiyu's body to shake a few times, and she leaned against the tree. Her head was so dizzy that she almost fainted. However, she maintained a happy smile. She finally contributed her own strength and helped the Stone Shadow team escape. As soon as Jiang Lushur and others got on the minibus, the minibus immediately roared and fell backwards. At this time, dozens of figures in military uniforms were rushing towards Yang Feng's location. The speeds of some of them were astonishing, and each of them was filled with murderous intent. They are Yang Feng's special team of superpowers. In today's world where zombies are rampant, they all fought their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They all have extraordinary abilities to survive to this day. After hearing the movement from the building halfway up the mountain, they rushed over immediately. After they set off, several military heavy trucks also followed and sped toward the military building halfway up the mountain. Several light machine guns were set up on several towers along the way, aiming halfway up the mountain. Yang Feng was very strict about army construction and was a rare flower in troubled times. Although these fake armies under him were not as good as the regular army, they were well trained, so they were able to occupy most of the territory in northern Jiangsu in a short period of time. After a while, tight blockades of dragnets were deployed throughout the military base. Through the door that was knocked open, Yang Feng also saw the bright approaching car lights outside. A sneer hung on the corner of Yang Feng's mouth, and he straightened his hair that was blackened by electricity. He felt reassured. Originally, he thought that he and Boss Duan could kill the people brought by Xiang Xuehai. Xiang Xuehai thought she had been planning it for a long time. But how could Yang Feng not know what she had under her hands? If it weren't for the Shurring team that suddenly appeared, how could Boss Duan die? But now, with the force of his own military base, Yang Feng could already foresee how the minibus would be torn apart by machine guns and grenades. The corridor was in ruins. The ground was littered with corpses and chopped tree roots and vines. The walls on both sides were full of potholes. Xiang Xuehai, you finally fell into my hands. Yang Feng turned around and looked at Xiang Xuehai. Xiang Xuehai gritted her teeth and reached for her waist with difficulty, where a pistol was hidden. Even if she dies, she will not let her dignity be trampled on by a bastard like Yang Feng. And she will not let her innocent body be insulted by him. Never before and never again. However, at this moment, Yang Feng called to Xiang Xuehai. A vine was brushed around Xiang Xuehai's delicate body and thrown towards Yang Feng. Before Xiang Xuehai fell, Yang Feng reached out and lifted it, like a duck, pinched Xiang Xuehai's neck and hung it in the air. Xiang Xuehai had difficulty breathing for a while, and her face turned red. TSK, you want to commit suicide? Yang Feng snatched the gun from Xiang Xuehai's hand. At this moment, Xiang Xuehai's eyes turned completely gray, and her heart was extremely despairing. She was seriously injured and was no match for Yang Feng. She couldn't even commit suicide in front of him. Yang Feng showed a ferocious smile. He lost a vicious dog today and was injured like this. But in the end, he still got what he wanted. This is what strength brings. Next, he wants to see Team Stone Shadow die. They just wanted to rush out of the military base in that minibus. How is that possible? Yang Feng didn't know how they sneaked in. But these people could get in alive. But they would never get out alive again. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Feng heard a roar. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the iron gate, and saw that the minibus that had just reversed out rushed in like a violent beast. Yang Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Instead of running away immediately, the car actually turned around? This is looking for death. Being trapped in this building, they didn't even have a chance to struggle. However, Yang Feng saw that the minibus was sprinting in the narrow corridor. There was a huge V-shaped collision angle at the front, and there was a circle of small collision corners next to it. The whole minibus was filled with murderous intent. This car is here to hit him. Xiang Xuehai heard a strange noise and her heart moved. She followed the sound and saw Jiang Lushur sitting on the passenger seat of the minibus. Jiang Lushur's eyes were still calm and composed. He saw Xiang Xuehai, and also saw Xiang Xuehai's slightly open lips in surprise, and the shining light in her eyes. The light of hope. Crash! Defend! Jiang Lushur's thoughts flashed in his mind. And the fuel tank of the base vehicle he was sitting on burned diesel crazily, and a huge kinetic energy surged out. The sprinting speed was almost like flying. and the roar of the engine was deafening. Court death! Yang Feng was furious. These people were about to die and wanted to kill him. Driving in the tight space here. The minibus will get stuck if you don't pay attention. And this is his domain. He wants to crush the minibus in front of him. As Yang Feng thought, thick tree roots deep in the earth rushed towards the tires and bottom of the minibus. On the walls on both sides, vines wrapped around the minibus compartment. But, bang bang bang. Whether it was the thick tree roots protruding from the ground or the vines on both sides, they were all smashed. It didn't even leave any trace on the exterior of the minibus. The kinetic energy of the minibus in the collision state is so terrifying that the vines cannot wrap around it at all. Yang Feng was stunned. His vines can even overturn heavy trucks. So why can't they overturn a mere minibus? But he had no time to think too much. As the minibus rushed over with the momentum of crushing everything, he gritted his teeth, grabbed Xiang Shuihai, turned around and ran inside. Chase! Jiang Lushur said in a deep voice. Yang Feng's men injured Jiang Zhuing, putting her, Zhang Hai, and San Kuan in danger. How could Jiang Lushur let him go? Even the murderous intention in Jiang Lushur's heart was stronger than ever before. He must kill this person. As for Xiang Shuihai, Jiang Lushur also had some appreciation for this woman's strength and determination. He would not just watch Xiang Shuihai fall into Yang Feng's hands. Damn it! Yang Feng ran forward, while vines kept appearing behind him, blocking the minibus. Jiang Lushur came to the bunker with a gun in hand. The black barrel of the gun came out of the small bunker and was pointed at Yang Feng. Sensing a death crisis, Yang Feng looked back and felt a chill in his heart. He was deeply impressed by Jiang Lushur's death-like shooting skills. And he was almost hit before. Puff puff. Thick tree roots stretched out from behind him, forming a shield with no blind spots. At the same time, Yang Feng carried Xiang Shuihai and ran frantically towards the hall inside. As long as he is not killed and his people come from behind, Shi Ying's team will definitely die. However, boom boom boom. The minibus kept crashing forward at a terrifying speed, facing the force and angle of impact of the minibus. The trees and walls were smashed into pieces as if they were made of paper. In just a few seconds, the minibus appeared behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng's scalp exploded. How could it happen so fast? He looked at Xiang Shuihai. This woman was slowing him down. Yang Feng growled unwillingly and threw Xiang Shuihai towards the minibus, while at the same time a vine stabbed towards Xiang Shuihai's body. Give it to you! Yang Feng rushed towards the hall without looking back. Xiang Shuihai's body sprinkled a few drops of blood in the air. Her face was extremely pale, and her delicate body was limp and helpless. Even though he felt that the vines coming from below were about to penetrate his body, Xiang Shuihai was powerless before the death crisis. Not far in front of her, there was a minibus that was speeding, and it seemed that it was about to hit her. At this time, there was a gunshot and the vine shattered. At the same time, the minibus suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme silence, the tires of the minibus made a screeching sound on the ground. Xiang Shuihai fell in front of the minibus. She couldn't believe that she was still alive. The minibus door opened, and Jiang Lushur's figure appeared in front of Xiang Shuihai. Even though she was seriously injured, Xiang Shuihai still had a peculiar temperament that made people feel a desire to protect her. Xiang Shuihai was suffering from severe blood loss, and her face was pale. In her blurred vision, only Jiang Lushur's face could be seen. She tried her best to look at Jiang Lushur, her mouth slightly open, from being extremely desperate to surviving now. Xiang Shuihai is like a dream. Jiang Lushur couldn't be said to be very handsome. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary college student with a thin build. But now, after being transformed with a genetic nutrient solution in the base vehicle, he is taller and stronger than before. Xiang Shuihai looked at Jiang Lushur. When Jiang Lushur picked her up from the ground, an inexplicable warmth surged through her body. A long-lost sense of security. After working alone in the last days for so long, Xiang Shuihai always slept lightly, and she would wake up immediately with just the slightest disturbance. Only at this time did she finally feel safe. Her tense nerves finally relaxed. And with a cry, she passed out. She lost too much blood. Give her treatment quickly! Jiang Lushur carried Xiang Shuihai back to the minibus and put her on the bed. Li Yusen was already ready and nodded towards Jiang Lushur. Just as Jiang Zhuing came up, Li Yusen immediately healed Jiang Zhuing's injuries. Now that there was no time to rest, Xiang Shuihai was sent up. Let me take a look! Li Yusen immediately came to Xiang Shuihai. Seeing that Li Yusen had already started treating Xiang Shuihai, Jiang Lushur felt relieved. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Zhang Hai asked. He can control plants, and there must be many obstacles inside, making it difficult for us to collide with minibuses. On the contrary, he can control plants, so he has a lot of space to move, dodge, and attack us. Jiang Lucier thought for a while. Then let him go. We have already alerted the troops in the base. Just at the door, Sun Quan also saw people and vehicles coming from all over the military base in the rainy night. Soon they will be surrounded, leaving them little time. If you can't kill Yang Feng, you really won't be willing to do it. However, as long as it was Jiang Liushir's decision, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai would not object. Let him go. How is that possible? Burn him and force him to come out. If he doesn't come out, then he will be burned alive, Jiang Liushir said coldly. Burn? Everyone in the car was stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black holes in the nozzle tubes were automatically extended from the front of the minibus, and the thick nozzles were aimed at the depth of the hull. Poof! There were 2 muffled sounds, and 2 hot fire dragons sprayed out more than 10 feet away. The air suddenly became extremely hot, and even the air in front of him was distorted like water waves. In an instant, wherever the fire dragon passed, it turned into a raging fire. All the plants in the hall quickly turned to gray. Thick smoke billows wherever the fire snake licked it. Even the soil on the ground melted into a solution-like viscous substance. Faced with the violent flames that suddenly ignited, everyone in the car was stunned. Fuel-type flamethrower, constructed by consuming a mutated crystal core. Jiang Liushir's eyes also reflected the blazing flames. This injector was built a long time ago, but has not been used much. Fuel-type flamethrower, it consumes a lot of gasoline to start, and pure oxygen combustion produces a high temperature of 2000 C. Under such high temperature, these vines simply ignite. Chapter 360 surrounded. Inside the hall, there was a raging fire and thick smoke. The charming environment of warm and fragrant nephrite has turned into a flaming H.L. Carpets, wall paintings, sofa beds. It is burned and carbonized under the high temperature of thickened gasoline. After waiting for a while, Jiang Liushir found that Yang Feng did not appear. At this moment, the hall was filled with thick smoke. Some of the thick smoke choked into the corridor, making the view in front of the minibus blurry. This kind of smoke is very troublesome. The thick and choking smoke is not only scalding, but also contains a large amount of toner, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and other toxic substances. Breathing into the lungs makes the whole body feel like it is burning. Yang Feng is a person with the ability to turn cells into plants. According to Jiang Liushir's inference, this high-temperature flame and thick smoke are his natural nemesis. He was a little surprised when Yang Feng didn't run out. I'll go in and take a look. Sun Quan, take this submachine gun. Jiang Liushir threw a 95mm submachine gun to Sun Quan. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai's noses were wrapped in moist medical gauze at the moment. The material was of course provided by Li Yusen. They were hiding at the back of the car and were watching the gate outside. There were already shadowy figures under the cover of thick smoke. Sun Quan took over the Type 95 charge. Boss, you want to go in now? This smoke is choking to death. Zhang Hai was a little surprised. The hall was filled with thick poisonous smoke and raging fire. Even outside, you could feel the fire snake burning your skin, let alone entering. I'll be fine. I can hold my breath for 15 minutes. Jiang Liushir explained. He has activated his evolutionary bloodline through the genetic culture fluid, has a stronger blood circulation system, and has a stronger ability to carry oxygen, nutrients, and energy. Calculating carefully, he could hold his breath for at least 30 minutes. Before the end of the world, the record of human beings holding their breath underwater was 22 minutes, and they were still breathing pure oxygen. Jiang Liushir's physical fitness has actually far exceeded this record. Brother, the smoke is so strong. You better not go. Jiang Zhuing was lying on the bed, and said with some worry, when she heard Jiang Liushir getting out of the car and entering the hall. The enemy this time is too difficult. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Jiang Liushir comforted his sister, found a pair of sunglasses and put them on, took a deep breath and got out of the car. Seeing Jiang Liushir's back submerged in the thick smoke, Jiang Zhuing pursed her lips. Although she knew that her brother was very cautious and reliable in doing things and would not lie, she was still a little worried. As soon as Jiang Liushir stepped into the hall, he held his breath and concentrated. The oxygen carried by his blood prevented him from breathing the poisonous smoke at all. As far as the eye can see, it is Lish scene. On the ground, several corpses were burned black. Jian Lucier dodged several scorching fire snakes, looked around, and soon saw something strange in the hall. In the corner of the hall, a deep pit appeared. He could shoot 7 or 8 meters with one arrow. He rushed to the big pit in a few steps, and found Yang Feng in the pit. Yang Feng was in a very embarrassed state at the moment. Not a hair on his body was burned, and he only had a few fig leaves on his body. His skin was dark, and the skin was torn in some places, exposing the blue blood vessels inside. His breathing was weak, and his body was extremely damaged. There were many barb-like tree roots next to him. It was obvious that Yang Feng used these roots to pierce and dig large holes. However, these tree roots are now almost dry and have lost their vitality. Yang Feng didn't come out because he was desperately trying to find a chance for himself and wanted to survive. This big pit will not be burned by the flames, and the plants can filter the poisonous smoke for him. If he is lucky, he may survive. However, he did not expect that Jian Lucier would come in, and judging by Jian Lucier's appearance, he was not affected by the poisonous smoke at all. Where did you come from? Why haven't I heard of you before? You actually have a fuel-type flamethrower. Yang Feng gritted his teeth. He now hated Jian Lucier deeply. As Yang Feng spoke, his body was twisting, as if he couldn't bear the pain. Jian Lucier saw something strange in Yang Feng's movements. Yang Feng just twisted his body, trying to cover something. Although his movements were careful, Jian Lucier still noticed the abnormality. Under this piece of soil, covered with some soil, there are wooden boards appearing, like boxes one after another. Jian Lucier immediately understood what Yang Feng wanted to cover up. It was a gun. In the end of the world, there is no doubt that the roll of guns is more valuable than gold. This can be directly exchanged for a lot of mutated beast meat. The big pit dug by Yang Feng was obviously where he had guns and ammunition. This Yang Feng is really a miser. Under such circumstances, he has to stay with his gun. When Jian Lucier jumped down, kicked Yang Feng away, and then opened the box to fully expose the guns and ammunition, Yang Feng's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted without any breath. These guns were all ones he had hidden away for more than half a year, hoping to use them to expand his army. It took Yang Feng an unknown amount of effort to collect these in the first place. This is great. All of a sudden, the boy in front of me has become fatter. Damn it! Damn it! Boy, do you think you can run out with these guns? This is your dead end. This military base. Do you think you can come and leave whenever you want? You have been surrounded. You are now let me go. And I can let you go. Yang Feng didn't want to die yet. How could he be willing to die like this? This end of the world was originally an opportunity for him to show off his talents. But Jian Lucier didn't say a word. He directly picked up one of the guns, weighed it in his hand, loaded the bullet, and pointed the black muzzle at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face became extremely defeated, and his eyes showed despair. No! Boom! Give you a bullet! Jian Lucier said in his heart. Ah! Yang Feng screamed. Jian Lucier's shot did not kill him, but it broke one of his legs. Then, Jian Lucier lifted him up. Duh. Gunshots were heard, and people from the military base rushed to the corridor. Sun Hai and Zhang Kun relied on the minibus as cover and kept shooting outwards, making bullet holes in the iron door and wall, and pushed back several people with supernatural powers who tried to rush in. There was already a corpse of a supernatural being lying on the ground. The corridor is cramped, so you must charge if you want to enter. In this environment, Sun Hai and Zhang Kun, who had bunkers, took advantage even though they had fewer people. Those people didn't expect that the minibus would actually drive into the corridor, where there was a mobile fortress. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it is spent in a moment. Commander Yang usually provides you with good food and drink. Why is it so useless? Outside the military building, a middle-aged man with a belly stood on top of an armored vehicle. This middle-aged man's name is Zhou Shaochuan. He is Yang Feng's third-in-command and is responsible for troop training. He is also responsible for the security of the military base. Now the military base has actually been infiltrated by assassins, and the military building is full of smoke and fire. Although the situation is unknown, it is certain that the battle is fierce, but they couldn't attack for a while. So how could they not make him angry? Zhou Shaochuan was not only angry, but also scared. He knew how scary Yang Feng was. Although this man usually seemed generous to his subordinates, he was actually very stingy. There was such a big mistake this time. If Boss Duan encouraged Yang Feng a few more words, Yang Feng might kill him. He and Boss Duan have been fighting openly and secretly. Commander, the people inside have type 95 submachine guns and body bars. And the firepower is very fierce. If your armored vehicle drives in, the heavy machine gun on the vehicle will definitely be able to penetrate the minibus. Without the bunker, we can rush in. The deputy with a sinister eyebrow next to him suggested to Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Sichuan's heart moved. The armored vehicle he was sitting on was one of the assets he relied on for survival. And it was his most precious treasure. The machine gun equipped on it is rarely used normally. But now it seems that there is no other way. At this moment, a corpse was thrown out from the depths of the corridor. Boss Duan? Zhou Xiaochuan was quite surprised when he saw the corpse clearly. This corpse looked like a violent ape, with 2 hands missing, leaving only a bare body and legs, with hair like steel needles all over the body. It was obviously that Boss Duan was killed after the mutation. Although he was at odds with Boss Duan, Zhou Xiaochuan had to admit how terrifying Boss Duan was after the mutation, and could really tear a living person apart with his hands. In this case, he was killed. Where is Commander Yang? Although Boss Duan is dead, Zhou Xiaochuan doesn't think anything will happen to Yang Feng. Others don't know about Yang Feng's terror, but he knows it clearly. Don't be nervous. Commander Yang is still inside. As long as we rush in, we can cooperate with Commander Yang inside and outside. The corpse of Boss Duan shocked many people, and Zhou Xiaochuan immediately yelled, "Are you looking for your Commander Yang?" Suddenly, at the gate of the military building, Yang Feng's body was lifted up in the air and exposed. Most of Jiang Liusher's body was hidden behind Yang Feng's body, holding a gun in his hand without exposing his body. Yang, Commander Yang. Zhou Xiaochuan looked carefully at the appearance of the man being carried, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Is this Commander Yang? Why is Commander Yang so miserable? His hair was burned off. His body was covered in blood bubbles. His body was scorched black. His legs were bleeding, and he looked extremely miserable. If it weren't for Yang Feng's plant power that made him extremely vital, he would be dead now. It's really Commander Yang. The army soldiers outside were completely stunned and looked at each other. When had they ever seen Commander Yang look like this? Zhou Xiaochuan also had an ugly expression on his face. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he suddenly winked at a sheltered position to the side. There was a crack of a gunshot, where Zhou Xiaochuan just winked. The sniper lurking in the hiding place had his head opened by a shot, spread his hands, and fell in the storm. Commander Yang, it seems you don't have enough prestige. Some people want to attack me regardless of your safety. Jiang Liusher sneered at the corner of his mouth. Now the high-power solar lights over the entire military base have been lit. Even though it was dark, there was still a lot of light. In his enhanced neural vision, many shadowed areas were clearly visible. His eyesight now can truly be said to be like that of an eagle. He caught Zhou Sichuan's eyes, followed the gaze, and saw the sniper. He raised his hand and shot the sniper away without even aiming. Jiang Liusher's pistol technique made Zhou Xiaochuan shiver. During the storm, Yang Feng's lungs were damaged and his voice became hoarse. Zhou Xiaochuan naturally couldn't hear what he said. But Yang Feng stared at Zhou Xiaochuan fiercely. And he saw it. Yang Feng has been building up his power for a long time. Although he is now in a very embarrassed state and has been caught, Zhou Xiaochuan is still afraid of Yang Feng in his heart. Seeing this look at his heart made his heart skip a beat. But he quickly ignored Yang Feng. No matter how powerful Yang Feng was, he was just trash now. What was truly terrifying was the young man holding him. Come if you dare! Jiang Liusher carried Yang Feng back to the military building. What do we do now? One of the adjutants asked. Yang Feng's men were all at a loss. They came to rescue him. But when Yang Feng was mentioned in front of them, they did not take action. Jiang Liusher's appearance and that shot completely shocked them. Zhou Xiaochuan looked hesitant, and he did not dare to take the risk of charging. If Yang Feng was still standing and fighting these people, then of course he would rush in. But Yang Feng has already become like that. Why should he pay a huge price to save Yang Feng? Zhou Xiaochuan hesitated, then waved his hand. Hold still for now. In the corridor, everyone in Shuring's team breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Liusher coming back. I'll go get some weapons. Jiang Liusher handed Yang Feng over to them, and then returned to carry the weapons. Of these weapons, only Jiang Liusher could take them out of the fire. Soon, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun watched with bright eyes as Jiang Liusher carried out several boxes of weapons from the fire scene. Among them were 2 large-caliber rifles, which were so conspicuous among the pile of guns. Type 97 shotgun? Zhang Hai breathed quickly. Although he was not a military fan, he had gone out of his way to learn about many guns after the apocalypse. Among them, The Type 97 shotgun fascinated him. The Type 97 shotgun is a shotgun designed by China imitating the Remington 870 before the end of the world. It is simple to operate, has strong firepower at close range, and has a wide killing area. It is an efficient and lethal weapon in close combat. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan are not as powerful as Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushi. One has abnormal electric power, and the other has amazing dynamic perspective and accuracy. But having a shotgun can definitely make up for some of their lack of strength. Yang Feng watched from the sidelines as Zhang Hai and Sun Quan couldn't put down these guns, and he felt hatred in his heart. These things were originally his. "Why don't you kill me yet?" Yang Feng roared angrily. Zhou Sichuan's reaction also made him see clearly that he had fallen to this stage, and everyone pushed him down. It was impossible to expect his men to rescue him. Yang Feng's heart could be said to be extremely desperate. "I want to ask about the whereabouts of a person. You should know." Jiang Lushi squatted down, stared into Yang Feng's eyes at close range, and asked. Yang Feng is the nominal ruler of northern Jiangsu, and likes to collect beautiful women. Before the end of the world, he probably had a treacherous heart but not a treacherous heart. And he must have paid special attention to beautiful women. Ran Shiyu's sister Ran Yunsha is from the Ran group, and she is also a very beautiful woman. It is impossible for Yang Feng not to know about it. "Hey!" Yang Feng spat out a mouthful of black blood foam and coughed violently. His lungs had been completely destroyed by the fire and smoke in the hull. "You can just ask. I won't tell you." Yang Feng's face was ferocious. He felt the loss of his life force, and the ferocity in his bones was aroused. He is a hero, with an army and a military base under his command. He can die, but he will not die in such a humiliating way. Jiang Lushi frowned slightly. A fake warlord like Yang Feng had a strong will, and was paranoid. If he insists not to speak, I am afraid that all kinds of torture will not be able to get the information out of his mouth. "Shiyu." Jiang Lushi sighed in his heart and called secretly. He knew in his heart that Ran Shiyu on the top of the mountain might have reached her limit. But now, he had to rely on her spiritual powers, not to mention the whereabouts of her sister Ran Yunsha. "I'm here." After waiting for a while, Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Liushi's mind. "Shiyu, I have sent Ling to pick you up. We also captured Yang Feng, but now Yang Feng refuses to cooperate. I probably need you to use your mental powers again to force him to speak." Jiang Lushi said solemnly. "Can your body still hold on?" After a pause, Jiang Lushi added, sensing the worry in Jiang Liushi's words. Ran Shiyu's heart warmed as she was lying on the big blue stone panting on the top of the mountain. In fact, she is so weak now that she can't even move her fingers. However, now the most critical time has come. As long as she uses her spiritual power to pry open Yang Feng's mouth, she will know the whereabouts of her only relative, her sister. I can do it." Ran Shiyu gritted her teeth and struggled. Her head was still hurting terribly, and her whole body was shaking. But she still mustered up her last bit of mental strength. "Go!" A mental wave swept towards the military building halfway up the mountain, firmly targeting Yang Feng. Chapter 361 Danger Approaches. Yang Feng was very weak at this time. Once a person is weak, his spirit will be weak. Even a person with powers as strong as Yang Feng is no exception. Buzz! When Ran Shiyu's mental fluctuation came, the ferocious look in Yang Feng's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dull look. "Done!" Jiang Lushi knew that Ran Shiyu's mental suppression was working. "Yang Feng, I want to ask you a question," Jiang Lushi asked. "What?" Yang Feng said weakly. "Do you know a girl named Ran Yunsha? She is from the Ran group." "Ran Yunsha? Ran's group. I seem to have seen it on the evacuation list," inducing Yang Feng to answer intermittently. Jiang Lushi pieced together all the information about Ran Yunsha in his heart. Unfortunately, Ran Yunsha is not in northern Jiangsu. Yang Feng was not responsible for Ran Yunsha's evacuation at that time, but another army was responsible for executing it. Later, Yang Feng also searched for this army, hoping to use it to strengthen his own strength. But the clue he got was that they evacuated to Panju City. Northern Jiangsu and Panju City are not far apart. Yang Feng has also made contact with the forces in Panju City. A big force in Panju City is by no means inferior to him. If Ran Yunsha is still alive, she may be in Panju City. This was beyond Jiang Liushi's expectation. But he had to go to Panju City. Panju City is close to northern Jiangsu, not too far away, and he can still bear some risks. Besides, we have already reached northern Jiangsu, and we are not short of the last step. With Ran Shi's powerful mental abilities, an obvious contribution to the team. Jiang Lushur is of course willing to help her find her relatives. While Jiang Lushur was thinking, Yang Feng's confused eyes suddenly sobered up and regained their ferocious look. With bloodshot eyes. Thinking of the confused situation just now, he knew that his mind was controlled by the secretly psychic person again. And judging from Jiang Lushur's expression, he probably said everything he shouldn't have said. Yang Feng went crazy with hatred when he thought that Jiang Lushur had harmed him like this, and got what he wanted from him. You brat! You dare to tease me? Damn it! Go to H.L. Damn it! Yang Feng put his head on the ground and struggled desperately, roaring crazily, with veins popping up on his forehead with excitement. Where are the mutated crystal nuclei you collected? Yang Feng's roar had no effect on Jiang Lushur, and he still asked calmly. This man was already useless, and his insults meant nothing to Jiang Lushur. What to know? Just dream. You search here, and you can't find it. Ha ha ha. Yang Feng said crazily. Is it on you? Jiang Lushur said coldly. Yang Feng's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. It seems I guessed it right. Jiang Lushur showed a smile. Jiang Lushur was thinking just now that with Yang Feng's cautious and miserly character, no one would believe him. So he must keep the best things around him. Yang Feng's clothes were riddled with burns. At this time, Zhang Hai walked over to Yang Feng and gave Yang Feng a cruel smile. Then he reached out and patted Yang Feng's pockets unceremoniously. His strength is not small. Yang Feng kept screaming. But after taking a circle, Zhang Hai did not find the mutated crystal core. Yang Feng sneered. You also want to get something from me? Go ahead and dream about your dreams. Even if I die, you won't get anything. At this time, Li Yusen suddenly said, Brother Jiang, this man has a foreign object in his calf. Yang Feng's expression changed completely at this time. He looked at Li Yusen, who stuck her head out of the car window fiercely. This damn woman. When Yang Feng looked at him with such eyes, Li Yusen first subconsciously wanted to avoid him. But then, she looked at Yang Feng calmly. No matter how ruthless this kind of person is in normal times, now in front of their Shuring team, he is just a dying dog. What is there to dodge? Calf? Zhang Hai immediately looked at Yang Feng's calf. His skin was burned black and cracked in many places. Zhang Hai saw a stitched wound on Yang Feng's calf. Hee. Looking at Yang Feng's ugly face, Zhang Hai showed a strange smile to him. That's right here. Right. He suddenly used 2 fingers to poke at the wound on Yang Feng's calf. Ah! Yang Feng's whole body stiffened with pain, and he let out a shrill scream. As Zhang Hai's fingers twitched from the wound, something shiny came out along with blood. Mutated crystal core! Jiang Lushur's eyes lit up when he saw those shiny things. This Yang Feng was really ruthless. He actually hid the mutated crystal core in the flesh and blood of his calf. But presumably with Yang Feng's wooden body, this injury is nothing to him. Seeing Zhang Hai picking up those mutated crystal nuclei, Yang Feng went completely crazy. He was unwilling to give in. That's mine! Mine! Yang Feng roared. His hands and feet were severely injured and he couldn't move. But he burst out with a burst of life force. He rubbed his body forward, opened his 2 rows of front teeth, and bit Zhang Hai's fingers with all his strength. At this time, an iron rod suddenly came from the side and pierced Yang Feng's body hard. Yang Feng was pinned to the ground. His eyes widened. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he no longer had the strength to scream. Damn! This guy is really a lunatic. Sun Quan spat at Yang Feng on the ground. Brother Jiang? Get rid of him. Jiang Lushur said calmly. A person like Yang Feng, who is ambitious and extremely cruel, naturally cannot accept his failure and face reality. The scene just now was more uncomfortable for him than death. Yang Feng stared at Jiang Lushur with extremely unwilling eyes. But as Sun Quan stabbed the iron rod again, his whole body was shaken, and he quickly lost his life in twitching. As soon as Yang Feng died, Jiang Lushur suddenly heard a rustling sound. Sounds came from all directions. The vines on the walls and the roots coming out of the ground began to grow black spots, decaying at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. They originally grew in the soil. Once they rot, the soil entangled and fixed by the roots begins to loosen and rustle. Zhou Shaochuan was sitting in an armored vehicle, staring intently at the military building when an old man, wearing a shabby black jacket, walked up the road behind him. The old man was dripping with water. His hair was disheveled, and he was shivering in the wind and rain. Mr. Zhou, you need to send someone to make arrangements. This is going to cause a flash flood. It has been raining continuously for a week. The Wanshui mountain where our base is located has a relatively large height difference. The valley slope is steep. A lot of vegetation has been destroyed due to construction. And the soil is soft. It is most likely to form a flash flood. With the current amount of precipitation, I estimate that there will be a flash flood within a day. As soon as the old man came up, he grabbed Zhou Sichuan's sleeve and said, "Old man, son, that's enough." Zhou Sichuan became impatient when he heard the old man's babble. Then when he saw that the old man's dirty hands dared to grab his own clothes, he became furious and slapped him across the face. The slap made the old man stagger. He recognized the old man in front of him as Sun Chongqing, a water conservancy expert who was taken in by Yang Feng. Zhou Sichuan has always despised this kind of old scholar. If he can't carry or fight, he will be a waste in the end of the world. But Yang Feng still pretends to support such a group of people. Besides, what time is it now? Yang Feng was arrested, and the situation inside was unknown. And he was full of anger, covering his burning face. Sun Chongqing's already stooped back lowered a little, and the light in his eyes became even dimmer. He was whipped by Yang Feng a few days ago, and he was already very disappointed with this bunch of puppet warlords in troubled times. It's just that he is soft-hearted. The amount of rainfall on the top of the mountain, and the amount of turbid water and soil rolling down from the only stream all show signs that a flash flood is about to break out. He couldn't bear the death of too many people, so he ran out to remind Zhou Sichuan and the others. Unexpectedly, they were humiliated by Zhou Sichuan and others. "Mr. Sun, if you want to talk about the flash flood, Commander Yang is up there." The young adjutant next to Zhou Sichuan smiled at Sun Chongqing. "Go to Commander Yang?" Sun Chongqing murmured. His mind was very confused now, and he was only thinking about the flash flood. Maybe he should talk to Commander Yang again. "What are you doing?" Seeing Sun Chongqing walking into the military building, Zhou Sichuan glared at the deputy. "Anyway, he's out of his mind. Let him explore what's going on inside." The deputy smiled conspiratorially. Zhou Sichuan was stunned for a while. This guy was really shady. But he was right. Old man Sun's life or death had nothing to do with them. It would be better if it could play some role. In the corridor, Jiang Lushi and the others quickly finished sorting things out. On this trip, the two teams brought by Xiang Shuai were completely wiped out, and even Jianling died tragically. However, relatively speaking, the Shuying team still achieved its set goal, not only obtaining the whereabouts of Ren Yunsha, but also harvesting a batch of guns and mutant crystal nuclei. Jiang Lushi was still satisfied with this result, but the withering of the surrounding plants and the falling of clods of soil made Jiang Lushi feel uncomfortable, and he decided to leave immediately. "Commander Yang, there is going to be a flash flood. We need to send more people to dig the flood channel and deal with it." Outside the corridor gate, an old man stumbled in. The old man started yelling as soon as he came in. What's going on?" Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were a little stunned when they saw the old man rushing in. They raised their guns and weapons, and they didn't know whether they should take action or not. This old man has a thin build, wears a tattered black jacket, walks weakly, and does not have any superpower fluctuations on his body. He looks like an ordinary person anyway. "Stop!" Zhang Hai and Sun Kun immediately aimed their guns at him. Old man Sun was shocked, and then he realized what was happening inside. "Who are you? Commander Yang in your mouth is already dead." Jiang Lushi asked with a frown. Yang Feng's body was at his feet. Jiang Lushi looked at the old man. This old man must be from Yang Feng, but he was a bit too ordinary. He was older, and he didn't look threatening. Why did Zhou Sichuan and the others let this old man in? Sun Chongqing was shocked when he saw Yang Feng's body. Originally, the old man didn't have enough to eat, and he was frightened every day, so his energy was very weak. Now he was stunned when he saw Yang Feng's body. He had heard the noise before, but he never expected that Yang Feng was dead. "What did you mean by flash flood? Do you know about water conservancy?" Jiang Lushi sensed a hint of danger from the old man's words. Seeing that the old man was stunned and silent, he asked, I am engaged in water conservancy. I was brought back by Yang Feng. I used to work at the Water Resources Institute of the Institute of Water Conservancy and Hydropower. I am a scientist of hydraulics and river dynamics." Sun Chongqing came back to his senses at this time, very nervous and confused. What's going on? Who are these people? Are you a water conservancy expert? Don't be nervous. Speak politely, and we won't kill you, Jiang Lushi said, and at the same time motioned to Zhang Hai and Sun Kun to lower their guns. The old man in front of him is a water conservancy expert. He has always respected such useful intellectuals. It is estimated that this expert should have been evacuated by the organization. Unfortunately, Yang Feng, who originally led him to evacuate, became a fake warlord after the apocalypse. Of course, if the old man has a problem, Jian Lucier can respond immediately. Compared with Yang Feng, who was moody and prone to killing people, Jian Lucier was undoubtedly much more gentle in appearance. And he looked to be about the age of a college student. Coupled with his kind attitude, Sun Chongqing slowly calmed down. In fact, to Sun Chongqing, he didn't care whether Yang Feng died or not. He had already seen through Yang Feng's true face. He just couldn't bear so many people dying in flash floods. So he came over to warn them. God! It seems that the flash flood is not going to break out soon. But immediately, Sun Chongqing glanced around and suddenly said in horror, "You should leave quickly. Yang Feng's plant power has controlled many plants in Long Live Mountain. Normally, these plant rhizomes can solidify water and soil. But now that he dies, the plants will rot. Originally, there has been too much precipitation in the past few days. And Long Live Mountains, the soil moisture content has reached the limit. And a flash flood will break out. Now that Yang Feng dies and the plants rot, a flash flood will break out soon," Sun Chongqing said hurriedly. At this time, the surrounding rock walls and plants in the soil had begun to decay rapidly, and large areas of soil fell. Jian Lucier's heart tightened. He could imagine the power of the flash flood. Before the end of the world, some news reports often reported that flash floods triggered mudslides that engulfed entire villages, causing a large number of deaths. The power of nature is so terrifying that it is difficult for humans to contend with it. Long Live Mountain was transformed into a military base, which also caused a lot of water and soil erosion. Many rocks and soil were accumulated on the mountainside, which fully meets the conditions for the generation of mudslides. What? A flash flood is about to happen. Zhang Hai and Sun Kui were stunned for a moment and couldn't help but become nervous. Indeed, with these heavy rains every day, the environmental changes brought about by the end of the world may have also changed the climate. The flash flood that the old water conservancy expert said is really very possible. Poof! At this time, some moist soil fell from the cracks in the rock wall, and mud and rocks continued to roll down. It was estimated that the place was about to collapse. "Old man, come with us!" Seeing this situation, Jian Lucier felt his heart tremble and made an immediate decision. He winked at Zhang Hai. Before Sun Chongqing could react, Zhang Hai directly helped the weak Sun Chongqing into the minibus compartment. As soon as Sun Chongqing came in, he was stunned. Is this an RV? Sun Chongqing didn't even know where to put his feet. He usually slept on the hard ground with a dirty quilt. It had been a long time since he had been to such a bright and clean place. "Old man, please sit here." Zhang Hai pushed him directly onto the sofa. I can't do it. Sun Chongqing tried to stand up in panic. "I'm dirty. Just sit down," Zhang Hai said carelessly. He was much stronger than Sun Chongqing. Sun Chongqing could only sit on the sofa because he was holding him down. The anxiety in his heart gradually disappeared. These people were obviously different from Yang Feng. Who were they? Is there going to be a flash flood? Everyone in the carriage saw the surrounding situation. It was obvious that the plants were decaying, and the soil with high water content was rapidly loosening and collapsing. The atmosphere inside the minibus was solemn for a moment. "Shiyu, can you still hear me? A flash flood is about to break out. Have you been picked up by Ling?" Jian Lucier also jumped into the car and sat on the passenger seat, and quickly started the minibus and reversed toward the rear exit. The base vehicle instantly started to accelerate wildly, and the tires made a sharp squeaking sound on the ground. "Zero carried me down the back mountain, and now we are heading towards Wanshou village. You are right. There is indeed a flash flood. I saw a lot of soil blocked in the stream, forming a small barrier lake. The rocks are collapsing." Ran Shiyu's words were a little tired, but very urgent. "Okay, you guys wait for us near Wanshou village, and we'll go pick you up," Jian Lucier said solemnly. When he heard Ran Shiyu's words, the last stone fell in his heart. If Ran Shiyu is picked up, then all members are safe. The minibus crashed out of the gate like a wild beast. Ing turned the steering wheel fiercely, and the base car flicked beautifully, completing a 90-degree U-turn in the narrow passage. "Come out? Huh? Hit me!" Seeing the minibus rushing out, Zhou Xiaochuan was stunned for a moment, then became elated. "Finally waiting for you. Commander, what if Commander Yang is in the car?" the deputy reminded from the side. Unexpectedly, He was met with Zhou Sichuan's cold and murderous eyes. Are you my dog or Commander Yang's dog? Who gives you food and women to play with? The deputy suddenly understood, jumped onto the armored vehicle, and kicked over the machine gunner, who had not yet reacted. Hit me! Hit me hard! Machine gun bullets poured down on the CMB like a heavy rain. Some hits on the front corners of the minibus were fine, but white marks appeared on the bulletproof glass. Warning! The base vehicle is damaged. The degree of damage is level 2. The durability of the front bulletproof glass has been reduced by 20%. Jiang Lushur couldn't help but secretly rejoice that the base vehicle had been upgraded in many places. Nowadays, bulletproof glass, airbag tires, and special alloy materials included in the outer I have all increased their strength. If it were a previous base vehicle and was shot by a machine gun like this, the damage would probably reach level 5 at least, and the power system would be paralyzed. But now, Jiang Lushur ignored the star seed prompt message. He can still bear this loss. Now is not the time to think about damage. If the base vehicle stays here and is swallowed by a flash flood, that was almost a disaster. Fire the air cannon and hit it! Facing the sergeant's heavy truck and armored vehicle blocking his way, Jiang Lushur said coldly to Ying. Chapter 362 Flash Flood. Damn! What the hell is this? The young adjutant shuddered as he stared at the minibus rushing towards him like a ferocious beast. The armored vehicle he was on was equipped with a QJC-88 12.7mm machine gun, which was enough to penetrate 15mm steel plates. His firing should have turned the crispy minibus into tatters. Why did the shuttle sweep over? Even the windshield of the minibus didn't explode. But there were just a lot of spider webs. A broken-down minibus. Actually bulletproof? Moreover, this is no longer the strength of ordinary bulletproof glass. What it is? Although it was dark and windy, his sharp eyes still saw a dark pipe protruding from the front of the minibus. The black hole of the pipe was aimed at the armored vehicle he was on, and several heavy trucks behind it. Looking at the mouth of the pipe, the young adjutant felt something bad intuitively, and there was a feeling of hair standing on end all over his body. This thing, gun barrel! Get out of the way! After vaguely noticing what it was, he had just finished speaking. Bang! The huge airflow tore out an air channel, causing air fluctuations like stormy waves, like thunder shaking the mountains and rivers. Deafening, the adjutant was the first to bear the brunt. In an instant, his whole body was hit by a hammer. His cheeks and chest shriveled up, and blood flew everywhere. Compressed air cannon. The airflow of 810 meters per second far exceeds the speed of sound. The huge energy directly overturned the armored vehicles and heavy trucks, and some of them fell into the ditch, forcibly clearing a road on a road congested with vehicles. This shot shocked almost all the soldiers present. Shoot! Don't let it get away! Zhou Xiaochuan was thrown out of the car, and his face was smashed directly to the ground with blood on his face. He got up angrily, yelled in the direction of the minibus, and urged the soldiers around him to shoot. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. Boom boom! Was there an earthquake? Suddenly he felt something was wrong, and the soldiers around him stared behind him with a horrified look. Zhou Xiaochuan looked back, and his face turned pale. God! This is it. Mudslide. On the military building halfway up the mountain, large groups of turbid mud looked like rows of steep peaks, shaking their earth-black backbones and crashing down, mixed with large swaths of falling rocks, thick trees, and even abandoned mining machinery. They crashed onto the military buildings. The two-story military building instantly deformed and collapsed, forming a higher and stronger torrent that surged towards where Zhou Xiaochuan and the others were. Zhou Sichuan's face turned pale, and his lips trembled. He didn't care about the minibus. He wailed and ran straight to the higher military camp next to him. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. After running a few steps, the military camp on the left also collapsed, and another mudslide hit them. Before he even screamed, he was knocked down by a broken rock and was quickly swallowed up. Shadow controls the base car and rushes all the way down, swinging the wheel, grabbing the road to corner, and drifting. She was bound to the starseat, and reflected in her mind the situation around the base vehicle, as if it were thrillingly flashing through muddy turns like a racing car. As Ying drove, the people in the car could feel the rumble and vibration of the car's chassis, and heard countless screams, curses, and the roar of flash floods behind them. In the carriage, everyone's heart was in their throats as they observed the situation behind them. The mudslides caused by flash floods flowed faster and faster, and huge boulders rolled down from both sides from time to time. Several times, they almost touched the butt of the minibus. Each time, the minibus avoided the attack of boulders with divine help. Hurry up! Jian Lucier suddenly roared in the cab. He was receiving information from Starseed at the same time, and knew what Ying was going to do next. The iron door in front, that was originally opened by Zero's sneak attack, was closed again. And the soldier guarding the door had run away. Everyone in the carriage was accustomed to the violent vibrations, and they all grabbed hold of everything they could. The confused old expert Sun Chongqi was put into a seat belt by Zhang Hai. Boom! The sharp and huge collision angle of the minibus shattered the reclosed bay's subway door, and the entire minibus felt a reaction force. After smashing the gate, the minibus did not slow down and rushed towards Wanshou village. A few minutes later, Jian Lucier saw cat-eared Lowly Ling standing under a big tree in front of Wanshou village, and Ran Shiyu shivering in the rain. A zombie fell to the ground with his face covered in blood. Jian Lucier finally breathed a sigh of relief. The minibus suddenly stopped. Thank you for your hard work. Jian Lucier jumped out of the car and said to Ling, who was silently playing with the dagger. 01 folded his soft cat ears, returned to his normal form from the vigilant superpower state, and nodded to Jian Lucier. Ran Shiyu's mental condition is very poor. Jian Lucier's eyes fell on Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu lowered his head. His originally thin body looked even thinner. His face was bloodless, and his weak body was trembling slightly in the rain. I found out the news about your sister. She's not in northern Jiangsu, but in Panju City. We'll go over there after we finish handling the matters here, Jian Lucier said softly. Ran Shiyu's body trembled slightly, and she raised her head, with a hint of joy in her tired eyes. But then, she hesitated. We also have to go to Panju City. Would this bother you too much? The other members of the team have suffered a lot because of me. Ran Shiyu bit her lower lip, feeling very embarrassed. Jian Lucier rescued her, but instead, she asked the people of Shi Ying's team to search for her sister in this apocalyptic world, where every step of the murder was taking place. You are a member of the Shering team. Don't have any psychological burden. Everyone knows how much you have contributed to the team. I will definitely help you find your sister. There was a reassuring feeling in Jian Lucier's calm words. The power of. Ran Shiyu raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jian Lucier's face, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. A warm current surged through her heart. For Jian Lucier, the way Ran Shiyu stared at him, without saying a word, made him feel a little strange. After all, being stared at by a beautiful woman like this, her gray eyes seemed to be able to speak. A man would always have other ideas. But at the same time, he was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. Yeah. Ran Shiyu finally looked away. There was more energy in her tired expression, and she said to Jian Lucier, Thank you. Thank you all. Then, your task now is to have a good rest. Our team needs you. Jian Lucier touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. Don't worry. Ran Shiyu is in charge of me. Li Yusen got out of the car at some point and walked to Ran Shiyu's side. In fact, she had just seen the scene outside from the car window, but she waited for a while before getting down. Jian Lucier nodded. With Li Yusen here, Ran Shiyu's overdrawn mental power could be recovered quickly without leaving any hidden dangers. My dear, most of the mountain has collapsed. If it wasn't for Shadow's driving skills just now, all the brothers would have to deal with it on the mountain. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun also got out of the car. They looked in the direction of Long Live Mountain and were dumbfounded. The military has completely disappeared. Most of the mountain has collapsed, which can be seen with the naked eye. Most of the military barracks on Long Live Mountain have been washed away. At the foot of the mountain, piles of debris flow hills have accumulated. The power of heaven and earth is so terrifying. Jian Lucier looked at the collapsed Long Live Mountain with a heavy heart. What Zhang Kun and the others said was actually only half right. Without Mr. Sun's reminder, if we delayed for a while, no matter how powerful the base vehicle was, it would probably be too much and would be in great danger. The erupting mudslide, with its power that swallowed up the sky and destroyed the earth, still made him feel frightened when he thought about it. Brother, I advise you to leave northern Jiangsu as soon as possible. Floods occur in northern Jiangsu every year, but this rain has never been so severe in hundreds of years of hydrological historical records in northern Jiangsu. I have personally seen it. Fuyang River, the warning water level has been higher than the previous historical warning level. At this moment, the Fuyang River may have overflowed its banks. Jian Lucier turned around and saw Sun Chongqing walking up to him with his back bent, his eyes full of sorrow. It's a pity. The people of northern Jiangsu are in trouble. We don't know when the zombies will be wiped out. And now there's a flood. Sun Chongqing shook his head and sighed. Yang Feng is a cold and ruthless person. When he was alive, there were plant roots that stabilized the earth and rocks. So he didn't care about floods at all. After everyone heard this, they felt a little heavy for a moment. Overflowing the embankment, Jiang Lushur suddenly had an ominous premonition in his mind. If a torrential flood came, for some reason, he thought of the big water monster far away in the Jinling River. He couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Brother Jiang, come here. Li Yusen, who was in the minibus, suddenly stuck her head out and greeted Jiang Lushur. Zhang Hai was about to get in the car when he was stopped by Sun Kuan. What are you doing up there? Let's blow some wine down there. After getting in the car, Jiang Lushur smelled a strong smell of blood. The first time he saw Jiang Juing, whose hands were tightly bound with gauze and tied up like a mummy. He couldn't help but be startled. Next to Jiang Juing, there was a small basin of blood. Juing, are you hurt so badly? Jiang Liushur's heart clenched. Brother, I'm actually fine. Sister Li Yusen diagnosed me and said I just had a fracture. She has corrected and bandaged it for me. Brother, please bring me the iPad. I can lie down openly now. Watching anime. Jiang Juing not only didn't appear to be in any pain, but instead had a happy expression on his face. Just looking at his face, you couldn't tell that he was a wounded person. Jiang Lushur, these hands are bandaged, and I still want to watch anime. Li Yusen watched from the side, smiled unconsciously, and said to Jiang Lushur, Brother Jiang, I asked you to come because there is something wrong with Boss Xiang. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. He was very confident in Li Yusen's medical ability. Even Li Yusen couldn't handle it. What was the situation? He looked at Xiang Shuihai on the second bed. Xiang Shuihai was still in a coma and looked pale. On the square plate next to her, there were a batch of sterilized gauze, medical forceps, and other surgical items. The gauze was all stained with blood. What's wrong? Jiang Lushur looked at Li Yusen with questioning eyes. Li Yusen's face was solemn, and she lifted the white cloth covering Xiang Shuihai's lower body. Seeing the situation under the white cloth, Jiang Liushur's expression suddenly became strange. Xiang Shuihai's lower body and slender thighs were exposed, leaving only a pair of white underwear. This picture is simply too impactful. There is no doubt that the pre-apocalyptic star Xiang Shuihai has enough sexy capital. Her long legs, slender and white, with tight muscles, and a hint of strength in her sexiness, are simply perfect. Even Jiang Lushur was a little uneasy for a while, but he quickly calmed down. Xiang Shuihai's chest kept rising and falling, and her breathing was a little rapid. It was obvious that the situation was not good. What's wrong with her? Jiang Lushur asked. Look. Here. Li Yusen awkwardly pointed her finger at Xiang Shuihai's inner thigh. Jiang Lushur just glanced at it at first and didn't look carefully. But when Li Yusen pointed there, he had to look. There was a deep wound at the root of Xiang Shuihai's snow-white thigh, although it had been disinfected and no longer bleeding. The area around the wound was pink and partially white, which was unusual at first glance. Her wound is infected, Li Yusen said. How could this happen? Jiang Lushur was stunned. It had been less than an hour since Xiang Shuihai was injured, and Li Yusen was still there to deal with it. How could the infection spread so quickly? In the apocalypse, many people will have difficulty surviving after being injured. The main reason is because of limited medical means and wound infection. But Li Yusen was here. How could Xiang Shuihai's wound become infected? Li Yusen sighed. The situation is a bit tricky. Her wound was stabbed by Yang Feng's vines. Those vines originally had a lot of debris mixed with the muscles and blood vessels inside. After Yang Feng died, these vine debris quickly rots and emits a corrosive toxin. If not treated as soon as possible, her flesh and blood may be corroded by the toxin. Li Yusen did not continue what he said later, but Jiang Lushur already understood that if these rotten vine debris were not removed, Xiang Shuihai would die. I just disinfected her and stopped the bleeding. But I'm afraid I can't do these vine debris. It requires very delicate surgery. And it also needs to be very fast. These debris are eroding her body every second. And the speed is? The toxin will spread if you slow down. And I am only one person, but I think you should be able to do it, Li Yusen said with some embarrassment. Me? Jiang Lushur was slightly surprised. You only need to pick out the vine debris, and I can do the rest of the disinfection work. Your sniper marksmanship is so accurate. And your reaction, observation, and visual nerves must be much stronger than ordinary people. You can pick this out from a pile of flesh and blood. It's up to you to deal with the vine debris. It will definitely work, Li Yusen affirmed. In fact, If Jiang Zhuing was not injured, he could also help. But now the only one who can help is Jiang Lushi. Let's carry her to the sofa first. We can't delay, Li Yusen said without explanation. Jiang Lushi glanced at Xiang Shuihai. The unconscious Xiang Shuihai's eyelashes were trembling slightly. Her lips were slightly open, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. It's important to save people. He picked up Xiang Shuihai by the waist and put her on the sofa. Chapter 363 Kiss. After washing his hands with disinfectant, Jiang Lushi took a deep breath and concentrated on treating the wound on Xiang Shuihai's thigh. And Li Yusen was whispering instructions from the side. With Li Yusen here, there is a professional guarantee. Jiang Lushi only needs to carefully handle the vine debris. The nerve field of his brain was opened, and every tiny blood vessel and granulation tissue in Xiang Shuihai's wound were exposed to Jiang Lushi's eyes. His arm holding the medical pliers was extremely stable, and he accurately picked out some vine fragments from the flesh and blood. And he did so very quickly. Li Yusen, who was watching from the side, sighed to herself. Jiang Lushi's movements are more accurate than some surgical directors who have been operating for decades. He also has excellent psychological quality. Every movement is calm and orderly. No wonder his sniping ability is so strong. Xiang Shuihai, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but tremble slightly with the long eyelashes covering her eyelids, and groaned in pain. A thin layer of sweat dripped down Xiang Shuihai's forehead. Even in a coma, she was still suffering from unspeakable pain. Xiang Shuihai picked out toxin-releasing vine fragments from the flesh and blood. No matter how subtle Jiang Lushi's movements were, they would still twist the flesh and blood and involve a large number of painful nerves. It's the end of the world, and it's an emergency medical treatment. Team Shering has no time to get anesthesia. Under such circumstances, the harsh metal medical pliers were toying with the flesh and blood. This kind of excruciating pain was not something that ordinary people could bear. Hearing Xiang Shuihai's painful moans, the medical pliers in Jiang Lushi's hand paused slightly, and then more resolutely picked at a tiny vine fragment at Xiang Shuihai's wound. Only by doing it faster and more accurately can he make Xiang Shuihai suffer less. Just after he picked out a relatively large vine fragment, Jiang Lushi used a little more force. Xiang Shuihai, who was sweating profusely, tightened his thighs in pain and began to struggle and twist. As a last resort, Jiang Lushi could only give up the medical pliers in his hands and tightly grasped Xiang Shuihai's thigh. Don't catch me! Xiang Shuihai suddenly whispered inarticulately. A look of fear appeared on her usually calm face. At this moment, Xiang Shuihai seemed to have lost her arrogance and indifference as a female boss. Revealing her softer side, Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, then released his grip on Xiang Shuihai's thigh and patted her head gently. It's okay. Yang Feng is dead. Xiang Shuihai. Yang Feng is dead. Jiang Lushi's comfort seemed to have an effect. Xiang Shuihai murmured unconsciously and calmed down. Seeing that Xiang Shuihai was finally calm, Jiang Lushi felt relieved and continued to pick up the medical pliers and carefully clean her wounds. In fact, Xiang Shuihai was already awake at this time. After hearing Jiang Lushi's voice, she woke up from a daze. But she soon noticed something strange about her body. She was naked on her thighs, only wearing a pair of underwear. Jiang Lushi was still standing in front of her, holding medical pliers in his hand. This situation prevented her from having the courage to open her eyes immediately. And she also heard Jiang Lushi's words clearly. Jiang Lushi gave her a very cold feeling. But just now, he gently stroked her head and hair and comforted her in a soft voice. While she was awake, the subtle movements of Jiang Lushi's medical pliers on her thigh wound made the pain and stimulation even more intense. But she gritted her teeth and no one noticed that she had woken up. Only Li Yusen glanced at her. In fact, her medical powers had always shrouded Xiang Shuihai, and she had already discovered Xiang Shuihai's sobriety. But since Xiang Shuihai was pretending to be unconscious, she didn't expose it. Yusen, treat the wound here. It's bleeding. Well, I'll come here. The conversation between Jiang Lushi and Li Yusen was very soft, and every word fell into Xiang Shuihai's ears. Xiang Shuihai's eyelids couldn't help but open a crack slightly. Jiang Lushi, who was in a serious state, exuded a strange charm. His bright eyes without any evil thoughts, and the clean movements of his hands gave her an inexplicable sense of security. She still clearly remembered that when she was rescued from Yang Feng, it was this young man who carried her to the car. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt this feeling of being cared for selflessly and valued. Every man around her since she was a big star before the end of the world. Regardless of pretending to be gentle or being deliberately rude and generous, the care and love shown cannot hide the naked desire. just for the sake of a kiss. Xiang Shuai hated those people extremely. After the end of the world, the warlords in northern Jiangsu, especially Yang Feng, even looked at her with covetous eyes and regarded her as a forbidden favorite. No man could give her such a sense of security at this moment. A very pure sense of security. This was a very special feeling, which made Xiang Shuai feel very at ease. Even the pain of physical trauma seemed to have eased a lot. Jiang Liusher's attention was so focused that he was probably only so serious when he broke into a zombie group and fought for his life. Unconsciously, a layer of fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It's almost done! Jiang Liusher wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief secretly. He felt a little tired. But he didn't expect that cleaning someone's wounds would be so tiring. Your debridement was very careful and basically didn't require much treatment. Li Yusen couldn't help but praise her after disinfecting the wound on Xiang Shuai's thigh. Brother! Sister Yusen! Are you hungry? Sister Shiyu! Ling! And I are grilling meat down there. Do you want to come down and eat? Jiang Zhuiying stuck his head out and greeted the car. Her arms were bandaged now, and she only had 2 long legs running around. And she actually followed them to barbecue. Jiang Liusher was speechless when he saw her. He was too nervous. You go down to eat first. I'll check again to see if there are any residues in the wound. Jiang Liusher said to Li Yusen. He was still a little worried. If any fragments of the vine remain, it will endanger the life of Xiang Shuai. Li Yusen was not surprised by his attentiveness. Ever since she met Jiang Liusher had always had this cautious character. Okay, I'll go down and bring up the barbecue and we'll eat together. After you check it, I'll do the final disinfection and bandage for her wound. Li Yusen nodded. She glanced at Xiang Shuai. Her eyes flickered for a moment. But then she got out of the car. As soon as Li Yusen got out of the car, Jiang Liusher suddenly noticed a slight movement on the sofa behind him. He turned around and saw Xiang Shuai opening his eyes at some point, with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him unblinkingly. Thank you! 3 words popped out of Xiang Shuai's mouth. You're welcome. Jiang Liusher was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately responded. You take a rest, and I'll check it again for you. Xiang Shuai's thighs were still naked, wearing only a pair of sexy white underwear. Such an encounter is really embarrassing. After Jiang Liusher finished speaking, he did not take action immediately, while Xiang Shuai just stared at him. Suddenly, Xiang Shuai leaned over. A pair of mutton-fat white jade-like catkins hugged his shoulders, and her hot lips sealed his mouth fiercely. For a moment, Jiang Liusher's movements were completely stiff and his brain short-circuited. He remained motionless with his hands slightly apart for a few seconds. He felt something hot and sweet entering his mouth like a fish, prying his teeth open. When he came back to his senses, he could smell the aroma of roasted mutated beast meat in his nostrils. At this time, Xiang Shuai, who had just thrown herself into his arms, lay back on the sofa with tiredness in her eyes. What just happened seemed like a dream. Boss Xiang is awake, Ying said as soon as he came in with a barbecue plate and found Xiang Shuai lying on the sofa with his eyes open. Brother Jiang, Li Yusen said you still want to check Boss Xiang's wounds. Are you done? Ying asked. Before she got in the car, Li Yusen asked her to take a look. I continue to check her. Fortunately, it was Ying who came up. She didn't care about Xiang Shuai at all, and wouldn't ask about anything even if she saw something. Jiang Liusher glanced at Xiang Shuai, who was looking out the window. He didn't know what this woman was doing just now. But Xiang Shuai turned her face sideways, and her ears turned slightly red. What should be checked should be checked. Jiang Liusher looked down at the wound on Xiang Shuai's thigh carefully for a while. There are no vine residues. Li Yusen will take care of the rest. After Jiang Liusher finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the carriage, and glanced at Jiang Liusher's back. Then turned to look at Xiang Shuai on the sofa. Lying on the sofa, Xiang Shuai's bright and charming face took on an extra layer of sickliness and pity. She was lying on the sofa. She felt that her ears were burning, and there seemed to be a soft and moist feeling left on her soft lips. When he walked outside, Jiang Liusher found that the rain had become lighter. Under the temporary shed, scrap tires and wood found from unknown sources were piled together and burned vigorously. The blazing flames illuminated the surrounding area. Brother, Ling is good at barbecue. Jiang Zhuiying was drooling at the barbecue on the plate. Zero flicked the knife next to him, slicing the mutated beast meat into pieces of uniform thickness, and smearing some seasoning on them. Sun Changxin, an old water conservancy expert, almost burst into tears while eating next to him. not to mention mutated beast meat. He hadn't had a good meal in a long time. In an apocalyptic world where zombies are rampant, it would be nice to have a bite to eat. What's more, it's barbecue, and there are so many complete condiments. I'm afraid even Yang Feng doesn't have such good food treatment. Such delicious mutated beast meat reminded him of some beautiful memories before the end of the world, making the old man a little sad. Good stuff, if it weren't for this zombie virus. Hey, my little granddaughter would probably be eating barbecue too. Sun Chongqing shook his head. Barbecue? Jiang Zhuiying stared at the plate. Ran Shiyu on the side showed a smile. Just as he was about to feed her, Jiang Lucier came over, picked up a fork, and forked a piece of meat. Open your mouth, Jiang Lucier said. Ah! Jiang Zhuiying immediately opened her mouth obediently into an O shape. After a while, Sun Chongqing had almost eaten and went to the side to move around. Suddenly he was shocked and shouted, Here comes the water! What? Zhang Hai and others who were eating barbecue were stunned. What do you mean? This water is coming! It's coming so fast! Sun Chongqing said tremblingly, staring in a direction in the darkness. Even before the meal was finished, the water came, following his instructions. Everyone saw that at the mouth of the canyon not far from Long Live Mountain, there was a mighty flow of water spreading. As soon as the water came out of the canyon, it was so powerful that it was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards Jiang Lucier and the others. Along the way, it spread through ravines and the low-lying Wanshou village. Wanshou village is being swallowed up by the flood little by little. The flood in this direction must be the Fuyang River bursting its banks. Sun Chongqing's expression was tinged with sadness. He deeply felt his powerlessness. As a water conservancy expert, he knew that the dike might burst. But in such an apocalyptic world, there was nothing he could do except see it happen. Ah! Is there going to be a flood? Zero. These barbecues must be put away. I haven't eaten enough yet. Jiang Zhuiying knew that something was wrong. But the barbecue could not be wasted. The flood in front of them quickly spread to everyone. Everyone knows that things are serious. You must know that Yang Feng was very particular about choosing Long Live Mountain as his military base. This area is considered to be on high ground. But even Wanshou village was submerged. What will happen to the low-lying areas in northern Jiangsu? The results can be imagined. If nothing else comes as expected, it's definitely a vast ocean. You can't stay here. It's easy to get landslides, and you won't even have a chance to run, Sun Chongqing said anxiously. Xiang Xuehai also saw the flash flood gushing out from the car window. After hearing Sun Chongqing's words, she quickly struggled to open the car window, stretched out her head and said, Is it impossible to go back to my county? Suburban county? It shouldn't be. Okay. Dot! Zhang Hai scratched his head and said. Xiang Xuehai's expression suddenly darkened, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. I have taken in many ordinary people. Although I cannot completely protect them, at least they can live as safely as possible there. But now? At this time, Sun Chongqing asked doubtfully. County seat? Which county seat? It's the one to the west. Wushui County, Xiang Xuehai said. Sun Chongqing nodded, and after a few seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh! Why can't we go to Wushui County? Compared to northern Jiangsu, that side is considered an upstream area, and the overall terrain is higher than that in the east. Some are much less dangerous. Really? Xiang Xuehai's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly looked at Jiang Lucier, but she didn't know how to speak. She just, after kissing Jiang Lucier, her life was saved by Jiang Lucier. How could she ask Jiang Lucier to take her back again? She still didn't know what Jiang Lucier thought of that kiss. However, as Xiang Xuehai established her own power in the apocalypse, she was no longer the weak and coy woman. Xiang Xuehai had no regrets about that kiss. We can't stay here. We have to go to a safe place. In that case, let's go to Wushui County. If that doesn't work, we can continue to evacuate to other places, Jiang Lucier said. Xiang Xuehai suddenly showed a grateful look. No matter what Jiang Lucier's consideration was, she was very grateful. Chapter 364 New Route. Returning to Wushui County, Jiang Lucier and the others planned a new route. The original route from Wushui County to the military base where Yang Feng was located was close. But there were many mountain roads, which were narrow and rugged, and there was a high probability of flash floods and landslides. If a certain road is washed away by floods and turns into a deep ravine, even a base vehicle will have a hard time rushing out. So this time when going to Wushui County, Shi Ying's team chose a longer route that connected to the Suwang Secondary Highway, without walking on mountain roads. The speed of the base vehicle can be described as taking off. Along the route of minibuses, there are villages submerged by floods. With the current super bulletproof tires of the base vehicle, the rocks on some roads can be plowed away directly, and the waterproof base vehicle can easily pass through some deep torrent sections. The small group of zombies was directly knocked away by the base vehicle and crushed into flesh and blood, posing no threat to everyone's safety. Sun Chongqing sat in the carriage of the base vehicle, staring at the villages and woods passing by outside, feeling amazed. Even before the end of the world, he had never made such a smooth, fast minibus, and it was also so luxurious. The base vehicle arrived at a place called Fengting Village. This section was a gentle uphill dirt road, and the Suhuang secondary highway was already in sight. A few stars appeared on the ground line. The rain stopped. At this moment, it is the last touch of darkness before dawn. It is also the time when people are most tired. Everyone in Shuring's team in the carriage had fallen asleep soundly. Only Ing was controlling the base vehicle, moving forward calmly. Half asleep and half awake, Ren Xiyu suddenly opened her eyes. As a person with psychic abilities, she is more sensitive to the surrounding spiritual energy than normal people. This causes her sleep to often be in a light sleep state, and she is more aware of danger. She opened her eyes, and saw the same pair of bright eyes in front of her. Jiang Lushur was also awake. To be precise, Jiang Lushur woke up earlier than Ran Xiyu. The nerves in his brain have been strengthened, and his body has awakened the power of his blood. Jiang Lushur needs much less sleep than ordinary people. He only rested for less than 3 hours along the way before he woke up. You. Waves of strange screams came from the distance. Quickly approaching the Suhuang secondary highway, Jiang Liashiren has entered the small bunker-like war room on the roof of the car, holding a bite bar in his hand. After a while, a pair of green eyes appeared at the end of Jiang Lushur's sight. At the end of the view is flooded wilderness. Dark shadows emerged from the flood. This is a group of wild dogs crawling forward in the water, their limbs frantically clawing at the water, splashing in the water quickly. Each one of them is very thin, but they give people an unusually ferocious look. The leader of the wild dog was as tall as a small pony, with a pair of fangs exposed and curved out of its mouth, dripping with saliva, and its strong limbs galloping in the water like a galloping horse, roaring and roaring. Energy fluctuations of mutant beasts detected. Starseed's reminder sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. At this moment, in the carriage, except for the Water Conservancy expert Sun Chongqing, who was still sleeping soundly, everyone else in the Shuring team was awake. The long and bloody battle allowed the members of the Shuring team to quickly adapt to emergencies. Zhang Hai climbed up and picked up the huge wrench next to him. This was a tool he used to repair cars, and he usually carried it with him. It had become his unique weapon. Sun Quan opened his eyes, put his hand directly into his trouser pocket, and held a Type 54 pistol. There are not many pistols in Jiang Lushur's inventory. They are easy to carry, and have the ability to kill at critical moments. When Jiang Lushur took it out from the wooden box where Yang Feng hid the gun, he took a fancy to it at a glance, and was equipped with one. Everyone entered a state of battle preparation. Jiang Lushur's fingers were placed on the trigger of the body bar, and his vision was fixed on the leading wild dog mutant. But what is surprising is that the wild dog group led by the mutant wild dog is about to rush in front of the minibus. When it was 10 meters away from the minibus, the mutated wild dog roared urgently, led the group of wild dogs in the water to turn around, climbed up the dirt road bed near the minibus, and then ran away in the opposite direction. The wild dogs seemed to be in panic and were running away, Ran Xiyu said. With her keen mental power, she could sense some abnormalities in the mutated wild dog with the strongest mental fluctuations. The mutated wild dog and the group of wild dogs behind it were obviously mentally unstable. This kind of chaos is not excitement, but a very anxious chaos, as if he is avoiding the pursuit of something. As if to confirm Ran Xiyu's words, the last few wild dogs that rushed in were still lying in the water, and suddenly let out a panicked cry. A raging wave suddenly rolled out of the dark water. A dark body as thick as a bucket emerged from the huge waves, and several wild dogs were swept into the water. What? Sun Hai pressed against the car window, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tightening when he saw what happened in the water. The fear of the unknown is difficult for everyone to overcome. The less they saw the thing under the water, the more confused everyone became. A mutated water snake, Jiang Lushur said solemnly, in his field of vision. Although the mutated water snake's sneak attack on the wild dog was fast, it was still captured by his dynamic vision. He even saw clearly the huge head of the water snake. Mutated water snake? Everyone was shocked. Now that there is a big flood, if there is such a strong mutated monster in the water, things will be much more difficult. Compared to zombies and land mutants, the members of Shuriing team are quite confident. After all, they have killed many zombies, and even mutant zombies along the way. But how to deal with the water monsters under the dirty floodwater? Water monsters lurk in the turbid water, and are invisible. And sneak attacks are even more difficult to guard against. Jian Liusher's heart was heavy. The water monster finally appeared. It can be judged that the flood will continue to rise. After all, the Fuyang River connects to the broader Huanglong River, and is also the downstream area of the Huanglong River. The entire northern Jiangsu is divided into two halves by the Huanglong River. The heavy rains in the northern Jiangsu basin can predict that the Huanglong River will also see a surge in water potential. In this way, the collapsed Fuyang River became a natural flood outlet for the Huanglong River. Looking at the trend of floods, they are still rising. When the time comes, there will be monsters in the water. Jian Liusher didn't even dare to think about it. The base vehicle did not stop, and quickly rushed onto the Suhuang secondary highway. Although many sections of this secondary road were destroyed after the apocalypse, the road surface collapsed, and there were a large number of damaged cars lying on the road. The entire road condition is still the best that Jian Liusher has encountered in recent months. The base vehicle was speeding along the road, and gradually the sky became completely clear. Everyone in the Shuriing team could see the situation on both sides through the car windows. The terrain of the Suhuang secondary highway is much higher than that of northern Jiangsu. On the highway, they can already see the Qianfeng building, the landmark building in the center of northern Jiangsu in the distance. The once prosperous Qianfeng building is now completely deserted. The floods have submerged everything in sight. The streets have turned into a piece of muddy water. Only buildings are left standing in the water. The entire northern Jiangsu has become a piece of land. On the Suhuang secondary highway, small groups of survivors can be seen from time to time, as well as groups of zombies. The survivors were fighting with zombies on the road from time to time, and some people kept screaming and falling down. They used to hide in every corner of Subei City, avoiding the pursuit of zombies. But at this moment, he was forced by the flood of nature, and he was forced out of the safe shelter and fell into another bloody H.L. As the minibus passed by, a large number of survivors were crying and trying to catch up. But how can a human leg be compared to a six-wheeled minibus? It was quickly thrown off. Then these survivors fell to the ground exhausted and cursed viciously at the departing minibus. Together with the cries, these sounds reached the ears of the people in the Shuriing team. Sun Chongqing couldn't bear it. He mumbled a few times, and finally sighed without saying anything. The people of Shuriing team took him in, which was the greatest kindness. How dare he make any other demands? As for the rest of the Stone Shadow team, they have been used to this scene since they were fighting in the apocalypse. The various food reserves in the minibus are limited, so it is impossible for them to stop casually and let stranger survivors get on the bus. Besides, no one knows whether strangers are good or bad. When the apocalypse first began, some survivors kindly took in other survivors, only to be plundered and massacred. Although Jian Liusher wasn't worried about this at all. He didn't want to cause trouble either. There are too many of these survivors, and most of them look crazy. Jian Liusher is not a holy lady. He will only knock down the zombies in front of him. But he will not go out to rescue these people. If you don't even have the courage and strength to fight zombies, you can't save them for a while in the apocalypse. But not for the rest of your life. Just like the survivors I met in the small town factory before. Boom, boom, boom. There was an engine roar from ahead. As the base vehicle advanced rapidly, 8 cars appeared on the road ahead. The first one is a modified Hummer H6 extended off-road vehicle. Dried zombie heads hung outside the steel body, covered in bloodstains. On the roof of the off-road vehicle, there is a huge bull's head. The bull's head had 4 ferocious tusks, and 3 horns as long as an adult's arm sprouted from its skull. It was clearly a powerful mutant bison. Such a mutant beast is hung on the roof of the car to show off its force, which is very cool. There was also a taciturn young man with long black hair sitting on the roof of the off-road vehicle. The young man lowered his head and stared calmly at the retreating road ahead, like an old monk in meditation. This young man has a very gloomy temperament. Behind him, he is carrying a long box that looks like a coffin. When driving on the road, the extended Hummer H6 looks and feels even more impactful than a military armored vehicle. Behind the Hummer H6, 4 off-road vehicles and 3 modified buses were lined up. These cars were much older and had mixed brands. There were 4 or 5 shirtless burly men sitting on the roof of the car. There was also a head sticking out of the car window, holding a hammer, a fork, a shotgun and other messy things. Some people in the off-road vehicle had noticed the minibus behind them and looked over, Holy shit! Are you going to stop letting people walk? Seeing this scene, Sunhai spat. It's the Savage Team. A team of survivors in the urban area of northern Jiangsu. I know them. And I told them to get out of the way. Xiang Shuai also saw the situation outside and frowned. The Savage Squad is a team active in the urban area of northern Jiangsu. They are good at roaming and looting. The car is their stronghold, and they are very difficult to deal with. Their boss, Savage, used to be a martial arts instructor and possessed very powerful supernatural powers. When the apocalypse first began, he ransacked the police station and had a batch of arms under his command. So his strength should not be underestimated. Yang Feng tried to get the Savage Squad to surrender several times, but was rejected by the Savage Squad. However, even Yang Feng could do nothing about the Savage Squad that had no base. This line of off-road vehicles has completely blocked the highway. No need. Just sprint and hit him. Jian Lucier, who was sitting in the war room, said calmly. They are in a hurry now, and don't want to be held back by anything. Jian Lucier's words were brief and domineering. Xiang Shuai raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. She felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She found that Jian Lucier looked dull. But he had a ruthless spirit in his bones, and did not accept other people's opinions at all. Brother Jiang is so domineering. Ha ha! Hack them. Make them arrogant. And dare to block the way of our Shering team. Shadow. Charge! Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan laughed loudly. Looking arrogant as they feared the world would not be in chaos. They now have absolute confidence in the minibus they are in. Coupled with Brother John's super sniper ability. Who else can they be afraid of? As soon as Jian Lucier spoke, Ing directly activated the sprint function of the base vehicle. The fuel in the tank was pumped out frantically, turning into waves of kinetic energy. The originally fast minibus now made a roaring sound through the air. The wind was roaring, and the tires made a harsh squeaking sound on the ground. Holy shit! That broken down Chinese bus behind me is coming up! What the HL? Are you going to hit me? Brothers, hit those broken CMB tires! If you dare to be arrogant in front of our Savage Team, stop the minibus and hack you hard. Get rid of the minibus. This car seems to have good power. It drives so fast. Hee hee. That meat is delivered to your door. The Savage Team members on the bus and off-road vehicle in front noticed something strange about the minibus and started shouting. They were worried that they would not have much fun along the way, but they didn't expect that a survivor would bump into them so quickly. In the modified Hummer H6 that opened the way at the front, several people were sitting lazily. There seems to be something going on behind the scenes. Suddenly someone in the car glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Who dares to mess with us on this road? Brothers will naturally handle the situation later. Sitting in the back seat, a tall man with messy dreadlocks, sunglasses, and a beard snorted coldly. This big bearded man with dreadlocks is Savage Inghausen, the captain of the Savage Team. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to disturb the old age. The people of the Savage Team do have this confidence. They didn't believe that the rapidly approaching minibus would dare to hit them. One by one, they took out shotguns, even homemade bows and arrows, and iron forks, and pointed them at the minibus behind them. But they were stunned immediately. Just now it was just a very fast minibus. How could it be as fast as flying? Moreover, the front of the minibus actually had a huge V-shaped corner that emitted a metallic cold light. Chapter 365 Return to Wushui County. Dang. 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 The arrow shot over by the Savage Team in a hurry, and the scattered projectiles ejected from the muzzle were like scratching an itch, and could not even leave any traces on the minibus. The base vehicle in sprinting state showed its ferocious fangs. Its instant burst speed reached a terrifying 810 kilometers per hour, which was much faster than the F1 cars before the apocalypse. It was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex inserting into the team ahead. Bang bang bang. An off-road vehicle and a bus blocked the path of the base vehicle at the front. The off-road vehicle was directly knocked out, and the people inside fell down one after another, making them howl miserably. The bus was also knocked over and turned over several times. A big hole was ripped open in the butt of the bus, and all kinds of iron sheets, seats, and airbags were scattered on the floor. After knocking away the blocking vehicle in front, the base vehicle's sprint speed did not slow down at all, and it blasted directly towards the modified Hummer H6 at the front. The driver of the Hummer H6 is a red-haired young man, with green scalp shaved on both sides of his head and a comb in the middle. Before the end of the world, he used to be a professional player in the domestic cross-country rally. And now, he is one of the core members of the Savage Team with amazing driving skills. When the base vehicle behind accelerated and hit him, he didn't take it seriously. What use can a mere minibus be used for? But when he looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the minibus miraculously showed its collision angle, it suddenly rushed over like a rocket, knocking over the bus, an off-road vehicle in front of him. He broke into a cold sweat and reacted immediately. The Hummer H6 made a big swing, and one side of the car body was suspended in the air, only supported by the tires on the other side of the car body. It was almost touching the ground, and it avoided the impact of the corner. The minibus almost stuck to the body of the Hummer H6, speeding past in a swaggering manner. Everyone inside the Hummer H6 suddenly flipped over, and even the black-haired young man on the roof was almost thrown out. Fortunately, the black-haired young man reacted quickly and grabbed the armrest in the car at the critical moment. "Damn it! You dare to mess with our savage team? I can't kill him! Haidong, blow up the modified car in front of me!" Inghausen, the captain of the savage team, said angrily after he realized what he was doing. The black-haired young man on the roof of the car, as if by magic, dismantled the box behind him and took out a dark sniper rifle from inside. He crawled on the roof of the car and pointed his sniper rifle at the tires of the minibus in front. The moment he took aim, Haidong's calm temperament became extremely fanatical. For a moment, his pupils were dark without a trace of blood. The tires of the minibus ahead were clearly visible in his eyes. However, at this moment, Haidong's hair stood on end, and he suddenly felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. Almost without thinking, he rolled over and rolled off the roof of the car. He grabbed the modified railing on the roof with one hand and hid his body under the cover of the car body. Boom! A bullet grazed the roof of the car and splashed a string of sparks on the roof of the off-road vehicle. There are experts. Haidong's heart was beating wildly. He noticed something like a small bunker protruding from the roof of the minibus that was quickly moving away in front of him. There, the muzzle of a black hole poked out, pointing right at his location. Is it Bang Bang? The Bang bar was actually faster than his shooting speed, and it was so accurate. If he had even the slightest hesitation just now, he would have died. The minibus in front drove like an F1 racing car, and in a few seconds it would directly outstrip the high-displacement Hummer H6. Stop! Stop everything! Seeing the minibus leaving safely, Inghausen turned livid with anger and shouted at all the convoys to stop. After the convoy stopped, no one dared to offend the furious Inghausen. They all took it upon themselves to go to the overturned buses and off-road vehicles to rescue the injured and return the bodies to their proper positions. Haidong, what are you doing? Why don't you blow off the tire of the minibus? Inghausen's face was ashen as he stared at Haidong in front of him. There was no chance to shoot just now, and there was someone playing with a gun across the way. Haidong's words were concise, but the information revealed in his words made Inghausen's eyelids jump. So strong? So you can't shoot? Inghausen had never seen a gunman who could make Haidong give in. Boss, the water is huge. Since they drove on this road, they should be going in the same direction as us, which must be Wushui County. Don't worry. I haven't used my housekeeping skills yet. I just wasn't prepared. Here we are. Wushui County. I will let him know what gun skills are, Haidong said with a murderous intent in his eyes and a low voice. He still has a trump card that he has yet to use. He believed that if he used his trump card, the gunman on the minibus just now would die in his hands. Even if he had 4 hands and 4 guns. He fled hastily in front of the 8-1 bar, which was hard for Haidong, who was extremely confident in his spear skills, to accept. Okay, when we get to Wushui County, use the team flag on the minibus just now to show off your authority. Inghausen patted Haidong on the shoulder. What he needed was such wolf-like subordinates. The base vehicle sprinted for a while. Then the sprinting skill cooled down and returned to normal speed. In the carriage at this moment, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan looked very excited. They had just bumped into each other, and before the gunman from the other side had even fired, they were frightened back by Jiang Liusher's shot. Hey, let them be arrogant and learn a lesson. By the way, Brother Jiang, when will you teach us marksmanship? I don't want to be as perverted as you. If I'm 1/10 of your level, I can walk sideways. Zhang Hai laughed. Jiang Liusher had walked out of the war room and was eating the unpackaged barbecue to replenish his strength. I can't teach you marksmanship. This is related to some of my special abilities. As for your strength, you should really improve it. Now the situation is getting more and more serious. Jiang Liusher finished eating the last piece of barbecue and said to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan said seriously. Actually, it's not just you. Our entire Shuring team should further strengthen our strength. When we faced Yang Feng not long ago, If it weren't for Ran Shiyu's mental suppression and the appearance of the minibus at the critical moment, our team would have definitely suffered casualties. Jiang Liusher's eyes slowly swept across the faces of everyone in the Shering team. The relaxed atmosphere just now suddenly became a little heavy. Everyone remembered the scene not long ago. Yang Feng at that military base had an exquisite ability to control plants. He was indeed much better than everyone here. This is definitely the strongest opponent that their Shering team has encountered since they survived together in the apocalypse. There will only be more such opponents in the future. People in the apocalypse, especially people like Yang Feng, have gathered a lot of resources for themselves to improve. As time goes by, the strength of such people will become stronger and stronger. If the Shering team does not improve, can they defeat Yang Feng this time? And can they defeat Zhang Feng and Li Feng next time? Brother Jiang, when you say that, I'm really ashamed. Zhang Hai stopped his playful smile and said in a deep voice, the gap between me and Brother Jiang is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, sooner or later I will be of no use to the team. Zhang Hai did not have the courage to continue speaking the remaining words. In the end of the world, everyone knows that a survivor team like the Shering team must be dominated by elites. If someone has no effect on the team, he will be eliminated sooner or later. Even if Jiang Liusher hadn't eliminated him, he would have been eliminated in this apocalypse. I have a plan in mind. I will first let Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen do a major checkup on your mental will and physical condition, and then consider areas for improvement based on your personal physical fitness and special abilities. Jiang Liusher's voice slowly. Every word is deliberate. In fact, as Jiang Liusher's strength increased, he had long noticed some weak links in the team that needed to be improved. This attack on Yang Feng completely exposed some of the team's weaknesses. The overall strength is not strong enough and relies too much on base vehicles. These are the weaknesses of the Shering team. Therefore, it is necessary to come up with a plan to make major improvements based on the team's weaknesses. It's just that the team strength enhancement plan in Jiang Liusher's mind also requires mutant crystal nuclei and evolutionary crystals. It is imminent to start a biological laboratory. This thing can produce evolutionary crystals. As long as there are evolution crystals, it can not only promote the team's superpowers to evolve again, but also enhance Jiang Liusher's physical fitness. Ran Shiyu's mental ability has almost recovered after being treated by Li Yusen with medical powers. She began to test everyone's mental and willpower. Li Yusen also checked whether there were any hidden diseases in the body, and the strength of muscles in various parts of the body. Li Yusen carried out the test in an orderly manner according to Jiang Liusher's plan. Xiang Shuai sat quietly aside, watching every move of the Shering team. She was very envious in her heart. Such a team has strong cohesion, and there are no conflicts of interest or intrigues. This is the team that can truly rely on each other in the end times to survive and grow along the way. Boss Xiang. A voice suddenly sounded next to Xiang Shuai. Xiang Shuai, who was immersed in some thoughts, was shocked. Her special ability is to control the air, and she is extremely sensitive to air flow and temperature. Captain Jiang, please tell me if you have anything to say. Xiang Shuai was very polite, and her voice was soft, covering up some complicated emotions very well. After the kiss with Jiang Liusher, they rarely talked. I would like to ask how people with superpowers can more accurately control their superpowers. I found that you and Yang Feng can control your superpowers more accurately than anyone else in our team. Especially Yang Feng. Although he died in our hands, we have to say that his precise control of superpowers is the strongest among the superpowers I have ever seen. Jiang Liusher said solemnly. In that military building, Jiang Liusher's eyes were opened after he saw Yang Feng's abnormal control over supernatural powers. It turns out that superpowers can still be used in this way. Even Xiang Shuai has better control over the accuracy of supernatural powers than everyone else in the Shering team. There is no doubt that it is much faster to ask a stronger superpower about the control of superpowers than to delve into it yourself. Boss Xiang, I know that the control and use of superpowers are valuable personal experiences of superpowers and will not be easily taught to outsiders. But don't worry, Boss Xiang. This can be deducted from the reward for this sneak attack on Yang Feng. Jian Xiang Shuai was silent, and Jiang Liusher added. Xiang Shuai raised her head and smiled charmingly. Her smile was so bright that even Jiang Liusher was stunned. Captain Jiang, you are so polite. You killed Yang Feng, but you did me a great favor, Xiang Shuai, and saved my life. I, Xiang Shuai, am a person with clear grudges. The request you made, let alone the precise control of supernatural powers. Even if you ask me to give you a piece of my territory, I will not refuse you. Xiang Shuai said with a smile. I do have some experience in precise control of supernatural abilities. But this requires actual combat training. When we return to Wushui County, I will definitely teach all the members of the Shering team. Okay. Jiang Liusher's eyes lit up. Xiang Shuai was a big star before the end of the world. But she didn't have any domineering attitude. Instead, she was generous, decisive, and gentle. And she was indeed not an ordinary woman. Even though Jiang Liusher was serious about his words, he felt relaxed and happy when talking to Xiang Shuai. The next journey from Suwang Secondary Highway back to Wushui County is relatively smooth. As noon approached, more and more small groups of survivors were encountered on the road. These survivors are basically heading in the same direction as the Shering team. Some survivors also tried to rob Jiang Liusher and his base vehicle, but were crushed mercilessly. Why are there so many people going to Wushui County? Xiang Shuai looked at the group of survivors on the road outside the window and frowned. The closer she got to Wushui County, the more survivors she found on both sides of the road. And there were more and more traces of some elite survivor teams. The black skull and crossbones flag and the flying eagle pattern appear on the zombie's body hanging from the tree. These are the patterns made by the elite survivor team to highlight their existence. This is not a good sign. In a disorderly world like the last days, more people means chaos. Chaos often leads to fighting and fighting. Wushui County is the foundation that Xiang Shuai has worked hard for several months to create and stabilize. She does not want major turmoil in her territory. No matter what team fights in Wushui County will be damaged to a certain extent in the end, which is not good for Xiang Shuai. Let us in. We want to see Boss Xiang. I have mutated beast meat here. I can pay tribute to Boss Xiang. I just want to take my team. Why are we closing the door? We are not zombies. We are all human beings. Please give us a way to survive. From a distance, Jiang Liusher heard various noises coming from near the entrance of Wushui County. By the time the base vehicle arrived 100 meters away from the gate of Wushui County, a dark crowd was already in front of it. If you count the number of these people, there are thousands of them. Most of these people were dirty and thin ordinary survivors with various weapons in their hands. There are also some well-equipped survivor teams among them. These people, without exception, had longing in their eyes, staring eagerly in the direction of the city gate. The city gate of Wushui County used to be wide open, but now the iron gates on both sides have been closed. In front of the iron gate, scrap tires were burning, and black smoke billowed from the raging fire. The high temperature made many people afraid to approach the city gate. 2 broken jeeps rolled over on their sides and were in flames. There were many bullet holes in the car body, and there were charred corpses on the car. Apparently, a team of survivors tried to storm the city gate, but met a tragic end. The ditch outside the county town is much deeper, and many sharp wooden sticks are inserted into it. There were zombies, and some human corpses hanging on the barbed wire. Some of the corpses were bloody, and the blood had not dried up, so they had obviously died recently. Chapter 366 Outsiders. No matter how people outside begged and screamed, the iron gate of Wushui County was always closed, and there was no response from inside. Finally, another team of elite survivors could no longer hold back and attack the iron gate. But this time, their charge was much smarter. They temporarily welded iron doors and windows to their cars, wrapped them up like an iron rice dumpling, and drove the car toward the iron doors with a rumble. But before I can reach the iron gate, a huge iron lump hit accurately. This iron lump weighs at least 600 to 700 kilograms and is covered with sharp edges and corners. The end of the iron lump is connected to an iron chain as thick as a child's arm. The whole look is completely like a perverted version of a meteor hammer. Hit by the meteor hammer, the car wrapped in a lot of pig iron looked like a child's toy. The roof of the car was smashed and bounced heavily on the spot several times, and screams rang out from inside. No one inside came out. They were smashed to pieces, and blood flowed from the gap in the car door. The meteor hammer hit it a few more times, and finally the screams disappeared, and the car had turned into a pile of scrap metal mixed with flesh and blood. This extremely intimidating scene made the survivors, who were still a little nervous in their hearts, immediately stop attacking the door. Captain Liu, it seems that Yuan Hongyang, need to take action to make these bastards obedient. How about it? Is this passable for me? A fat man appeared on the city wall, more than 2 meters tall and as tall as a hill. His body was tied with layers of iron chains that shone with cold light. Finally, the iron chains wrapped around the hands equipped with iron arm protectors, and the farthest end was connected to the big iron mass under the city wall. The fat man had a gaping mouth and protruding teeth, and his scalp was shaved and shiny, leaving only a small bunch of rounded hair in the center of his head. The fat man smiled ferociously, and patted Luo Junjiang beside him on the shoulder proudly. Every time he patted him, Luo Junjiang's whole body shook, and his bones were almost shattered by the fat man's pats. Luo Junjiang felt bitter in his heart. The fat man in front of him was obviously showing off his force in front of him by killing the group of survivors under the city gate. If Boss Xiang was here, would this fat man dare to be so arrogant? Cursing in his heart, he did not dare to offend the fat man in front of him. There are 7 major counties below Jiangsu province. This fat man is the leader of the largest force in Yongye County. His name is Yuan Hongyang. He has 3 superpowers and a group of elite members under his command. Yuan Hongyang used to be a pig butcher and was born tall and strong. After the end of the world, he underwent a change. His body became taller than before, and he had amazing strength in every move he made. The strong men before the end of the world could squat up to 400 kilograms without equipment. Yuan Hongyang's current strength is much stronger than these strong men. He can kill someone with just a slap. Yuan 2 takes action. Of course, these people are just chickens and dogs. It's an honor for them to be beaten to death by Yuan 2. Some useless survivors. Luo Junjiang squeezed out a smile and flattered them. His flattery was very blunt. But Yuan Hongyang in front of him was still very excited. Okay, Captain Luo, please cooperate with me in the future. From now on in Wushui County, I will protect you. Ha. Yuan Hongyang said with a ferocious smile. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby could clearly hear him laughing. As he spoke, he had completely regarded himself as the leader of Wushui County. Arrogant and complacent. This Luo Junjiang works with Xiang Shuihai, and he is obedient to him. What does this mean? This means that Yuan Hongyang has now replaced Xiang Shuihai. When Luo Junjiang heard this, he was so angry that he dared not speak out, and secretly complained in his heart. How did you let these plague gods in the first place? In Wushui County now, there are 6 or 7 groups of foreign forces that are as powerful as Yuan Hongyang. Each force is powerful, and not easy to mess with. Yesterday, Luo Junjiang relied on his status as an indigenous force to gain a say in front of these forces. But he was taught a terrible lesson. Seeing the shocked survivors outside the city gate, Yuan Hongyang was about to leave in a big way. Suddenly a minibus came speeding towards the city gate. Huh? Is there anyone who doesn't have eyes? Yuan Hongyang was a little annoyed. His bloodshot eyes were about to pop out. The extra-large meteor hammer in his hand clanged against the wall. He only waited for the minibus to get closer before taking action. Suddenly, he felt a strange wind whistling. Swish. Brush. Brush. Yuan Hongyang was shocked. In an instant, there were more than a dozen cuts on his face and hands, which were dripping with blood and extremely painful. This is... Covering the wound on his hand, his face changed slightly. As if he remembered something, his pupils shrank, and he stared at the oncoming minibus, while secretly restraining the clanging hammer. Of course, Luo Junjiang also saw the impressive minibus. His originally gloomy eyes were first surprised, and then revealed a strange look, and he couldn't help but swallowed. When Yuan Hongyang next to him was suddenly injured by a strange wind, this further confirmed his thoughts. Came back. Xiang Shuihai is back. He was tortured by Fatty Yuan, and now he could feel proud. Fat Yuan, you are so courageous. Why do I need you to protect my men? This Wushui County is my territory of Xiang Shuihai. Xiang Shuihai's voice suddenly came from the bus, loud and clear. It was very far away and could be heard within a few hundred meters. The propagation of sound depends on the flow of air. Xiang Shuihai has the ability to control the air and can spread her voice far away. She had just observed Yuan Hongyang's attitude towards Luo Junjiang in the car. It was obvious that the situation in Wushui County was not optimistic. Xiang Shuihai deliberately controlled his supernatural powers and spread the news of his return. This was a demonstration of his existence and a naked demonstration. Boss Xiang is back. All of a sudden, many people in Wushui County learned the news. The closed iron door quickly opened, and the minibus rushed in. Entering the city, the minibus stopped near the street. Xiang Shuihai and Shi Ying's team got out of the car one after another. Returning to Wushui County again, Jiang Lushi found that the place was obviously much depressed. There are no vendors on both sides of the street that I saw a few days ago, and some of the bartering stalls have been closed down. The shops on the street have closed their doors. Some of the shops had obviously been smashed, with broken doors and signs of looting on the ground. This place is much more depressed than before. There was a strange tension in the air. Seeing these traces, Jiang Lucier already had a rough idea, and his hand touched the 54 pistol in his trouser pocket. The expressions of the rest of the Shering team became solemn, and they were wary of their surroundings. Hey, Boss Yang. We meet again. Boss Yang is still so beautiful and charming. Fatty Yuan, can look at you a few more times and live a few years longer. Yuan Hongyang has come down from the city wall, never mentioning that he was raped by Xiang Shuihai just now. Whatever hurts. Put a smile on your face. Xiang Shuihai didn't even look at Yuan Hongyang. She said coldly but didn't reply to him. Yuan Hongyang was a little annoyed. Boss Xiang was too arrogant, but he didn't dare to do anything. The shadow of the famous tree. Xiang Shuihai could control Wushui County, but he fought with swords and guns. Xiang Shuihai's supernatural abilities are very powerful in the entire northern Jiangsu, and are very intimidating. Yuan Hongyang is deeply afraid in his heart. Luo Junjiang looked excited at the side. As soon as Boss Xiang came back, they had a backbone. And even the arrogant fatty Yuan didn't dare to make a mistake. Boss Xiang, I can't help you. Luo Junjiang took off his glasses. His eyes were red, and he looked very ashamed. How could this happen? Why are people like fatty Yuan here? Xiang Shuihai asked calmly, with an arrogant attitude as if Yuan Hongyang was nothing. She was actually furious inside, but she was very restrained. Boss Xiang, after you left, there were floods everywhere in northern Jiangsu. It was better here. There was no flood. However, zombies and some mutated beasts came, so we closed the iron gate of the city wall. Finally, elite survivor teams from other areas came to our side, saying they were hit by a flood. I didn't want them to come in for some teams, but without you, Huiming and I couldn't hold back. So, they came in. Got it! The Huiming mentioned in Luo Junjiang's mouth was another powerful superpower user under Xiang Shuihai. Huiming was a month before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he awakened a strong defensive ability and was very powerful. He must have been Xiang Shuihai's trusted subordinate. After Xiang Shuihai left Wushui County, he appointed Luo Junjiang, who had been temporarily promoted, and his right-hand assistant Huiming to take control of Wushui County, and handed over the most elite city protection team to the two of them. Huiming is the captain of the city protection team, and Luo Junjiang is the squad leader. Where's Huiming? After hearing Luo Junjiang's words, Xiang Shuihai felt enlightened. Dead. Luo Junjiang's voice was thin and weak, with a look of shame and anger on his face again. And he added, there was a conflict between two foreign survivor teams. Huiming went to try to persuade him to make peace, but he was accidentally killed. Beat to death. Accidentally beaten to death? Xiang Shuihai's face darkened. She didn't believe such nonsense. With Huiming's defensive abilities, how could he be so easily beaten to death? There must be a conspiracy. She looked cold and said nothing. Her gaze like a knife fixed on Yuan Hongyang's face. Yuan Hongyang suddenly looked unnatural and smiled at Xiang Shuihai. Boss Xiang, don't look at me like this. Huiming's death has nothing to do with my team. Besides, it's true. Captain Huiming's death was indeed an accident. We, the foreign survivor team, are actually very sorry. As Yuan Hongyang spoke, his eyes glanced at the Shering team next to Xiang Shuihai. After seeing the people of Shering team, Yuan Hongyang's tightened heart relaxed. Among these superpowers, except for the long-legged beauty with bandaged hands, who was very strong, the energy fluctuations of the other superpowers were very weak, so there was nothing to be afraid of. There is even a boy with no powers and a bad old man. Is this all the strength that Xiang Shuihai brought back? If this is the case, Xiang Shuihai is not so scary. Yuan Hongyang thought to himself. Chapter 367 Cooperation. Yuan Hongyang looked at Jiang Lucier and others, and Ran Shiyu also glanced at him. This man's emotions are dark and disgusting. Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Lucier's ears. Ran Shiyu could sense that when Yuan Hongyang was looking at them, he was thinking of some sinister things in his mind. Not only Yuan Hongyang, but also many unfamiliar faces around were hostile to them. Jiang Lucier, who was silent next to him, had already made a basic judgment on the situation in Wushui County at this moment. There is no doubt that Wushui County is no longer a place that Xiang Shuihai could fully control not long ago. This flood forced a group of hungry wolves into Wushui County. Now this group of hungry wolves is eyeing Wushui County, and has a tendency to occupy the magpie's nest. And when Xiang Shuihai comes back, in order to protect her own interests, she will inevitably conflict with the outside elite survivor team. The Shering team that came back with Xiang Shuihai was also regarded as an enemy by these survivor teams. In fact, even these foreign survivor teams are not monolithic. They are all fighting with each other, trying to seek more benefits for themselves. Their original territory was gone, and Wushui County was just that big, and there wasn't enough space for them to divide it among so many people. In this case, it is natural to reduce the number of competitors. The fewer the better. Many thoughts flashed through Xiang Shuai's mind, and finally she suppressed her anger. She still wanted to take another look at the situation and take the next step. In addition, once Hui Ming dies, there will not be many outstanding superpowers among her subordinates. Fat Yuan, you are here as a guest. I will host a banquet for you in the evening. Please also tell the coordinators of the other survivor teams to get together at Qin Tower at 5:30. Xiang Shuai's eyes moved to Yuan Hongyang. He said calmly. She wanted to meet these foreign survivors first. Okay. Yuan Hongyang narrowed his eyes, smiled broadly, and agreed. Since Boss Xiang is back, Wushui County still needs Boss Xiang to take charge of the overall situation. The fat man, will not disturb Boss Xiang. You continue to work. I will bring you a message now. Yuan Hongyang kept his posture very low, as if he was sincerely convinced by Xiang Zuhai and did not dare to provoke her. But the more he behaved like this, the more murderous intent grew in Xiang Shuai's heart. She knew what kind of character this fat man was. A typical smiling tiger. As soon as Yuan Hongyang left, Xiang Shuai took a long breath and looked at Jiang Lushi. Captain Jiang, I made you laugh just now. Wushui County is in chaos now. I'd better cash in your reward first. For Xiang Shuai, if there is a fight with an outside survivor team, the most critical link is undoubtedly the Shering team. Although Xiang Shuai was confident in her own strength, she was severely injured by Yang Feng. Her body did not recover at all. She could only exert 1/3 of her usual strength at most, and the duration of her powers would be greatly reduced. In this way, it would be very difficult to annihilate Yuan Hongyang's team, let alone fight against other survivor teams. So she wants to continue to cooperate with the Stone Shadow team. There is no doubt that if you want this kind of cooperation to operate soundly, giving benefits is the best way. Reward? Boss Xiang is too polite. In fact, we have already received the reward for this sneak attack on Yang Feng from Yang Feng. And we have also found out the whereabouts of Ren Yunsha. Boss Yang does not have to spend any more money, Jiang Lushi said. He was not trying to shirk it. He would keep the trophies he got from Yang Feng, such as the mutated crystal nuclei, for use and would not take them out. Of course, Jiang Lushi still has to stay here. He wants to go to Panju City. But there is a flood now, and only Wushui County is a safe place for the time being. Xiang Shuai didn't speak immediately, but looked at Jiang Lushi seriously. She looked deeply into Jiang Lushi's heart with a look of worry on her face. At this time, her temperament changed, as if she had become a little woman who needed protection. Captain Jiang, my reward is protection money given to you in advance. I want your Shering team to help me deal with these invading foreign survivor teams in Wushui County. Xiang Shuai's watery eyes suddenly softened. The lust is gone, and the murderous intent is strong. She not only ensures her own safety, she also wants to take back the initiative. Jiang Lushi suddenly understood. This Xiang Shuai is still so decisive. It seems that she has judged the situation very clearly, and Wushui County is now almost out of her control. Forced by the flood, a group of foreign elite survivors who rushed into Wushui County were obviously difficult to deal with. They are like a pack of hungry wolves. When they come to Wushui County, they are going to take a bite of the interests that originally belonged to Xiang Shuai. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. Xiang Shuai was naturally unwilling to accept this situation. In the last days, the competition for territory and interests is the strict law of the jungle, and the weak will eat the strong. If Xiang Shuai didn't want to be eaten by others, then she could only rise up and eat others. Jiang Lushi looked at Yuan Hongyang's back. He would not let the poisonous snake lurk beside him. It did not conflict with his purpose, and there was still reward, so Jiang Lushi had no reason to refuse. Okay, we'll take this job. Jiang Lushi nodded. Of course, to be honest, Jiang Lushi didn't want Xiang Shuai to die. He somehow remembered the kiss on the base car again, as if there was a subtle fragrance floating on his lips. This was also Jiang Lushi's selfish motive for agreeing to Xiang Shuai's employment request. Luo Junjiang secretly clenched his fists on the side done. He was deeply impressed by the strength of Shering's team. They were able to defeat Boss Wu's team in a few seconds, so they were definitely very strong. At this time, the impact caused by Hui Ming's death was not only made up for, But the indigenous power in Wushui County was strengthened a lot. He felt a little better. After all, those hungry wolves were let in because he was too weak. Boss Xiang, when you go out this time, where are the people from the Poison Wolf team and the Spotted Leopard team? Luo Junjiang thought of a question at this time. Xiang Shuai and the others secretly went out to attack Yangfeng. But there were two powerful teams from Wushui County following them. Go out together. This time when Xiang Shuai and the others came back, why didn't they find the people from those two teams? Is it possible? Luo Junjiang was greatly shocked when he thought of a possibility. When asked by Luo Junjiang, Xiang Shuai was startled, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. They are all dead, Xiang Shuai said. Dead. Luo Junjiang already had a guess in his mind. But he still found it unbelievable when he heard Xiang Shuai's words. Boss Wu's team is indeed very strong. But compared with the Poison Wolf team and the Spotted Leopard team, it is still far behind. Even these two strong teams are dead. Then Yangfeng, seemingly reading Luo Junjiang's thoughts, Jian Lushur said calmly, Yangfeng is dead. What? The explosive news came one after another. That's right. This time it was all thanks to Team Churing. Yangfeng died at the hands of Captain Jiang. Xiang Shuai said. This kind of thing cannot be deceived, as Yangfeng is the largest force in northern Jiangsu. His life and death will soon be confirmed. Even Yangfeng's military base may no longer exist. Under such a flash flood, the military base cannot be saved at all. Really dead. Luo Junjiang felt excited. Yangfeng was dead. The sneak attack on Yangfeng by Xiang Shuai and his party was very secret, and only the core personnel of Wushui County knew about it. Luo Junjiang was not originally a core member, but after the scandal, Luo Junjiang, as Xiang Shuai's subordinate, was promoted and learned the news. Did this mission of narrow escape actually kill Yangfeng? Who is Yangfeng? That is the real local emperor in northern Jiangsu, with strong strength. Although Su Bei was not unified by Yangfeng, according to his strength, Yangfeng was definitely a superior being. Have they killed all such local emperors now? Luo Junjiang did not doubt the news. The fact that Xiang Shuai and the others came back alive was the best proof. When this news spreads, it will definitely cheer up the brothers in Wushui County. Those foreign survivors are just hungry wolves. But compared to tigers like Yangfeng, what are they? Although he was not proud yet, Luo Junjiang already felt like he was straightening his back. And the eyes he looked at Jian Lushur and others were full of awe. Grandma is a jerk. But luckily she didn't offend them. Luo Junjiang felt that his choice to befriend Churing team was probably the most correct thing he had done in his life. Chapter 368 Meeting. Click click. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning flashed across the bright sky. Muffled thunder sounded. In the distant sky, dark clouds can be vaguely seen rolling in. A strong wind blew past a few fallen leaves, making the clothes rustle. It's going to rain again. Sun Chongqing looked up at the sky, with a somewhat worried look in his eyes. The water is still rising now. If the rain continues like this, the result may be even worse. If the rain doesn't stop, more and more people will come to our Wushui County in the future. Luo Junjiang pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his expression ugly. Nowadays, survivors attack the city gates of Wushui County every day. Although they can be frightened by some iron-blooded means, people will always take risks when forced by the flood. Nowadays, the city gates, walls, and patrol teams in Wushui County are patrolling around the clock to prevent anyone from sneaking in secretly. The strong wind blew away Xiang Shuai's black hair, and she carefully gathered her hair to her ears. Every move she made exuded feminine charm, and even the way she held her hair together stunned Luo Junjiang next to her. What's the situation in the county now? Xiang Shuai asked. The situation in the city. The situation is serious. After being asked by Xiang Shuai, Luo Junjiang came back to his senses. A trace of shame flashed across his face, and he quickly took a closer look at the current situation in Wushui County. Tell everything in detail. The current situation in Wushui County can only be described as terrible. After all, there are too many people in the county. The original survivors in the county, plus Xiang Shuai's team, and some survivor caravans that moved over for trade, were only a few thousand people. But as soon as the flood came, many people came from all directions. Some survivors who originally came to Wushui County for business did not leave, and were stationed directly in the county. When Luo Junjiang reacted and closed the city gate, the county had tripled its previous population, close to 10,000 people. These 10,000 people need to eat. and the county's stock alone is definitely not enough. Moreover, when there are more people, there will be chaos, and all kinds of fighting will continue in order to compete for food and weapons. Luo Junjiang led people to suppress it several times, but it was still in a very chaotic state. Later, 6 or 7 teams of elite survivors from outside came. These teams each brought about 100 people, and the stronger ones had 300 to 400 people. They were all giants in the 7 nearby counties. In every team, there are very powerful superpowers, and some of them are as famous as Xiang Zuhai. Luo Junjiang only had some troops in Wushui County, and did not dare to clash with these people at will, so he could only let them go into the city obediently. After they came in, the situation in Wushui County became even more chaotic. Some of the original members of the city protection team in Wushui County rebelled directly, while others had already rebelled but were working undercover in the city protection team. It can be said that all the subordinates of Xiang Shuihai in Wushui County are now panic-stricken. Even the food that originally belonged to Xiang Shuihai was forcibly bought by these elite survivor teams, with a few broken guns in a pretentious manner. If Xiang Shuihai comes back a little later, maybe even their resource storage warehouse will be occupied. Because Luo Junjiang received a report from his subordinates early this morning that other survivor teams were nearby to observe the terrain of their warehouse. Luo Junjiang was so frightened that he transferred most of the city protection team members to warehouse guards. That is the lifeblood of Xiang Shuihai now, and there is no room for failure. After all the Shurring team came in, they rarely saw Xiang Shuihai's men, because most of them went to guard the warehouse. Boss Xiang, let me interrupt. If you really want to pay us, why not use food, gasoline and water transportation in exchange? I need to add some material resources to my car. Jiang Lushur was listening to Luo Junjiang's speech. Suddenly spoke. After the Shurring team set off from Shanghai Bay City to northern Jiangsu, there was nothing to add along the way, although the supplies inside are still sufficient. Jiang Lushur can predict that after this flood, there will be no place to replenish them in northern Jiangsu for the time being. Of course, fuel resources such as gasoline and diesel are even more popular. The last time I dealt with Yang Feng, I turned on the fuel-type flamethrower, which consumed a lot of fuel and needed to be replenished. As for water transportation, this is Jiang Liushur's judgment on the current situation. The water is huge, so if anything happens, the assault boat and other things will be more convenient. After all, the base vehicle cannot be launched into the water for a long time. Luo Junjiang's eyelids twitched. These things Jiang Lushur mentioned are currently in short supply in Wushui County, and are very precious. Okay, make a list of the things you want, and give them to Luo Junjiang. Unexpectedly, Xiang Shuihai agreed readily. For Xiang Shuihai, the current Shurring team is the top priority. Without their help, let alone the warehouse, even her life would be in danger. Okay. Jiang Lushur nodded. It was undoubtedly a pleasure to work with a decisive woman like Xiang Shuihai. This was one of the reasons why he chose to help Xiang Shuihai. Luo Junjiang's face turned bitter. Things like food and gasoline were fine. What the H? I was water transportation. They don't have this thing in stock in the warehouse. But Boss Xiang has promised Jiang Lushur, so he can only search everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, the arrogant roar of an engine sounded outside the city wall. Open the door! Open the door! Slow down, and I'll shoot your head off with my gun! The sound of shouting came, and the members of the Wushui County city guards guarding the iron gate hurriedly opened the closed iron gate again. A dozen modified motorcycles roared in. The motorcycles had gray bear flags on the back, bloodstained on them. Some iron chains hung together with the motorcycle racks, making a clanging sound. Some animal carcasses and various sundries were dragged on the iron chains. The motorcyclist above had tattoos on his face. His eyes were wild, and he rushed in with strange screams in his mouth, speeding past Xiang Shuihai and others, leaving behind flying dust on the ground. This is the Giant Bear Squad Speedster from Jiawan County. They just returned from a robbery. Luo Junjiang frowned and explained to Xiang Shuihai. If you go out to rob it this time, you don't know whether to live or die. Xiang Shuihai looked unhappy. In fact, what she was most upset about was that these outside members of the survivor team were so rude and actually scolded the people of the Wushui County city guards at will. Simply arrogant. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You can imagine how arrogant these people are in Wushui County now. Slowly looking away from the backs of the speedsters, Xiang Shuihai's face softened slightly, and he turned to Jiang Lushur and said, Captain Jiang, let Luo Junjiang take you to rest first. Everyone is tired after this journey. I will give you what you want. I will ask Luo Junjiang to deliver it to my door in person. Then there's Boss Lao Xiang. Xiang Shuai's words were also in line with Jiang Liushi's wishes. In the past few days, Shi Ying's team had almost never closed their eyes while attacking Yangfeng. Even hard-hitting people needed to take a break. In the central area of Wushui County, a tall and majestic marble building stands. This was originally the government building of Wushui County, but it has been empty since the end of the world. At this moment, this empty place was crowded with people. In the open space in front of the government gate, various vehicles such as off-road vehicles and heavy trucks were parked. There were crowds of people up there, and everyone had knives, daggers, and other weapons wrapped around their bodies. Piles of bonfires were lit, with shiny golden animal meat roasting on them. There is a large iron cage in the middle area. Inside the iron cage are several beauties with ragged clothes and disheveled faces, trying their best to twist their thin waists to please the big men around them. There were several miserable corpses nearby, lying casually in the open space with no one paying attention to them. Chaotic and noisy. In the government building, in the lobby on the first floor, 7 armchairs are arranged in 7 directions in the hall, forming a group. Among them, a bonfire was also lit, and there was a big, naked man holding a meat cleaver, sweating and roasting a huge, fragrant mutated boar leg. All but one of the 7 armchairs was empty, and all others were occupied. When Yuan Hongyang walked in, the mutated wild boar legs had been roasted, and plates of meat were served. Fat Yuan, you are such a naughty person. You come back right after dinner time. Have you dealt with those troublemaking gangsters outside? The speaker was sitting in the northeast corner. He has an ordinary appearance, but has a hooked nose. He is a sturdy and short dwarf. When he talks, he has a cigarette in his mouth. Cigarettes are a luxury now that the floods are flooding. Seeing him puffing away the smoke, the big men behind the dwarf were so addicted to cigarettes that they almost drooled with envy. Sheen Chizzy, who are those bastards? I hit them with a star hammer and they all burped. Yuan Hongyang sat down nonchalantly, scooped up the pieces of meat in the big basin in front of him with his hands, and chewed them while talking. The iron chains wrapped around his body hung down, making a scratching sound on the ground. After eating a piece of meat, he clapped his hands and said, "But you know something, right? Boss Xiang is back." The hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Some people stopped eating and looked at Yuan Hongyang. But immediately, a sinister voice sounded in the silence. What if Xiang Shuai comes back? We should eat what we should eat, have fun and grab what we should grab. Everyone has agreed in advance that we will wash away the blood of those brats in Wushui County tonight. Boss Xiang, it's just the right time to come back. Hee hee. I've long wanted to taste her. The horse-faced middle-aged man, sitting next to Yuan Hongyang, had hungry eyes flashing in his eyes. On his lap sat a plump woman, and he was squeezing the breasts of the woman in front of him. Although the woman was in pain, she tried her best to show excitement on her face to match the desire of the horse-faced middle-aged man. This bitch Xiang Shuai has a thorn in her body. Guang Zhong Yuan. If you go up first, how about Boss Xiang let you go? Xiang Shuai is not a problem. There are so many of us here, and together with our subordinates, there are more than 30 people with light powers. Even if Yangfeng comes, we can still give him a fight. The problem now is, after killing them, how will the food be divided? I don't know when the flood will recede. We estimate that we will have to stay here for a while. Another person said. After a moment of silence, everyone began to discuss, and no one took Xiang Shuai seriously. By the way, Xiang Shuai told us to wait for her at Qin Tower at 5:30. She wants to meet us. Yuan Hongyang stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said vaguely. When facing Xiang Shuai alone, Yuan Hongyang was indeed wary. But with such a group of bosses from all parties, he felt at ease. There are so many strong men among them. If Xiang Shuai wants to resist, it will definitely be an egg against a stone. Meet? We should meet. Hee. Xiang Shuai is really impatient. I want to see what tricks she can pull off. If you are sensible and cooperate with us, everyone will benefit. At this time, an old man coughed in the hall. Don't underestimate Xiang Shuai. She has very strong supernatural powers. In addition, I heard someone from Xiang Shuai mention that Xiang Shuai and the others seem to be doing some big business this time. And they also brought Poison Wolf and Spotted Leopard together. A team was brought with them. As far as I know, there are 8 superpowers in these 2 teams. And the team leader is not weak either. Fatty Yuan. Did you see those 2 teams this time? Although this old man has white hair, his tendons and muscles are like piles of rocks, layer upon layer, possessing an explosive power. His eyebrows were sharp, especially his eyes. which were as green as a wolf. Yuan Hongyan originally didn't care about anyone. But when the old man asked, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Old prisoner. There are indeed a few people around Xiang Shuai who followed him back. But their strength is not very good. One of the women's physical abilities fluctuates more strongly. But her hands are injured. And her combat power must be damaged. As for Poison Wolf and Spotted Leopard. Man, I didn't see it. Yuan Hongyan said. Didn't Poison Wolf and Spotted Leopard come back? The old man, whom Yuan Hongyan respectfully called Mr. Prisoner, nodded indifferently, with a momentary deep thought passing through his eyes. This old prisoner can be regarded as the strongest person among the 7 people here, and he is also the most cautious person. I see. The Poison Wolf and Spotted Leopard teams are probably dead. Otherwise, why don't they come back at this time? Now, Xiangsuai is nothing to fear. Huang Zhongyuan, a middle-aged horse-faced man, said with a smile. That's right. There are so many of us. If that stinky bitch in Xiangsuai understands, we will give her a bite to eat. If not, we will kill them all. A middle-aged man with a handsome face, who seemed to be an educated man, spoke. When he came, his eyes looked fierce. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion, and the whole hall buzzed and trembled. The power of heaven and earth shocked everyone who originally spoke. Crash! Outside the hall, the rain was numb. It was getting dark. This rain is really heavy. Zhang Hai looked at the heavy rain outside, picked at the shredded meat between his teeth, and burped. The whole group of people in Shuring's team were now full of food and drink, and had finished recharging their energy. Jian Lusher stood next to the second floor railing with green bricks and green tiles, and the rain was hitting the tiles on the eaves above his head. The terrain here is very high, and you can still see very far through the mist. In the distance, lakes could be clearly distinguished just a few days ago. Now, those lakes have turned into endless torrents of water. These floods have spread not far away from Wushui County. It can be seen that from time to time, there are shocking waves in the water, rolling towards a high hill in Wushui County. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Captain Jiang, how are your people resting? Boss Yang asked me to take you to Qin Tower. Luo Junjiang said. Okay, you lead the way. Jiang Lusher opened the door and said calmly to Luo Junjiang. Okay, follow the captain and go have a big fight. Sun Quan shouted, with excitement in his eyes. Now he has developed a habit. As long as he follows Jiang Lusher, he is really not afraid wherever he goes. Chapter 369 Hongmen Banquet. The streets in Wushui County are crowded and narrow. The sallow-looking survivors crowded under the eaves of the streets, holding hoes and other tools in their hands, holding large cakes mixed with grains and devouring them hungrily. As long as the survivors here can still stand up, they must go out to work, strengthen the city walls, and set up fortifications. Wushui County will not support idle people at all now. Even so, there are still a large number of people who have nothing to eat. Many people were lying in dilapidated shops to take shelter from the rain, without even the strength to stand up. There were even some people who were injured and lost their labor force, lying helplessly in the turbid rain, numbly looking at the survivors eating cakes, waiting for death to come. Luo Junjiang led a large group of city guards, holding guns, machetes, iron rods, steel bars and other simple weapons in their hands, following several off-road vehicles and heading towards Qin Tower. Jiang Lusher and Xiang Shuai were sitting in the minibus and walking at the front of the team. Although the road is narrow, it is inconvenient for minibuses to pass through. But Jiang Lusher has learned a lesson now. As long as the base vehicle can be followed, he must let it follow. The situation in Wushui County is complicated, and there is no room for sloppiness. Moreover, some members of Shuring's team are injured. The main force like Jiang Zhuing has his hands damaged, and his combat effectiveness is not as good as before. Of course, we must rely on the base vehicle as follow-up support. Here he comes! Hee. He made a bad car to suppress the scene. Is Xiangsuai so poor now? Upstairs in Qin Tower, the captains of the 7 elite survivor teams have gathered. The horse-faced man from Guangzhongyuan was leaning on the railing with exquisite carvings of Jiang and water towns. He looked down from a high position and looked at the minibuses moving forward in the heavy rain with a mocking look in his eyes. On such an occasion, you insist on driving a broken minibus in. What the hell are you doing? When Xiang Shuai and his party got out of the minibus and walked into the Qin building, these people sat in their own seats one after another, leaving the last corner seat vacant. Jiang Lushir walked beside Xiang Shuai without saying a word, observing the surroundings carefully along the way. When he arrived at the room on the second floor and saw clearly what was going on inside, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. A long table was placed in the center of the room. People were sitting on both sides of the long table and at the main seat. Only a small corner in the northeast corner was left. There, water dripped from the damaged ceiling, and the location was remote, dark and damp. After Xiang Shuai entered, Yuan Hongyang and others were all present. As if they didn't see Xiang Shuai come in, some people took out a rifle and wiped it carefully, while some held a woman and played with it frivolously. Luo Junjiang was also nearby. When he saw the scene, he suddenly became furious. 9 monkeys! What did you do? Didn't I ask you to arrange the banquet? Why did you let Boss Xiang sit there? Luo Junjiang grabbed a thin middle-aged man at the door and asked sternly. He felt his face was burning. He would leave it to the middle-aged 9 monkeys to take charge of this banquet. I arranged it. But these bosses came one step ahead and didn't sit at the seat I told them to sit at. There wasn't that seat in the northeast corner originally. They threw the last seat there. 9 monkeys cried with sadness on their faces. He had arranged for Xiang Shuai to sit in the chairman's position. But the captains of 7 foreign elite survivor teams came in advance and occupied all the good positions, and deliberately left the corner to Xiang Shuai. To him, these people were evil men that he could not afford to offend, and there was nothing he could do about it. Luo Junjiang suddenly understood that these foreign survivor teams were going too far. Xiang Shuai looked calm and walked slowly to the long table with high heels on her feet. When she walked over, Kwang Zhongyuan was squeezing the woman in his arms, while secretly looking at her whole body with mocking eyes. The other captains of the survivor team also secretly observed Xiang Shuai, wanting to see her laugh. This situation was very embarrassing whether Xiang Shuai sat down or not. Xiang Shuai was dressed in black today, with a red belt tied around her waist. Her entire figure was contoured, and she had a unique sense of femininity in her heroic appearance. Her slender and tight thighs suddenly lifted high and fell towards the table. As a person with special powers, Xiang Shuai's physical fitness is naturally extraordinary. Coupled with the superpowers, this kick is extremely powerful. Boom! Her long legs hit the hardwood red table hard, and the entire table instantly fell apart under her powerful and heavy legs. Sawdust flew. Everyone at the table stood up in shock and stared at Xiang Shuai warily. Boss Xiang, what are you doing? Qin Shuzi, who was next to Xiang Shuai, couldn't dodge, and his face was stained with sawdust. He looked at Xiang Shuai with a very unhappy expression, and at the same time a bit wary. Boss Xiang, are you here to talk to us? Are you provoking us with this attitude? A tall man with a sturdy back stood up and sneered. The other captains of the survivor team looked at Xiang Shuai with rather unkind eyes. Of course I'm here to talk to you, but you seem to have forgotten that this is my territory. Xiang Shuai, it's the dragon that is coiled around me, and it's the tiger that will lie down for me today. Xiang Shuai said every word carefully. It seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth. Boss Xiang, you asked me to take the message today, and I gave it to all the bosses. All the bosses are here too, if you are hosting the Hongyan banquet. Hey, our people are not afraid of trouble. Yuan Hongyang said no. Stand up quickly. Now the table is broken and everyone is so dirty that they can't sit down at all. The other team captains stood up one after another, each with an evil look on their face, and sneered at Xiang Shuai. Their original plan was to kill the person who bloodbathed Xiang Shuai tonight. Now that Xiang Shuai is ignorant, it's just the right time for them to break up. In the past, Qinlu was the center of the county. Qin Tower was originally an antique Chinese-style hotel with wooden windows on all sides. Now the wooden windows are all open, and you can see the buildings on the opposite side. At this time, I saw a dark crowd standing in the buildings around Qin Tower. These people were originally lurking, but now they saw the movement in Qin Tower, and all stood up one after another. They occupied several buildings surrounding Qin Tower, holding various weapons in their hands with murderous intent. Many people hold hooks and ropes in their hands. As long as there is any movement, they can immediately throw out the hooks and quickly invade Qin Tower. There was a commotion on the road downstairs. Teams of people took to the streets. Luo Junjiang had been standing guard at the door. At this time, he had clearly seen the situation on the street. His face changed slightly, and he quickly came over and whispered a few words in Xiang Shuai's ear. Xiang Shuai sneered. It seemed that people like Yuan Hongyang had already had their thoughts in mind. Boss Xiang, there are so many of us. Who do you think has the final say in Wushui County now? Even if Yang Feng comes with his troops, he still has to give us 3 points of thin noodles. Kwang Zhongyuan stood up proudly and turned the woman beside him pushing away. He looked up and down at Xiang Shuai with naked eyes. Yang Feng? Do you want a dead man to save you some face? Jiang Lushur suddenly said coldly from the side. What? Dead? Yang Feng is dead? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. And then all their eyes focused on Jiang Lushur. Chapter 370 Shock. Boss Xiang, is this the pretty boy you kept? Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Kwang Zhongyuan clenched his hands in dissatisfaction, his bones crackling, threatening Jiang Lushur. In fact, as soon as Jiang Lushur walked in, he noticed this young man who walked in side by side with Xiang Shuai. It's just that he didn't sense any powerful energy fluctuations from Jiang Lushur, so he automatically ignored Jiang Lushur. Now that Jiang Lushur was speaking so provocatively, Xiang Shuai still didn't stop him. It was obvious that this young man had a high status in Xiang Shuai's team. In the end of the world, what right can an ordinary survivor with no power have to say? A little rabbit suddenly provokes a group of tigers, which is probably how these survivor bosses feel. Many bosses of the survivor teams in the hall were very unhappy with Jiang Lushur at this time, and stared at Jiang Lushur with murderous intent. If they wanted to break up with Xiang Shuai, they might as well start with Jiang Lushur. Once Jiang Lushur dies, Xiang Shuai might be able to wake up a little, obediently lower her profile, and cooperate with them. However, before these people could take action, Jiang Lushur made the move first. A bright 54 pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. The black muzzle pointed directly at Kwang Zhongyuan. Jiang Lushur drew his gun as fast as lightning. Kwang Zhongyuan reacted. His eyes widened suddenly, and a strong sense of life and death crisis suddenly enveloped him. Just as he made a move, he heard 3 gunshots exploding in his ears. Kwang Zhongyuan's heart trembled for a moment, and he felt that his soul was being pulled away from his body. 3 scorching waves of heat pressed against his scalp, causing it to ache slightly, and some with chips splashed on his face and neck. Kick! 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 Frightened, Kwang Zhongyuan took a few steps back. Fortunately, he was supported by a few elite men around him. Boss! Jiang Lushur drew his gun and fired a series of actions at lightning speed. The hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Lushur to shoot suddenly and so fast. At this time, Kwang Zhongyuan had already discovered that the scalp on both sides of his head and a strip of hair on the top of his head had been cut off by the gunfire, and some of the hair was singed. The originally thick hair was cut into a 3-stranded chicken coop. Not to mention how embarrassing it was. There was also blood flowing out from these 3 strands, which was burning and painful. Everyone woke up quickly, and some people drew their guns. At this time, several more gunshots were fired. Guns suddenly fell to the ground. The person who just took out the gun groaned in pain as blood splattered on the hand holding the gun. On the other hand, Jiang Lushur on the other side had a 54mm pistol in his hand by accident. 2 black muzzles were pointed at the crowd in 2 directions. Just now, he fired both guns at the same time, taking care of everyone who wanted to get a gun from 360 degrees without any blind spots. The amazing spear skills immediately shocked everyone in the hall. No one from the survivor team ambushed in a nearby building dared to shoot. Just now, their eyes only saw Jiang Lushur swinging his arms casually, and their eyes did not pay attention to the enemy with the pistol pointed at him. He fired casually like this, but each shot accurately hit the enemy's gun hand, as if his whole body had eyes. This precision, this speed, this miraculous vision of spearmanship is heart-stopping. There was a feeling in everyone's heart that as long as they really raised their guns and shot at Jiang Lushur, they would be shot in the head. Even though there are many people with superpowers here, they are still very afraid of Jiang Lushur's spear skills. Xiang Shuai, what do you mean? Kwang Zhongyuan couldn't help but said angrily. His face was burning. Being humiliated by Jiang Lushur's gun skills in public made his lungs explode with anger. Collapse. Collapse. Kwang Zhongyuan's body expanded rapidly, and the buttons of his clothes were ripped open. After a while, furry hair grew all over his body, looking like a huge grizzly bear. Jiang Lushur was relatively tall, but it only reached his abdomen. Kwang Zhongyuan's momentum was overwhelming at this time. It's a mutant type of superpower, Luo Junjian said in a low voice. Most of the mutant superpowers have mutated into a bloodline similar to that of beasts. It is a very common mutation among superpowers. They are usually extremely powerful, with strong defense and vitality. Kwang Zhongyuan's huge body creates a strong visual pressure in this cramped environment. Ordinary people would already feel weak if they faced a bear at close range. But after Kwang Zhongyuan mutated, he was several times stronger than a real bear. It was obvious that Kwang Zhongyuan's mutation was very strong. His whole body was full of explosive power, and his pupils were red. Xiang Shuai's eyes sharpened, and strong wind suddenly appeared around her. Countless small wind blades appeared in the strong wind. The others had bad expressions on their faces, and glanced at the survivor team members outside the building. If something went wrong, they would start fighting immediately. The people on Luo Juanjiang's side also became wary. The members of the Wushui County City Guard, who were guarding the street, were already facing off across the street from the team of foreign survivors on the street. The two sides were at war with each other. The energetic old prisoner, with faint blue eyes, stood opposite Jiang Lushi. "Young man, you have good marksmanship. With a gunman like you in Xiangsuahai, no wonder he is so confident. Don't be impulsive. Since we are here to talk about things, let's talk about it." Mr. Chiu finally spoke and said slowly. No one could see clearly how Qi Lao moved, but felt that he had arrived between Xiangsuahai and Kwang Zhongyuan in a flash. And his tall body blocked the confrontation between the two people. Jiang Liushi's eyes flashed, but he could see clearly. Just now, Mr. Qi actually made a few very secretive moves. Because Lao Qiu was so fast in this stealthy movement, most people's normal vision could barely keep up with his speed, and they could only see the fleeting afterimage. The prisoner just made a few quick clicks on the ground with his waist, hips and legs in an arched position. His steps were very strange, but his speed was very fast. What the hell is this? Jiang Lushi was slightly surprised in his heart. This is the first time he has encountered such a weird superpower. He probably knows some fighting skills, or Muay Thai. And this prisoner's instant explosive power is far beyond ordinary people. With his superpowers and skills, this prisoner should not be underestimated. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion from the distance. Xiang Shuai's expression changed slightly, and she rushed to the railing, looking through the heavy rain in the direction of the sound. The direction from which the explosion sound came was the closed city gate of Wushui County. It was a very sensitive location. If the city gate was damaged, the influx of survivors would be a trivial matter. After all, it was controllable. If a large number of zombies and mutant beasts come in, things will be very troublesome. Brother Jiang, there are a lot of mental energy fluctuations in the direction of the city gate. One of them has very strong mental energy fluctuations, like a mutated zombie. Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Liushi's mind. Ran Shiyu, Jiang Zhuiying, and Li Yusen were all staying in the base car with Ying at this moment. As a person with spiritual powers, Ran Shiyu has been monitoring the fluctuations of nearby spiritual power, precisely because she observed the surrounding situation. Jiang Lushi didn't worry about other people's sneak attacks at all. Jiang Lushi was startled. He naturally believed in Ran Shiyu's judgment. Mutated zombies? Jiang Lushi had seen the power of this kind of mutated zombies. If mutated zombies were allowed to enter the city, Wushui County would be really in danger. The most terrifying thing about this zombie is not its ability, but its ability to command other zombies. Boss Yang, I just received news that mutated zombies have appeared near the city gate. We must hurry over and guard the city gate, Jiang Lushi said in a deep voice to Xiang Shuai. Xiang Shuai's expression became serious. Mutated zombie? She absolutely believed Jiang Liushi's words. Boom! At this time, there was another violent explosion in the direction of the city gate. In the heavy rain, the blazing fire burning in the distance was still very eye-catching. It seems like the fuel tank exploded. Jiang Lushi quickly made a judgment from the billowing black smoke rising from the fire. You must know that the black smoke and fire can't be extinguished even by heavy rain. It can be seen that it is definitely the violent high temperature caused by the burning of oil. Several car tires also exploded one after another, and were thrown high into the sky in the shock wave. Boss Yang, it's not good. There are a large number of zombies attacking the city, and there is a team of survivors at the front who hit the city gate with a truck, forcing us to open the door. Now the city gate exploded, and the brothers blocked it with a lot of sandbags. But I can't hold on any longer. A thin member of the city defense team, covered in water, rushed into Xiangsuai's hurried report. His face was full of panic, which showed that the situation of the city gate was by no means optimistic. If you open the city gate now, zombies will also swarm in. But those survivors outside the city gate will also try their best to attack the city gate in order to survive. Captain Jiang, let's get there quickly, Xiang Shuai said to Jiang Lushi with a solemn expression, as the matter was urgent. No matter what, We must not let those zombies rush in. Otherwise, Wushui County, which is already chaotic, will turn into a bloody H.L. Of course, Jiang Lusher didn't want Wushui County to be overrun by zombies. Compared to the outside, the city was much safer. There is water everywhere now. If Wushui County falls, it will be a troublesome thing for Jiang Lusher. Are you going? If the zombies come in, you won't get anything good. I will only protect my people. Xiang Shuai reminded him as he glanced at the faces of the captains of the elite survivor team from outside before leaving. As soon as Jiang Lusher and others left Qin Tower, the remaining captains of the elite survivor team looked at each other. They all knew the seriousness of the situation. In a sense, they have a close relationship with Wushui County. And this county is also very important to them. Now surrounded by floods, there is no place nearby to hide from zombies except here. Especially when Xiang Shuai mentioned just now that there seem to be mutated zombies. They have all dealt with mutant zombies, and know how abnormal these zombies are. Oh, prisoner! What do you say? In panic, everyone's eyes focused on the old man. Oh, prisoner! Xiang Shuai said that they killed Yang Feng. I think this should be true. There is no need to panic about this kind of thing. If they are strong enough to kill Yang Feng, Xiang Shuai and the young man who used the gun will definitely be very good. Danger! Huang Zhongyuan suddenly said. He was deeply impressed by Jiang Liusher's marksmanship and had deep murderous intentions towards Jiang Lusher. As soon as Huang Zhongyuan finished speaking, the other survivor team captains nodded. That's right. People like Xiang Shuai cannot stay. If Yang Feng can be killed, they will be too dangerous. But we can't let the zombies in now. Our bosses have all been brought here. The prisoner's face was calm. A glimmer of light flashed in his lowered eyelids. And he said calmly, Go. We must go. But as for whether to fight the zombies, and how to fight, we all have to look at the situation. Chapter 371 City Gate. In the violent storm, a minibus was running fast on the narrow street, under the cooperative control of Jiang Lusher and Ying. The base vehicle was as nimble as a swimming fish and quickly approached the city gate. Before he even got out of the car, Jiang Lusher heard the terrifying roars and screams outside the city gate. The survivors near the city gate were fleeing one after another. Their faces turned pale by the sight of the zombies attacking. Jiang Lusher and Xiang Shuai quickly opened the car door and got out. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan both took a Type 96 shotgun and followed closely. Facing zombies, especially in siege battles, often involves close combat. Shotguns, a powerful weapon at close range, are undoubtedly better than other guns. The city gate of Wushui County is already filled with piles of sandbags. These sandbags were originally intended to fight floods, but are now used to block the city gates. The closed iron gate of the city wall was a strange red color in the darkness at this moment. It was obviously burned like this by the fire. Fortunately, the iron door was very thick and was not burned down. Thick black smoke filled the sky above the city gate, and screams continued to be heard. The survivors in the city were struggling to carry sandbags toward the city gate, constantly blocking the city gate. Jiang Lusher walked a few steps when a familiar fragrance drifted to his ears. He turned around and saw Jiang Zhuing's beautiful figure. He was speechless. This sister always had a special kind of enthusiasm for fighting. Her hands were still wrapped like a mummy. She couldn't even hold a special long knife. And she still came to fight. It was really disturbing. Zhuing, why did you follow me here? Go back quickly. Your injury is not healed yet. Brother, this strong wind and heavy rain are just convenient for me to conduct electricity. You know. Jiang Zhuing stuck out her tongue, raised her eyelids, and a sizzling blue electric current suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand. Her arm has not fully recovered and she cannot move vigorously. But she is still fine just moving her hands. No, there are mutated zombies, so you still have difficulty moving. Otherwise, follow us as backup, and then protect Liu Sin and Ran Shiyu in the car. Jiang Lusher knew that it was impossible to completely make this precious sister obedient. He could only do the next best thing. Let his sister stay behind him, and assign her some tasks. Yeah. Okay. Jiang Zhuing nodded. Anyway, for her, as long as she can stay idle. She also saw the seriousness of the situation and wanted to help. Clatter. During the storm, Jiang Liusher's ears caught an unusual gunshot. Sniper rifle? Many veterans can hear the difference between the shooting sounds of different guns. Jiang Lusher often uses sniper rifles and has a developed brain. Unknowingly, he can also distinguish the sounds of sniper rifles. On the city wall above his head, a member of the city guard suddenly flew down and fell heavily into the mud. He didn't even have time to scream. Jiang Lusher could clearly see that the body of the city guard was a bloody mess, with half of his upper body missing. This is the power that a large-caliber sniper rifle can produce. Some large-caliber sniper rifles, even with armor-piercing bullets, can shoot a person in half. Be careful. There's a sniper! Jiang Lusher warned Xiang Shuihai with a gesture. Xiang Shuihai nodded. Sniper. She has a terrifying gunman like Jiang Lusher on her side, so she naturally knows how dangerous it is for a sniper to attack the city gate. There are already several corpses of such city guard members under the city wall. They were all killed in one blow. They had huge penetrating wounds on their bodies, which was too horrible to look at. There are snipers, which means that the survivor team outside the city gate is definitely at the elite level, and is not that easy to deal with. At this moment, on the city wall, some members of the city defense team did not dare to get up at all, and they hid behind and shivered. But they did not dare to leave. If the city gate was not guarded at this time, they would not only be severely punished by Xiangshuahai, but they would also face the invasion of the zombie army. Some of them were originally locals, and now they even have relatives in Wushui County. Ranshi, see if you can help find the sniper's location, Jiang Lusher said in his mind. Brother Jiang, don't worry. As long as he shows up, I will help you find him, Ranshi responded. While talking, the base vehicle had already arrived near the city gate. Jiang Lusher and Xiang Shuihai had climbed to the top of the city, found a hidden opening, and looked outside. Outside the city gate, I saw incomparable chaos and lish scene. Under the city gate, a raging fire was burning, and a heavy truck had been burned into scrap metal. But not far away from the flames was the rolling flood. The flood outside the city gate is already much higher than when it entered not long ago. The flood has spread past the artificially built high ridge on the outermost edge of Wushui County. The water flowing near the county seat was completely dark red, and bodies were lying on the ground. Some corpses were drowned by floods, and some had mutilated limbs, with zombies with bloody faces lying on them, gnawing desperately. Looking around, dense zombies had surrounded the city gate. Farther away, zombies were floating on the yellow flood water with white foam. These zombies were floating in the water with their heads up and their bodies down. Some zombies were still lying on floating furniture and other things, screaming at Wushui County. Some zombies were directly hit by the water flow towards Wushui County. Why didn't these guys drown completely? Jiang Lusher was horrified. For the first time, he discovered that these zombies had no intelligence, but they had a certain survival instinct. His eyes narrowed, and he saw the group of wild dogs. Among them, the mutated wild dog leader, with a sharp horn growing out of the middle of his forehead, was also chewing on the corpses of some survivors outside the city. It was the group of wild dogs he encountered in a village on the way out of Yangfeng's base. The wild dogs were being hunted by a giant mutated water snake. They appeared outside the city. Then the water monster. Jiang Lusher couldn't help but shudder. A large number of survivors have already penetrated into the barbed wire fence. They relied on abandoned cars, tires, and various ravines built on the ground. They held weapons, and were fighting the zombies in small groups. There are some obstacles, and the zombies cannot invade for a while, and they roar outside with their bloody mouths open. However, these survivors who can fight are all ordinary people with some fighting ability, or ordinary people with superpowers. There are also some relatively strong survivor teams that form a group and rely on the surrounding abandoned cars to shoot outside and fight with the intruding zombies with knives. But those survivors who had no fighting power, such as some women holding children, and densely packed children, and elderly people standing near the city gate and wailing. They originally belonged to other survivor forces and camps. But now the flood has come, and they have been driven out of the relatively safe area. They looked at the tall city walls with despair in their eyes. The closed city gate cuts off the boundary between life and death. Open the door! I beg you! Please open the door! Please! Please! I still have a child. Brothers and sisters in Wushui County. I have the strength and I can work. Let me in! Many people knelt down in the direction of the city gate and howled loudly. In the face of death, human dignity seems so humble. It's okay. Baby! It's good to die. If you die, you can see your parents and don't have to starve. Grandpa can only take you here. The old man, who was missing an arm, leaned against the base of the city wall weakly, lovingly stroking the muddy and confused grandson's hair. Grandpa, I don't want to die. Although the grandson was young, he vaguely understood the old man's words and muttered with tears. I still want to drink Coke. Jiang Lushur lay down in a gap in the city wall, letting the cold rain pour on his head. Hearing the conversation between his grandfather and grandson at the base of the city wall, he felt extremely heavy. There was a sigh from beside him, and he looked sideways and found a trace of sadness in Xiang Shuai's eyes. When will this kind of world end? Xiang Shuai whispered quietly. She seemed to be talking to herself, and also seemed to be asking Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur glanced at her and said nothing, but there was some emotion surging in his heart. He pursed his lips, took out the bite bar from behind, and poked out the black muzzle of the gun. He continued to stare straight ahead, his expression instantly focused. Grandma, Xiang Shuai, I am Inghausen of the Savage Team. If you don't open the door, I will continue to blow up your city gate. When the zombies come in, we will die together. Suddenly someone yelled in the direction of the city gate. 30 meters outside the city, near the flood, there was also a large group of survivors fighting with the zombies outside. They used heavy trucks and off-road vehicles as city wall-like defenses, and combined them with tires and other debris to form a line of defense. Outside them, zombie corpses were piled up to a height of more than 1 meter. Similarly, many elite survivor team members died tragically at the mouths of zombies. Inside the wall of their car, many bullet casings and various sharpened knives were piled up. Among this elite team of survivors, there was a man whose body was filled with evaporating heat and was fighting hard among the zombies. This person is Inghausen. But now Inghausen's skin is red, with blood stains everywhere, and he looks very embarrassed. As long as he catches a zombie, the zombie will immediately turn red, as if it has been steamed, and finally die of smoke and fire. Inghausen is crazy now. His special ability is to burn the fat of objects and creatures he comes into contact with. This special ability is very strange, but it also consumes a lot of money on his body. He had been fighting hard for several hours, and couldn't bear it anymore. However, the city gate of Wushui County refused to open, which made him furious. In the direction of the city gate was still closed, and no one responded to Inghausen. Boss, this can't go on like this. We have to break open the city wall in one go. Now there are not only zombies, there are also strange things in the water. A team member nearby said anxiously to Inghausen. Scream! Didn't I know? Inghausen burned a zombie, breathing heavily, and suddenly he strode toward the circle surrounding the car wall. There are many ordinary survivors hiding around this circle. Among them were several groups of ordinary survivors, all ordinary people with no fighting ability at all. He lifted up a thin, malnourished man and said, Go and drive a big truck and hit the door. The man suddenly turned pale. The man who had just been forced to drive a heavy truck to attack the city gate was now reduced to coke. Don't catch my husband. Please. A woman held a child in her arms, grabbed Inghausen's legs, and begged. Inghausen laughed evilly and kicked the woman and the child several meters away. The woman screamed and fell into the bloody mud. If you don't go, your woman will die, and your child will die too. Inghausen suddenly pulled out his gun, pointed the black muzzle at the woman on the ground, and said to the thin man in his hand, Okay, I'll go. Don't kill them. The man's face looked desperate, and he climbed onto a prepared heavy truck tremblingly. Jiang Lushur and Xiang Shuai watched this scene clearly. Although in the chaos, they didn't hear clearly what Inghausen said to the poor survivor couple, but they could clearly see Inghausen's actions when he threatened him with a gun and kicked the woman away, and they also knew Inghausen's tricks. This bitch. Xiang Shuai's face was cold, and his eyes were murderous. Boss Xiang, I suggest opening the city gate, Jiang Lushur suddenly said. Xiang Shuai was shocked and looked at Jiang Lushur in surprise. Do you know the consequences of opening the city gate? If those zombies rush in, not only these people will die. To be honest, Xiang Zuhai is not the kind of extremely selfish person. Under her management, although the survivors in Wushui County did not live very happily, they were at least relatively safe, and the possibility of being abused was also much reduced. At least those discovered by Xiang Shuai were dealt with seriously. In this chaotic area in northern Jiangsu without a regular military and without any rules, Wushui County can be considered the safest place for ordinary survivors. If you want to be truly safe, it can only be achieved in places like the Xincheng Safety Zone, where tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 troops are stationed. Xiang Shuai also wanted to save the survivors outside the city, but it would be okay if there were no zombies. Now that not only zombies, but also wild dogs led by mutant beasts came in, the consequences would be disastrous. The city gate will be open for a period of time. As many as can come in. I can guarantee that Shi Ying's team will not let zombies and mutant beasts rush in during the period when the city gate is open, Jian Luoshi said solemnly. After saying these words, Jian Luoshi's expression remained calm. In an apocalyptic world where zombies are rampant, Jian Luoshi is not someone who shows mercy casually, although his strength is still insufficient at the moment. To many ordinary survivors, he is a towering strong man. He feels that he has the ability to do things that strong men can do. He can kill people, and he can also let these survivors in and protect them to survive. As soon as Jian Luoshi finished speaking, he poked out the body bar from the gap at the top of the city wall, aimed it at the moving heavy truck, and clicked. In the chaotic rainstorm, the sound of gunfire seemed so inconspicuous. But immediately, the heavy truck that was rushing towards the city gate suddenly slowed down, staggered a few times, and completely collapsed. What? Seeing this scene, Inghausen was furious. Boss, someone shot out the tire. One of his subordinates went to check the heavy truck and reported nervously to Inghausen. Got shot? The people from Xiangshuahai did it. Inghausen immediately wanted to curse. But then, a scene that shocked him happened. The tightly closed thick iron door buzzed open to both sides. What's going on? Chapter 372. The fish is dead, and the net is broken. Look at the door, it's open! Under the city wall, a woman discovered that the city gate was open and immediately screamed excitedly. Many survivors cried with joy and rushed towards the door, rolling and crawling. The opening of the iron gate of the city wall in Wushui County undoubtedly gave many people hope of life. Even after not eating for several days, his skinny body still used a lot of strength to stumble towards the iron gate. Jian Luoshi frowned slightly. Behind the crowd were zombies chasing after him. Originally, the zombie group was blocked by barbed wire fences, abandoned cars, and survivors with weapons in their hands, so they did not catch up so quickly. But now, the survivors who originally blocked the zombies rushed to the city gate, leaving the zombies alone. The speed of the zombies' pursuit suddenly increased. Don't squeeze me! Let me go in first! I have the strength to do the work! Suddenly, a shirtless man kicked a woman blocking his way to the ground. As soon as the woman fell to the ground, she was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd that kept coming from behind. Pairs of muddy shoes trampled over her face and lower abdomen. The thin, poor woman struggled on the ground a few times, trying to get up, but her face was stepped on by a series of feet, and she was pressed into the muddy water. 1 foot, 2 feet. The woman's mouth kept spitting out blood, and her pupils gradually expanded. The man ignored the woman he kicked down and rushed forward quickly. Seeing that he was approaching the city gate, his face showed a look of ecstasy. However, just as he was about to rush into the city gate, there was a gunshot, and his head was blown over by a gunshot. Blood spurted out, and he fell backwards, falling heavily into the mud. The sudden gunshots and the dead man who fell caused the group of survivors rushing towards the city gate to hesitate. The shooter was naturally Jian Luoshi. He saw the man's behavior, but it was too late to save the woman. As a murderer, of course this man deserves to die. The old, weak, sick and disabled go first, and the others follow behind, Xiangshuahai said loudly and coldly. At this time, only iron-blooded means can maintain order. The survivors are followed by zombies. If they are allowed to rush randomly, the zombies are likely to catch up with the crowd and even enter the city gate. Xiangshuahai didn't want this to happen. The crowd that was a little chaotic just now suddenly regained some order, and many women, old people, and children entered the city gate one after another. Come on, kid! We don't have to die! The old man and his grandson were unable to squeeze through at first, but now they finally have hope. He quickly picked up his grandson and headed towards the city gate. Just a moment ago, I was heartbroken, but in the blink of an eye, I got another chance to survive. Those survivors who were still fighting, looking at the man's body on the ground, had to pick up their weapons again and fight with the chasing zombies, blocking many zombies outside the barbed wire fence. At this time, further away, several heavy trucks and off-road vehicles rumbled towards the city gate. Get out of the way! Get out of my way! Don't block the way of our savage team! On the heavy truck clearing the way at the front, a strong man with a mohawk shouted arrogantly and rushed the truck towards the center of the crowd. They don't care about the life and death of other survivors. The most important thing is to be able to enter the city quickly. Bang bang bang. The high-speed heavy truck knocked over several zombies in succession. It also knocked over the survivors running in front. It was directly knocked away for more than 10 meters and fell to the ground vomiting blood. These rumbling heavy trucks caused chaos in the crowd in front of them, who had just regained some order. Duh. Two gunshots rang out amid the commotion. The heavy truck where the big man was sitting had a loud bang, and the fuel tank exploded. The exploding fuel engulfed the large trucks in the flames. Several large tires exploded one after another, and thick black smoke jumped into the sky dozens of meters high. All the members of the Savage team sitting in the car were howling miserably in the fire. Once the truck catches fire, they don't even have a chance to escape. The dozen or so members of the Savage team inside were instantly surrounded by flames, howling miserably before falling onto the red burning car body. The violent explosion caused the heavy trucks and off-road vehicles behind to stop. Damn it! There's a sniper! Inghausen heard the gunshot. And the fuel tank could not have exploded suddenly. Someone must have exploded it with a gun. To blow up the fuel tank, it is not possible to just fire a gun. At most, the tank will leak oil and not explode. Without eyesight, accuracy, and judgment, it is impossible to do it. He heard the two gunshots, and the fuel tank exploded, killing more than a dozen of his people at once. Whether it was the blown fuel tank or the tire of the heavy truck in front of him that was blown out, it must have been a good thing done by the lurking sniper. Inghausen, I am Xiang Shuihai from Wushui County. I now order your Savage team to cut off the rear for other ordinary survivors and stop the zombies coming over. If you want to enter the city now, you must show your worth. Otherwise you will be killed. Don't even think about entering the city. Xiang Shuihai's voice suddenly sounded in front of the Savage team. Not even a storm can stop this crisp sound. Inghausen's expression changed. What? Xiang Shuihai. This little bitch wants his Savage team to cut off the rear? Helping a group of worthless ordinary survivors to end their lives? Doesn't this make him cannon fodder? If you cut off, you will definitely face an army of zombies and things in the water. The Savage team has already suffered a lot of casualties. It is definitely not cost-effective for him to continue to consume more members. What's more, Inghausen doesn't think that his strength is worse than Xiang Shuihai. Xiang Shuihai just relies on having the city gate. If you want to use his Savage team as cannon fodder, there is no way. Don't worry about anything else. Rush forward and rush into the city while the iron gate is still open. Haidong, kill the lurking sniper. Inghausen gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. The man is dead, and the bird is in the sky. Xiang Shuihai wants to consume him, so he will fight to the death with Xiang Shuihai. A team of survivors like him, who ran around and robbed every day, could survive until now, and there was an element of madness in their bones. Inghausen's words are definitely worth mentioning in the Savage team, even though they knew that there were snipers lurking on the opposite side. The drivers of other off-road vehicles and heavy trucks still gritted their teeth and rushed forward crazily. If they don't rush, they will die too. And stay behind and cut off the queen? That's waiting to die. Looking for death. Captain Jiang, please kill the car at the front. In the gap in the city wall, Xiang Shuihai found Inghausen's convoy charging towards the iron gate again. She clenched her teeth and became murderous. Needless to say, Jiang Lusher had already prepared, and the Bai Bar aimed at one of the heavy trucks. Once the heavy trucks in Inghausen's team start sprinting, they will be crushed all the way under the huge momentum. Jiang Lusher had just aimed at the heavy truck in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a warning sign, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a black muzzle sticking out of a pile of abandoned cars about 10 meters away from Inghausen's motorcade outside the city. The place where the muzzle of the gun protruded was very small, and it was still visible from the corner of Jiang Lusher's eye. The brain nerves that Jiang Lusher evolved are no joke. The visual angle of an ordinary person is usually 120 degrees, and the horizontal visual angle of both eyes can reach a maximum of 188 degrees. However, when concentration is concentrated, it is only 1/5, about 25 degrees. As long as Jiang Lusher activates his brain power, he can still cover a 180-degree horizontal viewing angle with a high degree of concentration. Within the field of vision, almost any movement can be detected by his vision. His eyesight is as good as that of a falcon, and some details are even better than that of a falcon, because in his eyes, those things are slowed down and can be observed carefully. Moreover, Jiang Lusher's brain reflexes are very agile, and after strengthening his agility, he can completely keep up with his reaction speed. The moment the muzzle of the gun stuck out from the pile of abandoned cars in the distance, Jiang Lusher immediately jumped to the side. Collapse? A big hole was directly punched through the gap in the city wall where he was just now. If it hit a person, half of his body would probably be gone, and he would be too dead to die. Sniper? A figure suddenly appeared in Jiang Lusher's mind. The dark-haired young man with a very gloomy temperament, who I had seen on the road during the day, was sitting on the roof of the Hummer H6 of the Savage team. He was probably the one who killed those city guards before. Chapter 373 Mutated Zombies Appear. Jiang Lucia was waiting for the sniper to appear. The moment he appeared, he had already entered Ran Shiyu's mental vision. At this time, there was a heavy rain in the sky. Lines of rain intertwined in the void, pouring down crackling rain. In the evening, the sky was already terribly dark. But the dim light could not blur Jiang Lucia's vision. He could still clearly see the heavy truck rushing towards the iron gate of the city wall, as a group of savages were no more than 10 meters away from the crowded crowd. "Hurry up and drive over! We will enter the city soon!" Inghausen shouted orders in the Hummer H6 with red eyes. He was secretly happy that the heavy truck had arrived in front of the iron gate and had not been sniped yet. He secretly guessed that Haidong should have killed the sniper. The other members of the Savage team in the convoy all looked happy. They were about to rush into the city gate. Those survivors on the outermost periphery turned pale with fear when they saw the heavy truck roaring towards them. If you are hit by such a heavy truck, you will be seriously injured even if you are not dead. "Film!" Jiang Lucia shouted in his heart. He didn't need to say much else. Ing was connected to him and already knew what Jiang Lucia was thinking. "Luo Junjiang, evacuate the survivors at the city gate and leave a path for minibuses to pass by." Jiang Lucia crawled on the ground and rushed to Luo Junjiang, who was following him. The tone of his order was very natural. Luo Junjiang was stunned for a moment, and then immediately went to execute it. The bespectacled man now knew that Jiang Lucia's status in Xiang Shuai's heart was much higher than his, and he was just a handyman. Jiang Lucia's words now almost represented Xiang Shuai, and he didn't dare not listen. "Hurry up!" Ying's voice sounded in the cab. In the carriage, Sun Shangxin, Jiang Zhuing and others were sitting inside. Originally, the minibus was quietly guarding in front of the city gate. But the old man secretly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. When he heard Ying's words, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The old experts already know what this minibus is going to do. This minibus is clearly used as a tank. This time, he quickly fastened his seat belt without anyone's help. Boom! The base vehicle that was originally stationary suddenly started sprinting. The gasoline in the fuel tank spurted out from the fuel pipe crazily, turning into strong kinetic energy. The base vehicle reached sprinting status within a few seconds, rushed out with a bang, and faced the group of heavy trucks head-on. At the same time, a huge V-shaped metal collision angle appeared in front of the minibus. When the minibus came out of the corner and sprinted out, the survivors crowded in front of the city gate had been forcibly evacuated by Luo Junjiang and others, leaving a passage. At the same time, the Savage team's heavy truck was filled with joy. It was about to rush into the city gate. But their joy soon froze on their faces. And then a look of fear appeared in their eyes. In their field of vision, a monster-like minibus rushed out of the city gate. The shiny metal V-shaped corners on the minibus are terrifying to look at. "Go back quickly! It's the minibus from the daytime!" Inghausen's pupils tightened. And when he recalled it, wasn't this the same minibus that knocked over the heavy truck during the day? The minibus knocked over the heavy truck in their convoy like a toy. And the force of the collision was abnormally strong. Inghausen was so angry at that time that he chased after the minibus. But he was soon left behind by the abnormal speed of the minibus. He still had a vivid memory of this perverted minibus. And he also had lingering fears. "Captain, you can't stop the car!" The driver of Inghausen's heavy truck yelled in panic. When a heavy-duty truck loaded with dozens of tons reaches a high speed, the braking distance must be at least 100 meters. The driver of the heavy truck slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to make a screeching sound against the ground under the forced braking. But the heavy truck still rushed forward. The minibus came faster and drove like an F1. Inghausen could almost hear the roar of the minibus as it ran. At such a fast speed, he would die first if he collided with him, Inghausen shouted. Even if the minibus has a collision angle, it will suffer a big loss if it collides head-on with a heavy truck weighing dozens of tons. In front of heavy trucks, this minibus is still too small. Inghausen was also full of murderous intent at this time. He wanted to see if this minibus dared to compete head-on with them. He also realized at this time, damn, I'm so scared. This minibus is going to hit us from the front. And we'll both die in the worst case. Even those who are aggressive are afraid of risking their lives. In terms of ruthlessness, Inghausen does not believe that the other party can be ruthless than him. As long as the opponent hesitates and retreats, the Savage team can rush directly into the city gate. At this moment, Inghausen suddenly widened his eyes. He watched helplessly as the minibus continued to rise and deform. And during the sprint, It actually turned into a giant truck. Inghausen's so-called heavy-duty truck is nothing compared to this mining truck. In front of this behemoth, Inghausen's scalp was about to explode. What the hell is this? Where was the minibus just now? Why is it gone? As the mining truck continued to expand in his pupils, Inghausen seemed to smell the smell of death. Jump out of the car! He roared wildly, slammed the car door decisively, and jumped out. When he shouted to jump out of the truck, the other members of the truck didn't react as quickly as he did. As soon as Inghausen fell out of the car, he saw that the minibus had hit the heavy truck he was sitting on. Boom! The front window of the heavy truck was first shattered, and the entire front of the truck was dented. Then it was directly pushed to the side by the huge impact force, and then rolled over at high speed. Bang! 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 The heavy truck rolled continuously along the way, and finally rolled directly into the pile of zombies rushing behind it. Blood continued to flow out from the cracks of the heavy truck, and the screams of the people inside had long been drowned in the rolling of the heavy truck. The other heavy trucks and off-road vehicles in the savage convoy discovered that the mining truck had stopped, changed direction, and was aimed at them. "I hack! Run!" I don't know who was the first to yell. In an instant, all the members of the savage team completely lost their courage to face this sudden giant. In their eyes, whether it is a mining truck or a minibus in front of a mining truck, this is the monster that harvests lives, regardless of speed or impact force. This mining truck can directly crush heavy trucks and off-road vehicles. The most frightening thing is that, after the heavy truck was overturned and exploded, the front of the mining truck was not damaged at all. This isn't a car. It's clearly a monster. The reinforced and upgraded SH.L of the mining truck withstood the impact. The members of the savage team jumped out of heavy trucks and off-road vehicles, just relying on their legs to run. They might be able to escape the pursuit of mining trucks due to the complex terrain here. But if it is on a bulky heavy truck or off-road vehicle, it cannot match the speed of a mining truck. Now that there was no car, the team suffered heavy casualties. But if they wanted to survive, they had to run to the city gate. As long as you can sneak in, you can survive. Inghausen was also among these people. His eyes of hatred were fixed on the mining truck. As long as he was given a chance, he would blow up the truck. At this time, a light figure suddenly jumped out of the mining truck. "That person is right in front of you!" Ran Shiyu's voice came from Ling's mind. The moment Inghausen jumped out of the car, his spiritual light group had been locked by Ran Shiyu. Although he was mixed in the crowd, Ran Shiyu could still find him. If a snake is beaten to death, Ran Shiyu will not let him go without Jiang Liusher's instructions. At the moment when Zero quickly approached, Inghausen suddenly felt a strong life and death crisis. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a cat-eared figure walking through the crowd like a ghost, approaching him. "Want to kill me?" The skin of Inghausen's other hand was red, and he had prepared his superpower. No matter who it is, there will be a price to pay for getting close to him. His powers are very rare, and most people can't guard against them. When the cat-eared woman approaches, he will let her burn her alive. At this moment, Inghausen suddenly felt as if his head had been pricked by a needle. He felt dizzy, and his eyesight was blurred. "No, no!" A cold touch passed across his neck, and at the same time, a voice seemed to come from Inghausen's ear. "It's done! Thank you, Shiyu!" Inghausen's body fell into the mud. But just like the other survivors who fell to the ground, more survivors hurried past him, and no one looked down at him. Beside him, the cat-eared girl had already disappeared. "Their boss is dead," Ran Shiyu said. Just now, she directly used spirit puncture and cooperated with 01 to kill him, without understanding the opponent's abilities. This approach can avoid unnecessary complications. The zombies are getting closer, and they need to hurry up. At this time, the other members of the savage team were sneaking towards the city gate. They didn't see Inghausen, and they didn't know what happened to the boss. Anyway, their own survival was the most important thing. But they suddenly felt a darkness above their heads, and suddenly found two people jumping down from the wall above them. Two men with shotguns. Boom, boom, boom. After a few dull sounds, several members of the savage team were beaten to pieces and fell into the rain. Blood mixed with rain and flowed everywhere. "Damn it! Brother Jiang asked us to guard the city gate. How could we let you bastards in?" Sun Quan spat at the beaten body on the ground. He looked down upon these members of the savage team who wantonly slaughtered ordinary survivors. What kind of skill was bullying the weak? They are all a bunch of scum. On the city wall, Jiang Liusher nodded when he saw that other team members had intercepted the savage team. He looked to the southeast, where there was a bunker composed of several abandoned cars. There, the sniper of the Savage team did not fire a second shot. Haidong hid behind the bunker, his expression extremely ugly. He had already determined that the sniper crawling on the wall of Wushui County was the sniper he met during the day. Haidong's special ability is that his eyes can sense the infrared rays from the bodies of warm-blooded animals. Therefore, after locking Jiang Liusher's position, even if he does not directly target Jiang Liusher with the naked eye, as long as Jiang Liusher has body temperature and emits biological infrared rays, Haidong can clearly feel Jiang Liusher no matter where he is hiding. In his expectation, hiding behind these abandoned cars, he had a complete advantage in this battle. The advantage of this kind of avoidance is that the thin layer of iron sheet will not have much impact on the power of the sniper rifle. But because his sniper target was covered by the iron sheet, his sniping position could not be seen, and his sniping time could not be judged. He was definitely killed by a sudden shot. But I didn't expect that after the sniper appeared, his people and his car would defeat the Savage team so quickly. Even Inghausen is dead. The other Savage team members couldn't see it, but he saw it. I'm afraid that Sniper is the leader, and the woman named Xiang Xuehai. Haidong made a decision in the blink of an eye. If he could snipe these two people, then he and the remaining members of the Savage team could still survive in the fog. Water County is established. Haidong placed the muzzle of the gun in the gap. He didn't need to stretch his head to aim. He locked on Jiang Liusher and Xiang Xuehai through infrared rays. At this moment, a strong sense of life and death crisis suddenly arose in Xiangsuihai behind the city wall. It's the sniper. At the same time, Jiang Liusher, who was beside her, suddenly stretched out the muzzle of his gun and pulled the trigger. Before Haidong had time to shoot, he saw Jiang Liusher shooting. The bullet accurately passed through the iron sheet in front of him and hit him directly. Haidong flew backwards. The gun in his hand was gone. He fell to the ground. Half of his lungs were shot out, and his upper body was bloody. What's going on? Haidong's eyes widened with disbelief. He could hit people through obstacles. Isn't he the only one who can do this? Why, that sniper. He did it too. As for Xiang Xuehai, she just felt the crisis of life and death when she saw Jiang Liusher shoot. Captain Jiang. Xiang Xuehai only saw Jiang Liusher take a blind shot and did not know Jiang Liusher's target. She was about to pull Jiang Liusher into hiding quickly when she felt that the feeling of life being threatened disappeared. It's okay. He's dead, Jiang Liusher said. The last time the sniper fired, he had already predetermined his own death. When he was about to shoot this time, his position was completely locked by Ran Shiyu, who shared the position with Jiang Liusher. With the precise angle provided by Ran Shiyu, Jiang Liusher only needed to shoot quickly and accurately. Xiang Xuehai looked at Jiang Liusher, then turned to look below the city gate. In the blink of an eye, the troublemaking Savage team was basically wiped out, and the survivors began to enter the city gate in an orderly manner. Without Shuring team, I don't know how many more casualties there would have been, and not so many people would have been saved. Xiang Xuehai was extremely lucky that Shuring team was by her side when Wushui County faced the biggest crisis. Roar! At this time, a shocking roar sounded from the group of zombies that rushed over. This roar was full of pressure, making many ordinary survivors inside and outside the city gate tremble. Jiang Liusher frowned. Mutated zombie? He has faced more than one mutated zombie, and he knows the tremendous pressure that such a powerful zombie can put on people, and its roar alone can make people tremble. He followed the sound and suddenly found a tall, bald zombie standing in the place where the zombies were the densest. It roared up to the sky, its pupils filled with red bloodlines. This zombie doesn't know what happened to it. Its whole body is covered with steel bars, densely distributed all over its body. From a distance, it looks like a steel hedgehog. Such a zombie is even more difficult to kill. At close range, the steel bars all over its body are weapons, and also some kind of defense. At this moment, most of the mutated zombie's body was underwater, as if it was angered by something. Boom, boom, boom. It kept slapping underwater, plunging down heavily with the steel bars, causing huge waves. It is extremely heavy, and can move in the water by pushing it. The power of this mutated zombie is extremely terrifying. After a while, the water surface was stained red with blood. A huge water snake was torn to pieces and covered in blood. There were dense honeycomb-like wounds on its body. Its snow-white belly turned over and died in the water. Mutated water monster? This kind of thing actually appeared. Chapter 374 Takeaway in one wave. Jiang Liusher was not the only one to hear the roar of the mutated zombies. Others on the city gate also discovered the mutated zombie, and saw the mutated zombie and the water monster fighting. Xiang Xuehai, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt her heart sinking. At this time, the group of wild dogs suddenly started barking crazily. Where they were, the flood had spread, and most of the wild dogs were submerged in the water. Suddenly, one of the wild dogs let out a weird scream and was suddenly dragged into the water, creating a wave of waves. This group of wild dogs barked even more crazily under the water, and even the corpses they were gnawing on stopped talking. It seemed that there was something terrifying lurking under the water. Ouch! Another wild dog was suddenly dragged down. This time, Jean Lucier finally saw dark figures appearing below the wild dogs. The shadows hidden in the muddy yellow flood moved very quickly in the water, like a meandering black line. It's a group of water monsters. Seeing these water monsters, even Jean Lucier felt his scalp numb. At this time, the mutated wild dog leader barked wildly. Its body was very strong and full of bulging muscles. It had no hair on its body, and the exposed skin was like a steel plate. It opened its bloody mouth, but it roared not downwards, but far away. What else is there in the distance? Jean Lucier had an unpleasant feeling. The sense of danger those water monsters brought to him was already strong enough. But it turned out that there were monsters in the water that the mutant wild dog leader was truly afraid of. At this time, a water line suddenly rose from the water in the distance, and something seemed to be crawling under the water line, heading in the direction of the wild dog. This water line raised a height of more than 1 meter, and in the muddy yellow flood, only a huge figure could be vaguely seen. The mutated wild dog leader stared at the water line, suddenly tucked his tail, let out a roar, turned around, and was the first to rush towards the city. It looked like it was hiding from something scary. The other wild dogs followed it one after another, rushing toward the city gate in panic. Not only the wild dogs, but also the mutated zombie with steel bars all over its body suddenly let out a dull roar. The surrounding zombies froze on the ground for a few seconds, and then they all rushed towards the city gate with a bang. Even the mutated zombies feel scared. Jean Lucier stared at the waterline, feeling terrified. The entire northern Jiangsu area was submerged. The flood connected the city to the lake in the distance. What was in the lake? No one knows. Now, I'm afraid they all smelled it and came to the only area of Wushui County that has not been flooded. Wushui County is now an isolated island, surrounded by water on 3 sides. And on one side are zombies and mutated beasts driven out by floods throughout northern Jiangsu. Nowadays, these water monsters appear in the water. Roar! The mutated wild dogs and this newly emerged mutated zombie led the zombie group. They rushed towards the city gate together, and the survivors who were guarding near the barbed wire couldn't resist it at all. Some of them were less courageous. When they saw the mutated wild dog leader's calf-like body rushing towards him with drool hanging from his huge open mouth, and the mutated zombie, the ground seemed to be shaking with every running step. Whether it was the visual impact or the physical impact, it was unbearable for them. Ah! Help! These people turned around and ran away. Once they ran away, the remaining survivors became even more unable to resist. Ouch! The mutated wild dog leader jumped several meters high and pounced on a group of survivors hiding behind a car. The car was not an obstacle at all in front of it. It can tear the car skin directly with one claw. As for the mutated zombie, his appearance behind the steel bars was no different from that of an ordinary young man, except for his blood-red eyes, which were extremely cold. He ran over in big strides, grabbed the barbed wire with both hands, and ripped it apart like tearing paper, tearing the repeatedly reinforced barbed wire apart. The few survivors behind the barbed wire were holding guns tremblingly. There was only a deep ditch between them and the mutant zombie. Boom! The mutated zombie didn't even move. On his body, a steel bar collapsed, and a little spark came out. The survivor who fired the gun was frightened when he saw the scene. Ah! His cry stopped suddenly, and the last scene left in his pupils was the scene of the mutated zombie suddenly jumping up and grabbing him with one hand. Click! The mutated zombie directly picked up the limp body of the survivor in his hands, then raised his head and looked towards the city gate. Shadow! Buy a little more time before these things rush into the city. Seeing the sudden surge of wild dogs and zombies below, Jean Lucier's heart sank. Jean Lucier had a feeling that the previous zombies came because of the crowd. But these new groups of wild dogs and corpses led by mutated zombies came to Wushui County because of the things in the water. The survivors are hiding in Wushui County, and these monsters have the same purpose. At this time, there were fewer survivors crowded in front of the iron gate of Wushui County, but it was still crowded and extremely chaotic. Once there is confusion, entry will be slow. The wild dogs are short and agile, and can sprint much faster than the zombies in an instant. After the mutated wild dog leader at the front knocked down the defending survivors, he rushed to the city gate with a few strong wild dogs, staring at the crowd in front of him. The mutated wild dog leader opened his mouth full of saliva in excitement. The survivors in front discovered the group of wild dogs behind them. They screamed and panicked, and became a mess. Several old and weak survivors were squeezed to the ground, and it was chaos. At this moment, a sudden roar of a car engine came. Boom! The mutated wild dog leader, who was sprinting at high speed, as well as several strong wild dogs following him, were severely knocked away. Those wild dogs were killed on the spot. The mutated wild dog leader was knocked dozens of meters away. Under the powerful impact, the iron plate on its head was also hit with a bloody seam. However, the defensive power of the mutated wild dog leader was indeed terrifying. It was knocked dozens of meters away and did not die. Instead, it roared angrily. The base vehicle driven by Ing stood between the city gate and the wild dogs and zombies. It was like a fortress, helping those survivors who rushed to the city gate keep the hope of life. Zhang Hai! San Kuan! Come up! Jiang Zhuing stuck her head out of the base car, which had restored its appearance as a minibus, and greeted Zhang Hai and the others. The situation is urgent now. Facing the nimble wild dogs and zombies, it is very risky to fight alone outside. Zhang Hai and San Kuan quickly jumped into the car, and Ling also nimbly rushed from the ruins of the car and got into the car. Jiang Lusher stood at the top of the city wall and watched the scene. As long as the minibus can become the last fortress, they can hold it if they stick to the city gate and shoot from above. At this time, Jiang Lusher found someone approaching from behind. It was Qi Lao and the others. Xiang Xuehai, why do you want to open the city gate? The mutated beasts and zombie army are outside. Your willful behavior will kill us all. Kwang Longyuan asked aggressively as soon as he stepped onto the city wall. When he looked at Jiang Lusher and the others, his eyes flickered a little. The old man was surrounded by people like stars over the moon. The old man's face was as dark as water, and it was impossible to see through his thoughts. Jiang Lusher frowned. What a bunch of hypocritical guys. In fact, he had already noticed that Mr. Qi and the others had arrived a few minutes ago. It's just that when the Shering team was fighting with the Savage team, Mr. Qi and the others were watching the excitement from below, obviously with the mood of profiting from the situation. Now most of the Savage team was dead and wounded, and after Inghausen was killed, this group of people actually ran up. Have you seen mutant beasts and zombies rushing in now? With the Shering team with me, Wushui County is safe. Kwang Zhongyuan, if you are worried about the city being rushed away by zombies, you should go out to fight. Everyone, don't forget, you are still relying on this little territory in Wushui County to survive. Xiang Xuehai's voice was unhappy. She was very disgusted with Kwang Zhongyuan, especially Kwang Longyuan's obscene gaze. The prisoner remained silent. He had been touching the knuckles of his left hand with his right hand. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, exhaled, and glanced at the people around him with a gloomy look. Boss Xiang and the Shering team are indeed very strong. With such strong men, we must dare to cooperate with them. Come on, big guys. As soon as Mr. Chiu finished speaking, Yuan Hongyang laughed and was the first to respond to Mr. Chiu's words. Okay, Fatty Yuan, will show my skills to Boss Xiang. The clattering iron chain was untied from his body, and he shook his hand violently, and the heavy iron rope was thrown away like a wild dog under a meteor. The head and bones of the wild dog were instantly shattered, and it was smashed into a bloody mess. The power is amazing. Xiang Xuehai frowned a little as he looked at it. Fatty Yuan was really powerful, and the accuracy is also very scary. The wild dog is very fast, and he can hit it at once. Yuan Hongyang shook the iron chain again, and the whole iron chain stirred up waves, and the big iron top rebounded rapidly. Jiang Lusher suddenly noticed that a faint smile emerged from the corner of the prisoner's mouth. This smile felt quite strange to him. Looking at the other captains of the survivor team, Qin Chaozi and others were staring at them without blinking. Suddenly, Ran Shiyu's voice came from Jiang Lusher's mind. Brother Jiang, be careful. They have murderous intentions. At this moment, Ran Shiyu, who was in the base car under the city wall, was only a few dozen meters away from Jiang Lusher and the others, and could completely detect the emotional fluctuations of Mr. Chiu and the others. Ran Shiyu's words gave Jiang Lusher an advantage in the fight time and time again, and even saved Jiang Lusher's life a few times. Jiang Lusher believed her words completely. Jiang Liusher's heart sank, and without thinking at all, he suddenly rose up, raised his body bar and fired. With Jiang Liusher's quick movements, when Qin Xiaozi and others on the opposite side reacted, they were facing Jiang Liusher's black muzzle. Everyone was suddenly frightened out of their wits. Clatter! With a crisp sound, Bai Bar spit out a plume of smoke. Among the stunned captains of the survivor team opposite, a figure shook his body and fell to the ground screaming. It's an old prisoner. He had covered his heart. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, and he was wailing on the ground. Kill them! Prisoner Lao pointed angrily at Jiang Liusher and said to the captains of other superpowers. Not dead? Jiang Liusher was stunned. How could a shot from Bai Bar fail to hit the death row prisoner at close range? Can this old guy still howl on the ground? How so? At such a close range, even a few inches of steel plate on the opposite side can be penetrated. Suddenly he noticed that snow-white bone blades were drilled out from the limbs and even ribs of the old man's body. Especially the ribs of old prisoner were densely packed with sharp bones. Some of the bones were shattered, undoubtedly from gunshot wounds caused by the Bai Ban. A superpower with mutated bones? The bones weaken the power of the bullet? But even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Jiang Liusher suddenly came to his senses, but he had no time to think too much. From the corner of his eye, he saw a large iron tug swinging from the bottom of the city wall. With quick eyes and quick hands, he grabbed the shoulder of Xiang Shuai beside him and backed away quickly. As he retreated, he had a thought in his mind. Shadow. Jiang Liusher called out, and his thoughts were conveyed to Ying's mind. The minibus made a sharp U-turn again. Compared to Jiang Liusher and the team leader of the survivors opposite, Xiang Shuai was the last to react. She never expected that Jiang Liusher would suddenly shoot Mr. Qi. There are more than a dozen superpowers on the opposite side. Such behavior must be dangerous. But she trusted Jiang Liusher very much and relied entirely on instinct. When Jiang Liusher pulled, a gust of wind surged up, and her body flew back lightly. Boom! The rubble flew, and the place where Xiang Shuai stood just now was blasted with a large crack by the reverberating iron tool, destroying a corner. If Xiang Shuai was still standing there, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Roar! Without a single hit, Yuan Hongyang swung the big iron lump in his hand with great force. Banging, 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 constantly hitting Jiang Liusher and Xiang Shuai. On the cramped city wall, Jiang Liusher and Xiang Shuai quickly retreated. The masonry city wall in front of the road was constantly being pierced by large iron towers, which was shocking. However, they didn't encounter Jiang Liusher and Xiang Shuai at all. Although the big iron tug is powerful, its speed is not as fast as that of a bullet. Its speed in Jiang Liusher's brain is a few beats slower than Jiang Liusher's dodge reaction speed, so Jiang Liusher can naturally dodge it easily. Xiang Shuai can control the air, and the wind has a certain bonus to speed. The big iron lump poses no threat to her. At this time, they heard the sound of a sharp object breaking through the air. Looking up, he was shocked to find that Kwang Zhongyuan had activated his bloodline power and transformed into the body of a huge grizzly bear. He threw a bunch of things at Qin Xiaozi. Qin Xiaozi curled his legs in the air, and except for his 2 hands, all other parts were shrunk into a ball. He was still wearing a body armor and rushed towards them like a top. 2 sharp alloy scimitars were held tightly in Qin Xiaozi's hands. The swords were shining brightly, and he beheaded Xiang Liusher. Qin Xiaozi's skin was filled with a faint golden light, as if it had been smeared with a layer of gold powder. His defense is tough. His skin is metallized, and he wears a body armor. He wanted to cooperate with Yuan Hongliang's big iron tug to kill Xiang Shuai and that young man with great marksmanship. Qin Xiaozi felt that under Yuan Hongliang's big iron lump, the young man had no time to take care of himself, let alone shoot. Before he could get close, a gust of wind suddenly surged from under his body. Countless wind blades appeared in the wind. Swish. Brush. Brush. There were sounds of gold and iron clashing on Qin Xiaozi's body. Xiang Shuai, you little bitch. Will your wind blade have any effect on me? Qin Dwarf was so proud that he didn't suffer any injuries at all. But just as the alloy scimitar in his hand was about to hit Xiang Shuai and Jiang Liusher, he saw a sneer on the corner of Jiang Liusher's mouth. A strong wind suddenly pushed Qin Xiaozi away, and he was cut into the air. Jump! Qin Xiaozi heard the young man say something to Xiang Shuai. Then he saw the young man holding on to Xiang Shuai tightly, doing a backflip and jumping towards the outside of the city wall. Under the city wall, a minibus was waiting quietly. The minibus looked ordinary. but there was a strange black pipe drilled out from under its front face. At this moment, 7 or 8 superpowers, including Yuan Hongyang and Qin Izi, all chased the area of the city wall where Jiang Lushur jumped. When the black tube made a sharp roar that broke through the air, Qin Dwarf's hair stood on end and his heart tightened. A thought flashed through his mind. It's broken! The compressed air cannon violently tore open the air and swept away, sweeping away everything in front of it with absolutely terrifying power. That section of the city wall, including the superpowers on it, was directly blasted into pieces of flesh and blood. Only the big iron tool was left and fell to the open space with a bang. It's done! Jiang Lushur saw this scene from the air with calm eyes. That blow just now almost killed some of the strongest survivor captains on the city wall. The old prisoner was also seriously injured. Others are not so much of a threat. This was the fatal blow to Jiang Lushur's temporary plan. The shooting of the air cannon requires a certain angle. He dragged Xiang Shuai to escape, all in order to adjust the air cannon to the best angle to match the shadow posture, and lure the prey into the trap step by step. And in that place, the air cannon will not harm other members of the Wushui County City Guard on the city wall. His escape also caused Qin Shuzi and others to relax their vigilance. They were led by Jiang Lushur and were killed in one blow. The screaming sound emitted by the air cannon was like some kind of violent man-eating beast. Shocking the scene, debris from many city walls fell like rain, and some survivors kept wailing and hiding. Even the wild dogs and the zombies were stunned by the loud noise. After one shot, looking at the city wall with a big gap in front of him, Mr. Chi's originally angry face twitched, and the anger in his heart was replaced by incomparable panic. What the hell is that minibus? Close the city gate! Close the city gate quickly! The prisoner suddenly thought of something. He must not let this terrifying minibus and that terrifying young man enter the city. Otherwise they will all die. After all, Mr. Chiu was seriously injured by Jiang Lushur at the beginning. Although he survived by chance, it was also because of Mr. Chiu's special ability. All the bones in his body were turned into bone blades as strong as metal. And even the chest area was made of bone blades. It was so dense that they escaped. But he is now seriously injured, and his combat effectiveness is only 1/3 of his usual strength. He didn't have the courage to deal with Xiang Shuai and the others. Chapter 375 Monster in the Water. After the end of the world, this was the first time that Mr. Chi was so panicked. Before the end of the world, he was a patient suffering from bone cancer, lying in bed dying. As a result, the apocalypse came, and his bone cells mutated after being infected with the virus. And he survived. Not only that, he can feel his strong vitality now. And ordinary young people have less vitality than him. Now that he has powerful abilities and is famous, he doesn't want to die. Kwang Zhongyuan, what are you still doing? Hurry up and close the city gate! Seeing Kwang Zhongyuan standing there stunned, Mr. Chi couldn't help but get angry. He didn't expect that Kwang Zhongyuan's reaction would be so slow when encountering emergencies. Hearing the scolding from the prisoner, Kwang Zhongyuan rolled his eyes and finally reacted. He was really frightened just now. Frightened by the terrifying power of the minibus. What kind of ghost car is that? A car modified like that was simply not something humans could fight against. At least not something he could fight against. Oh, prisoner! We can't defeat them! Kwang Zhongyuan suddenly said. What do you want to say? There are floods on all sides now. Do we still have a way out? Seeing Kwang Zhongyuan retreating, the prisoner's face turned red, and he coughed repeatedly. After the prisoner was seriously injured, he lost too much blood and looked extremely old at the moment. When he lay on the ground coughing, his body was bent like a shrimp, just like an ordinary old survivor. Kwang Zhongyuan suddenly discovered that Prisoner Lao didn't seem to be scary anymore. A ferocious look flashed in his pupils. He took a step forward, opened his big hands like cattail leaf fans, and rushed towards Mr. Prisoner. His awakened bloodline is as powerful as a giant bear and as agile as an ape. When Kwang Zhongyuan pounced, the two superhuman subordinates beside Mr. Chiu didn't react. You. Only 2 words came out of the prisoner's throat, and there was a continuous clicking sound. The bone blade on his head was violently broken off, and finally his head drooped to the side, his eyes bulging unwillingly, his mouth wide open, and blood pouring out of his mouth. Boss Yang, Mr. Chi is dead. We won't fight you anymore. Everything was Mr. Chi's idea. He has been killed by us now. Kwang Zhongyuan shouted hoarse, and lifted the corpse in the prison amidst the violent storm. Under the city wall, after firing an air cannon, Jiang Lushur and Xiang Shuai had already gotten into the carriage. They all saw Kwang Zhongyuan's lifted body. Xiang Shuai's eyes lit up, and her heart instantly calmed down a lot. Kwang Zhongyuan, a duplicitous person, was helping them a lot at this moment. His petition came just in time. The prisoner was killed, and other groups of foreign survivors in the city would soon surrender, as long as the city is settled. What we have to deal with now are these monsters outside the city. So there is no need to worry about one and lose the other. The surrounding wild dogs and zombies have now recovered from the shock of the air cannon. Ouch! Roar! The mutated wild dog leader and the mutated zombies roared at the same time. Monsters such as mutant zombies already have a certain amount of intelligence, but they have no human emotions. And the mutated wild dog leader also has instinctive wisdom. They have now understood that if they want to rush into the city, they must deal with the minibuses in front of them. This minibus was standing in front of the city wall, running rampantly, completely preventing them from escaping into the city. At this time, the mutated zombie strode forward and raised an abandoned car while roaring. Its muscles tensed up, and after a roar, the car came out and hit the minibus hard. Under the control of Ing, the minibus sprinted for more than 10 meters in an instant, dodging the abandoned car in time. But suddenly, Starseed's reminder rang in Jiang Liusher's mind. Warning, the base vehicle is damaged. The reinforced tire airbag in the middle left corner is shattered and 10% damaged. Jiang Liusher couldn't help but feel nervous. The base vehicle had been comprehensively strengthened last time. The tires and everything had been upgraded again and had not been damaged for some time. What happened to Starseed's warning? In his field of vision, he did not see anyone attacking the base vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were also defending at the other two windows without warning. In his mind, the holographic image shared by Shadows suddenly appeared. I saw a lightning-quick mutant wild dog running under the carriage of the base vehicle. It was the mutated wild dog leader. Although he was tall, he was still very small in front of the modified minibus. The carriage of the minibus completely obscured its figure. In the moment before the minibus sprints, it grabs and bites, and with one bite of its fangs, a hole will be made in the high-strength bulletproof tire, and the bulletproof airbag inside will burst. But now it is running flexibly at high speed, hiding behind minibuses, trying to find another opportunity. What a cunning bitch! Jiang Liusher couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just now, the mutated zombies followed the mutated wild dogs, relying on their fighting instincts to cooperate. The car thrown by the mutated zombie obviously attracted Jiang Liusher's attention. When everyone's attention was attracted, the mutated wild dog relied on its fast running speed and flexibility to find the weakest link of the base vehicle and attack. It was really amazing. Shadow! Knock it away! With a thought in Jiang Liusher's mind, the minibus suddenly stopped. Then the steering wheel hit hard, making a beautiful tail flick. The entire minibus moved 90 degrees in an instant, completing a semi-fan-shaped movement. The whole set of actions of the minibus was completely dependent on Ying's finger-like manipulation of the base vehicle. Coupled with the superb performance of the base vehicle, the whole process took only 1 second. So fast that even the mutated wild dog had no time to dodge. Bang! The mutated wild dog that was about to attack the run-flat tire again was hit hard by the turning car and flew more than 10 meters again. Duh. Suddenly, there was a burst of light machine gun sound. The mutated wild dog that was knocked into the air had lost the possibility of turning. In an instant, it was hit by a stream of bullets, with bullet holes all over its body, and a burst of blood mist rose up all over its body. It wailed, fell to the ground and struggled a few times, then stood up again. But it staggered, completely relying on its strong vitality for support. Jiang Liusher stood in the war room, holding a light machine gun in his hand and staring closely at the mutated wild dog. It wanted to escape, but the minibus crashed into it with a rumble, its sharp corners flashing with a cold metallic light. Roar! The mutated zombie roared angrily, then raised an abandoned car again and threw it at the minibus, trying to stop the minibus from colliding with the mutated wild dog. But Jiang Liusher was unmoved. The mutated wild dogs were very troublesome and had amazing resilience. They might pounce again after a while. These mutant beasts, like zombies, will continue to attack as long as they still have breath. Facing the car thrown at it, the minibus did not give way and continued to rush towards the target. There was a bang, and spider-like cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass on the right side under the huge force. But the speed of the minibus was not reduced at all by the impact. Warning, the base vehicle is damaged. The damage level is level 1. And the durability of the bulletproof glass on the right side is reduced by 10%. Jiang Liusher completely ignored this warning. With the upgraded bulletproof glass of the base vehicle, such damage was nothing. There was a dull thud. The mutated wild dog was directly hit by the collision corner of the minibus. The dog's head was shattered, flew 100 meters, and hit the city wall with a bang. At this moment, it was completely turned into a cold corpse. As soon as the mutant wild dog died, several people poured out from outside the city gate. Among them are Kwang Zhongyuan and Luo Junjiang. Several superpowers quickly picked up the mutated beast's corpse. Some people were holding firearms and shooting at the charging wild dogs and zombies nearby. These people were originally elite subordinates of Mr. Chiu, and their fighting qualities were much better than some members of the city guard team. The guns exerted powerful lethality in their hands, and any wild dogs or zombies that tried to rush through the barbed wire and detour were shot in the head. Captain Jiang, don't worry. I'll help you put away the loot, Kwang Zhongyuan shouted to show his loyalty. Jiang Lusher just listened and didn't even look at them. After killing the mutant leader of the wild dogs suddenly became headless flies. Some wanted to attack the city gate, while others tried to escape around the city gate to other parts of Wushui County. Without a joint force and no threat from mutant beasts, the danger from the wild dog pack was immediately eliminated. At this time, the floodwaters were still rising slowly. Ing turned the steering wheel. The tires of the minibus were already immersed in deep water. He turned sharply and pointed in the direction of the mutated zombies. The mutated zombie took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to retreat. But there was a flood behind them, and the mutated zombies were completely angered by the minibus's actions. It roared into the sky again and charged towards the minibus with its bare hands. This monster obviously has a lot of confidence in its physical body. Its body is like a tank charging in the floodwater that reaches its calves. Every time it takes a step, it creates an astonishing splash of water. When it was still 10 meters away from the minibus, the mutated zombie suddenly jumped high into the sky. This leap was an astonishing 7 or 8 meters high, and the fist with steel bars was about to hit the minibus. At this moment, Ran Shiyu in the carriage suddenly screamed, "Brother Jiang, there is a strong spiritual force in the water. It is rushing towards us. It's dangerous." Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. "Shadow, back off!" The minibus, which had been prepared for the impact in the face of the mutant zombie's charge, suddenly reversed sharply. The speed of the minibus reversing was almost as fast as the speed of sprinting, and it quickly retreated towards the city gate with a buzz. Of course, the mutated zombie jumped away and hit the turbid water with its fist. But as soon as it landed, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Behind it, a huge wave surged. In the waves, a shadow appeared. After the shadow appeared, it quickly expanded as if inflated, and finally became as big as a small mountain. Its full appearance was also displayed in front of everyone. This is a monster that looks like both a fish and an octopus. It has 8 huge tentacles, but its skin is covered with dense scales. Each scale shone with cold light, and was the size of a wash basin. A cursory glance revealed that it was more than 10 meters high and more than 30 meters long, covering most of the floodwater outside the city wall. One of the sticky tentacles swept the mutated zombie filled with steel bars with a roar. The body of this mutated zombie can be said to be a real copper-skinned iron frame. But after being wrapped up by the sticky tentacles, its body actually made a banging sound. The mutated zombie roared and struggled hard. But the harder it struggled, the harder the tentacles curled. Moreover, the strength of the mutant zombie's struggle quickly weakened. Its whole body twitched, and its eyes seemed to bulge out. The tentacles were deeply embedded in the mutated zombie's body, and must have released highly toxic toxins, making it impossible for the mutated zombie to break free. In the end, streams of blood burst out from the mutated zombie's body, and it slumped motionless. Then the huge water monster opened its cave-like mouth and swallowed the mutant zombie. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lusher, who had already fled to the base car near the city gate, felt horrified. This mutant water monster must be the thing that scared the mutant wild dogs and mutant zombies just now. Everyone is well aware of the power of mutated zombies, and they are extremely powerful. But in front of this mountain-like water monster, there was no resistance at all. Everyone in the carriage was quiet, and they were all shocked. At this time, bursts of water burst out one after another under the water. From the splash of water, water monsters like pythons or big fish came out and swallowed the zombies one by one. Those scurrying wild dogs were even worse. If bitten by a water monster, they would be torn into a pool of blood. Into the city! When Jiang Lusher woke up, he knew one thing: this water monster was terrifying. And I'm afraid even the base vehicle would have no resistance in the face of its huge power. After all, although the base vehicle is powerful. As long as it is caught by its tentacles and thrown into the flood, the base vehicle will lose most of its strength, let alone aiming with an air cannon. It was impossible to stay outside the city at this moment, with the Shuriing team and the base vehicle stopping the mutant wild dogs and mutant zombies. The survivors outside Wuxue County have already fled into the city. As soon as they entered the city gate, these people felt like they had escaped. Although it is still dangerous outside, it is finally safe now. I want to thank the good people. Thank the good people. The old man took his grandson into the city and turned to look at the minibus outside the door. Those strong people. The old man felt that it was impossible to talk to them, and it was hard to disturb others, so he could only thank himself here. It doesn't matter if he dies, but his grandson is still young. If he can keep his grandson alive, he will do anything. The appearance of the minibus rescued him from the abyss of despair. The floodwaters have reached near the barbed wire fence and will no longer go up. The terrain of Wuxue County as a whole, including the north, is higher. There are mountains on the other side of the county. There is no need to worry about the floods quickly inundating Wuxue County. But the city gate, the feeling of the vast ocean before was still frightening. Buzz! The minibus burst into the thick iron gate with splashes of water. Kwang Zhongyuan and a group of foreign survivor team members were guarding the city gate. They all saw the huge water monster outside, and their faces turned pale with fear. But they didn't dare not wait for the Shuriing team. Close the door! Jiang Liushir's words came out from inside the minibus. Kwang Hongyuan and others, as if they had been granted amnesty, hurriedly pulled the iron door shut. Xiang Shuihai, let everyone continue to move to a higher place. This city gate cannot be defended. Jiang Liushir turned his head and looked at Xiang Shuihai in the carriage behind him with a solemn expression.